The Honorable the President.
I don't.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the Supreme Being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in the Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator the Honorable Dominic Smith and Senator Michael S.V. de Labastide, SC, both of whom are out of the country. Honorable Senators, I have received correspondence from Her Excellency, the President, Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT, advising of the following temporary appointments in accordance with Section 44 of the Constitution. Mr. Ashworth Jack, during the absence from Trinidad and Tobago of Senator the Honorable Dominic Smith, and Ms. Zola Phillips, during the absence from Trinidad and Tobago of Senator Michael S.V. de Labastide. Honorable Senators, Senators are required to take the oath. May we all stand.
I, Ashworth Jack, having been appointed a member of the Parliament, do solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
I, Zola Phillips, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Bills brought to the House of Representatives, appearing on the supplemental order paper, the Finance, Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation, Financial Year 2026 Bill 2026.
The Honorable Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 62(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Finance, Supplementation and Variations of Appropriation, Financial Year 2026, Bill 2026, be taken later in the proceedings.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the Finance, Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation Financial Year 2026 Bill 2026 be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the Finance, Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation Financial Year 2026 Bill 2026 will be taken later in the proceedings.
Introduction of bills, the miscellaneous provisions, Heritage Petroleum, Paria Fuel Trading, and Guaracara Refining Vesting Amendment Bill 2026. In the name of the Minister of Labour, Small and
The Honourable Minister of Labour, Small and Micro Enterprise Development.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 62(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the miscellaneous provisions, Heritage Petroleum, Paria Fuel Trading, and Guaracara Refining Vesting Amendment Bill 2026 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the miscellaneous provisions, Heritage Petroleum, Paria Fuel Trading, and Guaracara Refinery Vesting Amendment Bill 2026 be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the miscellaneous provisions, Heritage Petroleum, Paria Fuel Trading, and Guaracara Refining Vesting Amendment Bill 2026 will be taken later in the proceedings.
Public Business, Government Business, Bill second reading.
The Honorable Minister of Labour, Small and Micro Enterprise Development.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Miscellaneous Provisions, Heritage Petroleum, Paria Fuel Trading, and Guaracara Refining Vesting Act 2018, Act number 17 of 2018, be now read a second time. Mr. President, I am honored to rise in this Honorable Senate to pilot the miscellaneous provisions, Heritage Petroleum, Paria Fuel Trading, and Guaracara Refining Vesting Amendment Bill 2026. But I crave your indulgence, Mr. President, just for us to acknowledge in our gallery members of a leading trade union in our midst, the oil field workers trade union. Though concise, Mr. President, in its drafting, this bill is of profound significance to the industrial relations framework of Trinidad and Tobago, especially in our modern day. It concerns the protection of collective bargaining rights, the continuity of industrial relations obligations, and the preservation of hard-earned rights negotiated on behalf of workers. Mr. President, at its core, this bill is about fairness, certainty, continuity, and righting a historical wrong. Above all, it is about ensuring that workers do not lose collective bargaining protections and representation because of a corporate restructuring exercise undertaken by the state. Before proceeding further, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisesa, SCMP. Mr. President, to be clear, this legislation is a direct fulfillment of a directive issued by the Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisesa, SC. It embodies her vision of a nation where labor rights are safeguarded, social justice is advanced, and every worker is guaranteed fairness and dignity in the workplace. I also extend appreciation to my cabinet colleagues whose commitment to social justice, worker protection, and institutional reform continues to shape the labor legislative agenda of this administration. I also wish to express sincere gratitude to the Honorable Attorney General and his technical team for their guidance and assistance in the preparation of this piece of legislation. Further, appreciation is extended to the technical officers of the Ministry of Labour, Small and Micro Enterprise Development and the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, whose dedication and expertise assisted in bringing this matter before the Parliament. Finally, I acknowledge the contributions of the labour movement, and in particular, the Oil Field Workers Trade Union, whose continued and relentless advocacy in defense of workers has helped illuminate the practical implications of the issue we seek to address today. Mr. President, it may not be common knowledge, although it should be, that the OWTU was the first officially registered trade union in Trinidad and Tobago. It was born out of the injustice faced by the oil field workers. That is where Tubal Uriah Buzz Butler emerged as a leader, beginning the strike in June 1937. The OWTU was then established on July 25th, 1937, to oversee the interests of the oil field workers, and registered on September 15, 1937. It is widely recognized as one of the strongest trade unions in our country, in the Caribbean, and I dare say in our hemisphere. Notwithstanding this, the restructuring of Petroleum in 2018 was an affront to the power and impact of the OWTU by the former administration. Mr. President, this government came into office with a commitment to restoring confidence in our institutions, strengthening labor protection, and ensuring that workers are treated fairly under the law. Mr. President, this government will not allow to backslide into indecent work that the former administration championed. The Ministry of Labor, Small and Micro Enterprise Development, having regard to the official policy framework of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, in particular the workers' agenda, and the commitment made to facilitate the recognition of unions that have applied for recognition status at state companies based on the tripartite arrangements and expert advice of the International Labour Organization, considers the advocacy, OWTU's advocacy in relation to this bill to be in alignment with this objective. Mr. President, I commend the OWTU for its continued advocacy as it relates to the representation of these affected workers and the efforts they have made to protect them from what was clearly an egregious injustice. Mr. President, on the topic of justice, allow me to speak briefly to the concept of social justice. Social justice is articulated by the ILO as the foundation of peace, prosperity, and human dignity in the world of work. The Constitution of the ILO opens with a powerful statement in its preamble. I quote, "Universal and lasting peace can be established only if it is based upon social justice." Mr. President, the United Nations recognizes social justice as, and I quote, "an underlying principle for peaceful and prosperous coexistence within and among nations." This can be interpreted as a world in which societies are based on the principles of equality and solidarity, where we understand that understand and value human rights and recognize the dignity of every human being. This concept must be grounded in the understanding that labor is not a commodity. Workers are human beings with dignity, not simply factors of production. This government takes this concept to heart. Mr. President, that is why the workers' agenda, this government's official policy framework, rejected the unjust 4% and 5% that was imposed by the previous P&M Minister of Finance on public sector workers. This government has since sought to right this injustice through the agreements we have settled while in office, all well over 4%. Mr. President, that is why our official policy framework commits the government not only to engaging in free and fair collective bargaining, but also to improving social dialogue by giving labor a strong, sustainable, and effective voice. This government's strategies focus on initiatives to holistically enrich, empower, and develop the way of life of our nation's working-class citizens. And I, as the Minister of Labor, Small and Micro Enterprise Development, intend to carry out this agenda to the best of my abilities. Mr. President, the purpose of this bill is straightforward. It seeks to amend the miscellaneous provisions, Heritage Petroleum, Paria Fuel Trading, and Guaracara Refining Vesting Act 2018 by inserting a new Section 7A to expressly provide for the continuation of collective agreements to which Petroleum was a party prior to its restructuring, and to deem the Heritage Petroleum Company Limited and Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited to be successors to Petroleum for the purposes of those collective agreements and the Industrial Relations Act, Chapter 8801. This amendment safeguards the collective bargaining rights of the impacted workers, as well as ensures that recognition and obligations survive the vesting and continue in full force against the successor companies of Heritage Petroleum Limited and Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited, similar to what was accomplished in the Petroleum Vesting Act 1993. The bill further provides that the amendment shall be deemed to come into force on December 1st, 2018, thereby ensuring continuity from the commencement of the vesting arrangements. Mr. President, why is this being done now? The answer is simple. The last administration sought to disenfranchise the workers by omitting a very simple section which would have served to preserve the workers' existing rights. Had the last government done what they should have done in the first place, I would not have had to stand before you today. Mr. President, this legislation is not intended to create new rights that never existed, nor is it intended to rewrite collective agreements. It merely confirms the collective bargaining rights negotiated before the restructuring of Petroleum remains protected after the restructuring, and ensures that collective agreements continue to have legal effect, notwithstanding the transfer of operations from Petroleum to successor entities. Mr. President, in order to fully appreciate the importance of this amendment, it is necessary to revisit one of the most significant industrial events in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. On November 30th, 2018, at the behest of the then government, the Petroleum refinery ceased operations. The closure of the refinery and the restructuring of Petroleum represented one of the largest workforce displacements in the modern history of the Republic. Thousands of workers were affected directly or indirectly, and entire communities felt the impact and still feel the impact to this day. Families experience uncertainty regarding employment, benefits, and future prospects. The closure was a natural disaster that had profound social, economic, and industrial relations consequences, and would have been added to the PNM's legacy of destruction, degradation, and deceit. The restructuring exercise subsequently led to the creation of Heritage Petroleum Company Limited, Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited, and Guaracara Refining Company Limited through the vesting arrangement established under Act No. 17 of 2018. The original Vesting Act of 2018 transferred Petroleum exploration and production assets to Heritage Petroleum, terminal assets to Paria Fuel Trading, and refinery assets to Guaracara Refining. The legislation expressly provided for the transfer of assets, contracts, and property interests. In relation to certain contracts, the Act specifically deemed Heritage Petroleum to stand in the place of Petroleum. However, Mr. President, While the Vesting Act dealt comprehensively with assets, contracts, and operations, it deliberately did not expressly address the continuation of collective bargaining rights or the certificate of recognition issued to the OWTU by the Registration, Recognition, and Certification Board under the Industrial Relations Act, Chapter 8801. This omission, though not surprising in that it was consistent with the PNM's administration's stance against workers and their rights, and their rights did not matter, denied OWTU the statutory recognition into these successor companies, despite the clear continuity of operations. It was an attempt at union busting. An attempt to leave workers under Heritage Petroleum, Paria Fuel Trading, and Guaracara Refining without adequate representation and protection. What makes things worse, Mr. President, is that there is precedent for allowing union successorship in such an instance, as in 1993. The then government, when the very Petroleum was created, passed legislation, namely the Petroleum Vesting Act 1993, Chapter 6207, which vested undertakings of Trinidad and Tobago Oil Company Limited, Trintoc, and Trinidad and Tobago Petroleum Company Limited, Trintopec, into the Petroleum Company of Trinidad and Tobago, Petrotrade. In that act, there was a deliberate insertion of a Section 4B, which stated, and I am paraphrasing, that all collective agreements within the meaning of the IRA, or any replacement or modification thereof, in existence before the appointed day to which Trintoc and Trintopec were parties, shall be construed and have effect as if Petrotrain were a part thereto, and Petrotrain shall be deemed to be the successor to Trintoc and Trintopec. The only explanation, Mr. President, is that the previous government left out a similar clause, as it would have enabled OWTU to continue as the recognized majority union for the Heritage Petroleum Company Limited, Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited, and Guaracara Refining Company Limited. I reiterate, the glaring, purposeful omission of this clause demonstrates the anti-worker mindset of the drafters of that legislation. Mr. President, collective bargaining occupies a central place within the industrial relations architecture of Trinidad and Tobago. The IRA recognizes the role of trade unions, recognized majority unions, and collective agreements as essential mechanisms for maintaining industrial peace. Section 34 to 39 of the IRA establish that once the IRCB issues a certificate of recognition, the recognized majority union enjoys exclusive bargaining rights, and the employer assumes statutory obligations to that union. Collective bargaining is more than simply a negotiating process. It is the primary means through which workers collectively secure fair wages, benefits, working conditions, and grievance procedures. It is also one of the foundational pillars upon which modern industrial relations rest. The people of Trinidad and Tobago and the Industrial Court has repeatedly recognized the importance of collective bargaining and collective agreements as instruments promoting stability, predictability, and industrial harmony and stability. Mr. President, workers negotiate these agreements over many years, and trade unions expend considerable resources in bargaining for these protections. Employers also enter into these agreements in good faith, with the expectation that they will provide certainty and stability within their enterprises. It would therefore completely offend fundamental principles of social justice if such rights could disappear merely because the corporate structure of an employer changes. Mr. President, one of the enduring principles of labor law internationally is the principle of successorship. At its core, successor rights represents a simple yet fundamental proposition. Workers should not lose their hard-earned collective bargaining rights merely because the legal identity of their employer changes. A change in corporate structure must not become a mechanism for extinguishing trade union representation, avoiding collective agreements, or undermining decades of collective bargaining achievements. The principle recognizes that while businesses may restructure, the workers remain, the work remains, the enterprise often remains, and the economic activity continues. Therefore, the rights that workers have acquired through collective action should similarly remain. Without successor rights protections, employers could simply dissolve one corporate entity and create another, thereby extinguishing bargaining units, avoiding collective agreements, and forcing workers to recommence organizing efforts from the beginning. Such an approach would undermine the industrial stability and fundamentally weaken the collective bargaining process. The international labor movement and the ILO have long recognized this danger. The principle of successor rights is deeply rooted in the values embodied within two of the ILO's most important fundamental conventions. Convention number 87 concerning freedom of association and protection of the right to organize, and Convention number 98 concerning the right to organize and collective bargaining. Trinidad and Tobago, as we all know, is a signatory to the ILO and has ratified both Convention number 87 and 98. These core or fundamental conventions protect workers against anti-union discrimination and require the promotion of voluntary negotiations. In the context of successorship, this principle helps ensure that collective bargaining agreements and union recognition may transfer to the successor employer. Because the ILO leaves specific business transfer mechanics to individual nations, many countries implement these international standards via their own labor laws. Accordingly, labor law jurisprudence throughout the Commonwealth has consistently sought to ensure that workers are not disadvantaged by corporate restructuring exercises. ILO Convention number 87. Convention number 87, adopted in 1948, is one of the cornerstone instruments of international labor law. It guarantees workers and employers the right to establish and join organizations of their own choosing without prior authorization. It further protects those organizations from interference by public authorities and employers. The convention recognizes that freedom of association is not merely the right to join a union. It is the right of workers to organize effectively and to maintain organizations capable of protecting their interests. The supervisory bodies of the ILO have consistently emphasized that freedom of association must be practical and effective rather than theoretical and illusory. Workers cannot meaningfully exercise freedom of association if corporate restructuring can be used to destroy existing bargaining relationships or eliminate union representation. Accordingly, when an undertaking is transferred from one entity to the other, Convention number 87 supports the continuation of workers' organizational rights. Workers do not cease to be unionized simply because ownership changes. Their right to maintain their chosen representative organization survives the restructuring process. The ILO's Committee on Freedom of Association has repeatedly stressed that measures which have the effect of weakening trade unions, undermining representational rights, or disrupting established bargaining relationships are inconsistent with the objectives of Convention number 87. In this regard, successor rights serves as a practical mechanism through which freedom of association is preserved during periods of corporate transition. ILO Convention number 98. Convention number 98, adopted in 1949, complements Convention number 87 and focuses specifically on protection against anti-union discrimination and the promotion of collective bargaining convention and collective bargaining. Convention number 98 requires all member states to encourage and promote the full development and utilization of machinery for voluntary negotiation between employers and workers' organizations. The ILO has consistently maintained that collective bargaining rights should be respected during transfers of undertakings and organizational restructuring. While operational changes may be necessary, they should not be used as a pretext to evade bargaining obligations or diminish workers' collectively negotiated protections. Convention number 98, therefore, reinforces the principle that successor employers should inherit the bargaining obligations associated with the workforce they acquire. Mr. President, the amendment before the Senate reflects these principles. And this government believes that these principles are worthy of our continued protection and support. It confirms Heritage Petroleum Company Limited and Paria Trading Company Limited are to be regarded as successors to Petroleum for the purposes of collective agreements and the Industrial Relations Act. In doing so, it aligns our law with the established industrial relations principles and comparative labor jurisprudence. Mr. President, I want to make it abundantly clear that what the government is advancing here today is not a novel concept. In fact, statutory and judicial precedent exists where the issue of successorship in a state enterprise arises. Historically, labor jurisprudence throughout the Commonwealth and across international labor systems has consistently recognized that collective bargaining rights are not ordinary contractual privileges that disappear upon a corporate transaction. Rather, they are fundamental industrial rights that attach to the workforce and the bargaining relationship itself. Mr. President, we can look at the very recent Privy Council judgment of the PSA versus Civil Aviation Authority, in which the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council ruled on September 11, 2025. Mr. President, the civil servants who were formerly attached to the government department responsible for civil aviation were left unable to be represented by the Public Service Association, the recognized majority trade union, when they choose to transfer to the Civil Aviation Authority. Upon transfer to the CAA, that recognition status, together with the associated representation rights, ceased. Before the application for RMU status could be made by the PSA, the Civil Aviation Amendment Act number 17 of 2003 was enacted on 12th of June 2003, amending the Civil Aviation Act by inserting the following section, 26A. Subject to the Industrial Relations Act, the Public Service Association of Trinidad and Tobago shall be deemed to be the certified recognized majority union under Part 3 of the Industrial Relations Act for the bargaining unit comprising the monthly paid/monthly rated employees of the authority. An application, 26B, an application for certification of recognition under Part 3 of the Industrial Relations Act shall not be entertained or proceeded with where the application is made earlier than 2 years from the date of which this amendment comes into force. But an application may be made with the leave of the court, although 2 years have not expired since the amendment came into force, in which the procedures set out under Section 32 and 3 of the Industrial Relations Act shall apply. Employees, 26C says, employees may form an association which may register as a trade union or may join a trade union. The Judicial Committee propounded that the deemed certification and continued representation of the former civil service employees of the PSA was a mere reproduction of the status quo ante the passage of the Civil Aviation Act and the creation of the CAA, and that the deeming provision was expressly directed at enabling successorship to protect employees who would otherwise have transitioned from CAA without any protection from the union that had previously been recognized for collective bargaining on their behalf. Mr. President, this judgment clearly showed that with a simple amendment to the Vesting Act, the OWTU can technically be given the same recognition status for the Heritage Petroleum Company Limited and Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited as successors. Mr. President, there are a number of other cases. I will just mention one other. On the 4th of October 2017, where the Industrial Court in the matter of the Communication, Transport and General Workers Union and BWIA, British West Indian Airlines Limited, and the Caribbean Airlines Limited, ruled that CAL was the successor company to BW. Mr. President, across the Commonwealth, labor tribunals and courts have increasingly recognized that the substance of employment relationship must prevail over mere changes in legal form. The underlying principle is that the industrial justice requires examination of the reality of the enterprise rather than the technicalities of the new corporate structure. Canadian labor law has been particularly influential in the development of successor rights doctrine. In Canada, Labor Relations Board have long recognized where businesses remain substantially the same after a transfer, collective bargaining rights should follow the business rather than remain attached solely to the previous corporate entity. Similarly, Australian labor jurisprudence has similarly developed protection for transferring employees during business transfers and restructurings, recognizing that collective bargaining rights and workplace protection should survive the changes in ownership. These same policy considerations have increasingly influenced labor jurisprudence throughout the Caribbean. Mr. President, this approach reflects the recognition that labor law jurisprudence exists to correct the inherent imbalance of bargaining power between employers and individual workers. And as a minister with the responsibility for labor, I state unequivocally that my ministry and this government is committed to ensuring industrial stability, fostering industrial peace, and promoting decent work. Mr. President, I now take us through a clause-by-clause analysis of the bill. Mr. President, Clause 1 provides a short title of the legislation. It states that the Act may be cited as the Miscellaneous Provisions, Heritage Petroleum, Paria Fuel Trading, and Guaracara Refining Vesting Amendment Act 2026. Clause 2 provides that the Act shall be deemed to have come into force on the 1st of December 2018. This is an important provision as the restructuring arrangements themselves took effect on that date. The purpose of the retrospective commencement is to ensure continuity from the very beginning of the restructuring process, and it avoids any notion that there may have been a period during which the collective agreements were inoperative or uncertain. The retrospective provision therefore preserves legal continuity and protects both workers and employers from unnecessary disputes regarding rights and obligations arising since 2018. Mr. President, Clause 3 is a substantive provision of the bill. It inserts a new Section 27A into the Principal Act. The proposed section provides that all collective agreements existing before the appointed day and to which Petroleum was a party shall continue to have effect as if Heritage Petroleum Company Limited and Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited were parties to those agreements. The section further provides that for the purposes of those agreements and for the purposes of the Industrial Relations Act, Heritage Petroleum Company Limited and Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited shall be deemed to be successors to Petroleum. That, Mr. President, is the be-all and the end-all of this bill. Mr. President, the events surrounding the closure of Petroleum refinery and the restructuring of the petroleum sector under the PNM administration remain among the most significant and indeed destructive industrial events in our nation's history. The effects of those decisions continue to be felt by workers, families, and communities up to this day. This bill does not seek to revisit those decisions, but rather it seeks to address an important legal consequence arising from them. It seeks to ensure that collective agreements survive restructuring, preserve continuity, protect rights, and promote industrial stability. More importantly, it seeks to affirm this government's commitment to the workers' agenda and to fairness and justice in the workplace. Mr. President, this government has stood with workers, this government will continue to stand with workers, and this government will never allow the anti-worker policies of the PNM to prevail ever again. Accordingly, Mr. President, I respectfully commend the miscellaneous provisions, Heritage Petroleum, Paria Fuel Trading, and Guaracara Refining Vesting Amendment Bill 2026 to this Honorable Senate. And with these few words, I respectfully beg to move.
Honorable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled an act to amend the miscellaneous provisions, Heritage Petroleum, Paria Fuel Trading, and Guaracara Refining Vesting Act 2018, Act number 17 of 2018, be now read a second time. I recognize Senator Faris Alwari SC.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to join in the debate of this bill. The Minister has given us quite a lot to consider. On the one hand, in terms of platitudes, in terms of recognition of principles, but on the other hand, he's given us very little, very, very little of substance to consider as to merits. Mr. President, I recognize through you the presence of the members of the Oilfield Workers Trade Union, who are long in standing in the trade union movement and who have long memory and long history, and to be commended for their advocacy on behalf of workers in this country for the many decades that they have prevailed. Indeed, there were many a time when we sat on the same side and sometimes on the other side. Mr. President, I declare that I am an attorney at law who practices in the industrial relations arena, that I do in fact represent trade unions at present, and therefore I make a declaration to that regard, as I will go into certain matters that I invite the Honourable Minister to consider. Mr. President, we're brought here today supposedly on the basis of a well-thought-out plan by the Prime Minister, which apparently absolutely nobody knew about. The Honourable Prime Minister, before the opening of the Parliament, provided a legislative agenda in summary, and nowhere on that legislative agenda was this issue of the vesting order amendment and the recognition, as the Minister puts it, of righting a wrong declared. None at all. In fact, Mr. President, we were summoned here today to treat with the continuation of the supplementary appropriation and variation. None of us had this law. I got this bill this morning, Mr. President. So the first thing that I must ask is, where is and where was the consultation that is necessary for a matter such as this? Certainly it cannot be in the best interest of the workers who depend upon us to get this right, or to have reflections that may be considered in a court perhaps, to have no consultation. Mr. President, this bill provides that the Act is deemed to come into effect on the first day of December 2018. Clause 3 of the bill says, the miscellaneous provisions, Heritage Petroleum, Paria Fuel Trading, and Guaracara Refining Vesting Act 2018 is amended by inserting after Section 7 the following section. I wish to focus on a few words in this amending clause. All collective agreements within the meaning of the Industrial Relations Act or any replacement or modification thereof in existence before the appointed date to which Petrotrin was a party shall be construed and have effect as if Heritage Petroleum Company Limited and Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited were parties thereto, and for the purposes of those agreements and of that Act, Heritage Petroleum Company Limited and Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited shall be deemed to be the successors to Petrotrin. Mr. President, what I noted is that the Minister did not tell us that there are no collective agreements in existence that are current for Petrotrin as at that date. With respect to the OWTU, there is no current collective agreement in existence, Mr. President. The Honourable Member also did not tell us that the elements of the Industrial Relations Act are to be reflected upon, in particular Section 48 of the Industrial Relations Act. The Honourable Member did not tell us of the absence of the jeopardy which he set up as a straw man. The Honourable Member did not tell us as to the status in terms of social justice, which is part of the learning in the Industrial Court and in the Court of Appeal and in the Privy Council, as to the severance and retrenchment benefits which are associated with this bill, Mr. President. The Honourable Member didn't tell us any of those things which must be factored now to know if we're getting it right, Mr. President. Mr. President, in the 2018 vesting order, the miscellaneous provisions dealt with in 2018, we saw Petrotrin as an entity which had been created in 1993. We saw that entity fall into a different organization. Petrotrin, the company itself, was maintained. Heritage Petroleum was established. Guaracara Refinery was established. Paria Fuel Trading Company was established. Paria took the refining aspects of the company. Guaracara took certain assets, and Heritage took the oil and gas production aspects. Today we seek to bring into effect a successorship clause which is supposed to treat with the difficulties that the Honourable Minister says exists. But, Mr. President, I'd like to start off by saying that the Industrial Relations Act tells us plain and clear that there is no jeopardy of the type that the member presented to us today. Mr. President, I take you to Section 47 of the Industrial Relations Act. Section 47 says, in the terms and conditions of a collective agreement registered under Section 46, referred to in this part as a registered agreement, that shall be binding on the parties thereto and shall be directly enforceable, but only in this court. It says, of course, that collective agreements are deemed to be part of the contracts between the worker and the union, but Section 48, which is where we stand now, if this law does not pass, Mr. President, Section 48 is instructive. Section 48, Mr. President, is the condition that says, for the purposes of Section 47, the following persons shall be deemed to be parties to a registered agreement: the recognized majority union. B, the employer who has entered into the registered agreement or on whose behalf and with whose concurrence the agreement has been registered into. C, any successors to, or in the case of an employer, assignee of, such employer or recognized majority union as the case may be. And here's what subsection 2 says, directly relevant to this law. Notwithstanding Section 43(1), the terms and conditions of a registered agreement shall, insofar as they relate to procedures for avoiding and settling disputes, be deemed to continue to have full force and effect until another collective agreement between the parties or their successors, or in the case of an employer, assignees, as the case may be, has been registered. Let me repeat that. Notwithstanding Section 43(1), the terms and conditions of an agreement effectively continue into the hands of a successor for the purposes of the law. Subsection 3 says this: for the purposes of this section, any question whether a person or successor or assignee shall be deemed by the court from the circumstances in accordance with good conscience and the principles of good industrial relations practice, and shall be binding on the persons referred to in subsection 1 and is conclusive. So, Mr. President, put very simply, Section 48 of the Industrial Relations Act says, with respect to any collective agreement, in any circumstance of a successorship, as happened with Petroleum moving its assets into Heritage, Paria, Guaracara, and maintaining some in Petroleum, that the collective agreements continue into the hands, for the purposes of the law, into the successors. So that's the first point. So this jeopardy that the honourable member has set up, saying that there was a huge hole that was left and not dealt with, that in fact, Mr. President, is taken care of and addressed by the law itself. Mr. President, the honourable minister referred to application in 2007 between Caribbean Airlines Limited and Communication, Transport and General Workers Union. Mr. President, what is interesting is that the Court of Appeal decision in that matter, not the Industrial Court decision, the Court of Appeal decision in that matter, upheld exactly what I have just said. The current decision, April 22nd, 2024, delivered by Madam Justice of Appeal Alice York Suhon, Mira Dean Armorer, JA, and Malcolm Holdip, JA, upholds the very statement that I have just made in black and white. The Honourable Minister didn't say that. The Honourable Minister, therefore, has not reflected upon the fact that the successorship via Section 48 exists right now. Now, the question may be asked, well, why didn't you put in to the 2018 law the successorship condition then? Mr. President, as you will know, there are a few things that I invite the members of the population to pay attention to. Mr. President, it is a matter of fact that Patriotic Energy, which is comprised of the OWTU, received the benefit of an award to purchase the refinery, putting itself in procurement circumstances with its previous employer. Mr. President, as a matter of procurement, therefore, it is necessary for us to insulate and protect the OWTU. We know for a fact that that asset disposition is still on the table. We know, hope, and pray that Patriotic has the resources to bring itself into this deal. But, Mr. President, we need to be careful that what we're doing today by a retroactive interpretation and application of the law doesn't present any difficulties to the prospective entity that is going to buy or release or have assigned or have participation in its procurement cycles. And I put that on the record to say to the members of the population through you, Mr. President, we need to be careful to ensure that what can legitimately be disposed of through transparent processes actually get to where it goes. Mr. President, you will know that when the government, the PNM government, went through the bids and positions of the disposition of the refinery, it gave public acknowledgement that its preferred choice was the OWTU via Patriotic. So today, Mr. President, are we creating any form of conflict of interest? Does it matter that the collective agreements do not exist, Mr. President?
Mr. President, I rise on 46(1). The member is being entirely speculative, and he should stick to the bill.
I would allow him to continue, and he could always respond. Then continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we're talking serious business today. Mr. President, the OWTU as an entity knows very well the true colors of the UNC. Back in 2015, Mr. President, they were leading the charge for the failure for a full 5 years, 2010 to 2015. They will remember that not a single collective agreement was dealt with under the UNC administration, so they know about the sleight of hand. Give it today and take it away tomorrow. And on the point that I just raised, Mr. President, the members of this population who participate in the OWTU need to be very afraid that this minister and this government is not setting them up for failure. And these are the points that I'm raising if the honourable member doesn't understand. Mr. President, the minister said that the closure of Petroleum represented one of the greatest industrial relations disasters. He said that it represented prejudice to thousands of families, one of the largest events of termination. This is the same Minister of Labour that didn't say a word when over 60,000 people, if you add CPEP, URP, reforestation, etc., were fired. Not a word from a former trade union leader. None of his colleagues, in fact, only one, the member, the honourable minister in the ministry, Mr. Clyde Elder, he said that's collateral damage. So, Mr. President, the union are foolish to know, listen to the minister today, come with a late bill, nobody consulted on it, it's not on your legislative agenda. Mr. President, if we're serious about making sure that there's no prejudice to the OWTU, we have to make sure that all of the issues are addressed, including benefits which they are likely to receive and which we pray, we in the PNM pray, certainly I do, that vested commercial interests with local footprint, including in the trade union, have the benefit to participate in assets, Mr. President, that the country has. But, Mr. President, we know these things must make commercial sense. So, Mr. President, when we get to Section 48, and when we get to the decision of the Court of Appeal, Mr. President, it is open to this honourable minister right now to stand up and tell us, we accept the decision of the Court of Appeal of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago as it relates to the Cal matter, and we will apply it for the purposes of successorship as it may exist between the government and Petroleum. The honourable member has told us none of that. The honourable member has told us that he has not accepted, in fact, Mr. President, by his silence, he's therefore not accepted the test that is borne out in the 3 substantial tests laid out in Eastern Commercial Lands Limited versus the Banking, Insurance and General Workers Union, which is the test case, which is the law which stands in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago as it relates to successorship. So, Mr. President, this is an honourable member who is saying on the one hand, we're giving you a retrospective law, but Mr. President, when we deal with retrospectivity and you're dealing with vested rights, the honourable member has not told us whether there's any other application for recognition. Mr. President, how do we treat with the rights of others that may exist there? In retrospective law, if you're conferring a benefit, it stands on a simple majority basis. Mr. President, if there is a detriment to the retrospective law, it ought to be done under a 3/5 majority. So, zero notice, no consultation. We don't know whether there are any other applications to become recognized majority unions, because, Mr. President, what is the effect of becoming a recognized majority union? When we go to Part 3 of the Industrial Relations Act, Sections 32 to 35 and 40 in particular, look at Section 40 of the Industrial Relations Act. Becoming the recognized majority union has certain advantages in terms of negotiation. Mr. President, I would, from a consultation point of view, as a legislator standing today, want to know what is the status of that, so we can be sure we get it right. It can be passed with a 3/5 majority if necessary, but in the VAPs that this law has come to us, out of nowhere, we're told, obviously, Mr. President, that on June 19th we have a special day, Labor Day. They're rushing us here today with no consultation, no data, in the vacuum of circumstances, to do what? To stand up at the junction under a state of emergency, to have no protests allowed. Let's pray they don't have a police station next to any one of the route marches that are going on, Mr. President, because then you'll have to crush the whole march. So what is the purpose of this law, Mr. President?
46-1.
Yeah, I think you're going off course to some extent, but get back to the...
Sure.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Leader of government business always jumpy when it comes to expression. I'm guided.
Listen. Have your seat, member. Let us not throw these barbs across the floor, and let us not get involved in that personality exchange or exchanges. We are going pretty well so far. Continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Section 40 has certain benefits attached to it. Consultation requires clarity, Mr. President. The minister has given us none of that. The minister spent exactly 43 seconds going through the law. He perambulated about society, about fairness and justice, about the tragedies of injustice and social justice. He said that there was a legislative intention that met a social impact created by the Honourable Prime Minister, and I'm replying to the minister's contribution. I took copious notes, Mr. President. Mr. President, whilst they giveth, do they take away, not only in terms of the recognized majority union, Section 40 of the Industrial Relations Act and Section 48, but Mr. President, this is a Minister of Labour that has had nothing to say about the other aspect of the packages and collateral agreements associated with this parent law. Mr. President, do you know that in the billions of dollars, let me repeat that, billions with a B of dollars of state assets and severance and retrenchment benefits, lands were earmarked for development that are now being disposed of by an entity called Landmark Construction.
Mr. President, 46-1. 46-1.
Yeah, I think, Honourable Senator Faris Alwari, let's try to stick to the provision that we are dealing with, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Perhaps I should have taken the caution to connect it, and I'll do so. Thank you for your invitation. Mr. President, Clause 3 of the bill creates successorship by law vested as at 2018 under a collective agreement. Under the collective agreement, there are terms, conditions, and benefits. One of the benefits is via collateral agreement for the disposition of lands of PAASL and other state lands for the benefit of the OWTU. Passing this bill today connects that law in that regard, and I am raising now that Alambi lands in the hands of Landmark Construction are being taken away.
Are you telling the Senate, Senator Alwari, that there's an agreement between the OWTU and this entity for land distribution? Is that what you are telling the Senate at this time?
May I answer?
I'm trying to get some
Sure.
clarification.
Mr. President, let me repeat it carefully. Clause 3 of the bill creates successorship by law. The purpose of successorship by law is anchored, the terms and benefits flow back to Section 40 of the Industrial Relations Act, what the priority is. In looking at successorship, in going back to 2018 and now taking the gap between 2018 to now, there are multiple events that have happened that the minister hasn't spoken a word about. So for us to pass the law today, as we would like to support the law, Mr. President, having had no form of interrogation of the facts, with no consultation, the bill arrives this morning to be moved today, Mr. President. It is incumbent upon me to raise issues that the minister, I hope, will answer in his winding up. So, Mr. President, I am asking now whether this minister has any concerns over the removal of benefits given by way of severance and retrenchment benefits, because the government committed to develop lands in Alambia and other places to be distributed to Petrotrain workers who are in fact members of the OWTU. But the minister has said nothing about it. He has been quiet when the scandal broke out in terms of Poona Singh and whomever these persons are.
Mr. President, 46-1.
I think the minister didn't go into that, and therefore I'm not going to permit the debate to be widened. And that's where you're going. Not because the minister did not introduce that, you can parachute that into this debate. So could you again come back to the essence of what is contained in the bill and do not seek to widen the debate? I will not permit it. Okay? Continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. In answering the minister who said the PNM engaged in an attempt at union busting, Mr. President, in answering the minister as to the effects of November 30th, 2018 historical indecent events, one of the largest workforce displacements, thousands of workers, families affected, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Honourable Minister, I don't expect to say the things I want to say. As the loyal opposition, I am sure that I am required to interrogate within boundaries, Mr. President, the reasonable issues that arise. One of the reasonable issues that arise in Clause 3 in the successorship position is what is the status and factor of things which flow from that, Mr. President. And Mr. President, in being reasonable in interrogating issues which we as legislators must come to, Mr. President, I am putting on the record my deep concern, and I'm asking the minister to, in his wind-up, speak to the factors that flow from this. One of them is the settlement of issues like that. Yeah? Mr. President, this law applies to the aspect of bargaining units as well. How are we as legislators to understand which bargaining unit takes precedent in which entity? Paria is in one end of business, Heritage in another end of business. The bargaining units that prevail don't exist in the same places. And in the Eastern case, Mr. President, and in the Court of Appeal case, in the case of Cal, that I've just referred to, the 2024 decision, you have to know what the commonality of bargaining units exists in the respective places. So having a deemed to be successor, where you are not telling us who else is at the table, Mr. President, causes a complication for us who want to support Mr. President. Because, Mr. President, not having done it before doesn't mean that you don't support the point. I've told you already that Section 48 of the Industrial Relations Act treats with the very issue before us, Mr. President. Section 48 says, even though you may have had a disposition of assets for the purposes of the Industrial Relations Act, successorship follows through and is kept alive, even though a collective agreement may be expired, Mr. President. The jurisprudence tells us that expired collective agreements still have force and effect as it relates to dispute resolution and other factors, Mr. President. But in separating the entities, Mr. President, where one of the entities is in fact up for disposition, meaning sale or assignment, and we hope, as a government in the PNM, we had hoped that the Patriotic Front would have had, Patriotic Energy, Mr. President, would have had the dominance over that. Unfortunately, we couldn't see the proof of the funding, Mr. President. But who better to have as recipients of the assets, Mr. President, of the refinery than the very workers that work there, Mr. President. That's why our government cleared the way for patriotic, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, the effect of the bargaining units right now, which bargaining unit going where? Has the minister told us any of that? So if you're dealing A with the fact that you have no valid collective agreements, B, you haven't told us whether there's an actual dispute in relation to successorship. C, you haven't told us what your policy is in relation to that, because the minister can, under the purview of the powers which he exercises, he can put an end to all of that, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, how are we as a parliament to say just so in the absence and in a vacuum what the effect of this law is? We've marked the spot on the unholy disposition of the benefit of severance and retrenchment benefit to landmark construction. We marked that spot. Mr. President, what else is inside that basket? We have no idea. Is all of this just a gallery and make a speech on Friday? Perhaps it is, Mr. President, because I don't see information of the type that is required for us to give a benefit and a prejudice retroactively. If Clause 2 of the bill was not there, Mr. President, we would be bound under the Interpretation Act to Section 30 of the Interpretation Act. Section 30 of the Interpretation Act says an amendment act provides the benefit as at the date that it comes into force. So we need Section 2 to give retrospectivity. But, Mr. President, what are the prejudices on that other side? Who else are we affecting? We have to have sight of that, Mr. President. Mr. President, the minister, relative to my declaration earlier, says that there's a workers' agenda. Mr. President, the issue of the minister giving approvals for litigation for unions to proceed with legitimate concerns before a court of law, there matters before you, Honourable Minister, for over a year now. You can't sign. Just cannot sign. Letter after letter, Mr. President, there are complaints. The minister will not sign or has not signed. Perhaps it hasn't been brought to his attention. I'm sure that he wouldn't want to voluntarily be in that position. But the complaint is coming in terms of the workers' agenda and social justice, that there is a deliberate slowdown. It can't be my honourable friend, the honourable minister. But I ask him to go and have a look at what is outstanding in terms of certifications, Mr. President. Because, Mr. President, you can't tell us that there's an agenda of this type. Mr. President, we amended the Retrenchment and Severance Benefits Act. The Honourable Minister, in saying today that this...
Mr. President? Yeah, 46.6. I think I've heard something that I find particularly disturbing. Imputed improper motives about some aspect of some work, apparently, that he's aware of that I'm completely unaware of.
Yeah. I think I want to uphold that and sustain that point, and I would ask you, you didn't meant what you said in a short while ago, because I myself was a bit concerned. You were imputing improper motives to the minister by referencing what is taking place at some other entity. And I think that is patently wrong. So I would ask you to withdraw that statement, one, and not again get into personality issues or to impute improper motives, please.
Mr. President, not only withdrawn, but I'll repeat the words I said. I said in the English language, Mr. President.
Could you have a seat again? I have asked you on several occasions. I do not intend to tolerate or facilitate narratives when I make a ruling. So just press on with your contribution. And I don't know who you're going to lecture on English language here. It can't be me, and it can't be the minister. Okay? So please, just continue, but not along the line you were going. Try to deal with what is before us. Please.
Thank you sincerely, Mr. President. Mr. President, Mr. President, we're talking serious business today. We have said, Mr. President, in relation to clauses 2 and 3, that the minister has not spoken to the status of the other matters inside of the affect of this law. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we're talking industrial relations, good conscience, social justice. The industrial relations arena is known for being a robust place. My friend was a member of the trade union movement. Perhaps he needs to remember the days when you could trade blows, Mr. President. With respect, I've said carefully, I'm sure my friend is participant in none of those things that he took the wrong, in case he gets it the wrong way. I've said that the Honourable Minister of Labour is surely not a party to anything that is wrong. Just for the record, Mr. President, right? Then that's what I meant by the English language, so I take your guidance. But Mr. President, he seems to have lost the ability to be in the arena. I can't understand that of my friend. He's a tough fella in his reputation in the past.
Mr. President, 46.8. I rise on 46.8. This is not about the minister, but this is about the bill before us. If the honourable member can stick to what is before us. Thank you.
Listen, again, Honourable Senator Alwari, kindly stick to the bill. This is not about the minister. You know, if you want to raise issues surrounding his presentation, the points that he has made, you are solid turf. But you're getting into an area that is bordering on personal reflections, which I don't want us to entertain. That is not part of our remit here. Continue, please.
Good thing I'm the first responder, Mr. President, in responding to the Honourable Minister, as I will continue to do, Mr. President. The Minister has come lacking. There is a... He's wanting, Mr. President. What is he wanting for? He's wanting for details. He is wanting for accuracy. He has given us none of the positions that we're required to consider, Mr. President. And Mr. President, we need to know who else is affected by this law. We're going to go retroactive. We need to know who else is affected by this law. Mr. President, sometimes I ask myself, what's the point of all of this, And I'm reminded always that in our democracy, we speak up in this parliament as we're making to law for the peace, order, and good governance to make sure we get it right. Let me summarize now as I come to a conclusion, Mr. President. Section 48 of the Industrial Relations Act ensured and still ensures that there was no jeopardy to the OWTU in terms of existing agreements. Number 2, Clause 3 of this bill says that agreements that were existing are deemed to carry on in successorship. It's a matter of fact that the OWTU has no existing collective agreements, none. Therefore, it is confined in its operation in any event to the carriage of Section 48 of the Act. So we are in no better position if this law passes today or not, because the Court of Appeal in this country, in the CWU case, has upheld that the main benefit of Section 48 is that you will still be entitled to the clothing of the recognized majority union. We don't know what the bargaining units look like across the distribution between Paria and Heritage. The government doesn't seem to care, Mr. President, that those details are necessary. That's up to them, Mr. President. The collateral rights and benefits and privileges that flow from the collective agreements, including in severance and retrenchment benefits, Mr. President, obviously apply. Take note, this Minister of Labour refused, as was precedent in law, Mr. President, to provide severance and retrenchment benefits to 60,000 people fired recently, Mr. President. In answer to the Minister's position that we're righting a wrong, Mr. President, in respect of...
Mr. President, again I stand on 46.6. Things have been attributed to
Okay,
me.
I understand. Yeah, I think it's wrong to say the minister. I don't think the minister can give people retrenchment, or not retrenchment, severance benefits. And I think that is another matter for another place. But the implication again is you are imputing, you are raising conduct of the. Listen, I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to Senator Faris Alwari, not to Dr. Amory Brown. Okay? Okay? So I'm ruling that I uphold the point of order raised by the minister as it relates to conduct. Okay? Continue.
Mr. President. Mr. President, the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, in passing the Retrenchment and Severance Benefits Law, had at its desk on this table, courtesy of an amendment from me. Sure.
You cannot revive a matter that has already been settled in this parliament. And that was done a short while ago. You are introducing something that you did and that was debated and addressed. So could we move on, please?
Mr. President, thank you. In the last session of Parliament, now concluded, I'm speaking in this session of Parliament. I am guided by you. I'm certainly not reviving anything. Let me speak to a policy point that I want to come to in this bill. The Retrenchment and Severance Benefits Law, Mr. President, provides for severance and retrenchments. The ability, as this law proposes retroactivity, I invite the Honourable Minister to bring an amendment to the Retrenchment and Severance Benefits Act to allow for retrenchment and severance benefits to apply to 60,000 workers in this country who are...
We need to chalk and cheese here, okay? Let's deal with the bill that is before us. Has nothing to do with retrenchment and bringing an amendment to the retrenchment. You have a few minutes again. Just deal with relevance, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Clause 3 of the bill provides for collective agreements to be preserved, Mr. President. In the collective agreement, I'm speaking about retrenchment and severance benefits. And Mr. President, respectfully, I wish to continue along the line of this bill. This bill I'm treating with is Clause 3, Mr. President, and I'm saying in answer to the Honourable Minister that he's putting right or wrong. The Honourable Minister has to factor that not only is there a wrong, according to him, in the closure of Petroleum, Mr. President, but there are wrongs in society right now associated with workers in this bill.
46.1, that is not the subject.
All right. No, I think the Honourable Senator has a minute. Continue, please.
Mr. President, you know what? I will conclude at this point, because I want to hear nothing of the truth. Mr. President, I'm always guided by you. I thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You can stand all that. All right. The Honourable Senator Courtney McNeish.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have not prepared any formal contribution, but I heard the presentation by the Minister. And given the contents of this bill, which I generally support, I have some concerns. I'm concerned particularly, Mr. President, with Clause 2, which gives retrospective effect to 2018. The bill attempts to bring alive collective agreements that expired. So the agreements have expired, but once you go back to 2018, collective agreements may be alive. Collective agreements have within them classification listings of jobs and posts and salaries. You're talking 8 years has passed. 8 years have passed. Salaries are different, positions are different, employment status different. How are we going to easily reconnect, and maybe the minister has it in his mind and he could address this, reconnect all those situations that existed in collective agreements that existed in 2018 with today? It may not be impossible, but certainly will be a significant challenge and may bring with it some significant cost. Now, Mr. President, succession by legislation is nothing new. We've seen it before. But what is new is the retrospective part of it. In 2018, there was one company, Petroleum. Today, there are 3. The OWTU held a recognition certificate for one company. Is the government now telling us that by this legislation, OWTU will now have a recognition and hold a recognition certificate for 3 different companies? Because there was no heritage existed at the time, there was no Paria, there was no, was the other, the refining company. Who therefore is the employer? Guaracara. Thank you, Mr. Senator Dan Paul. So my view is we are seriously heading into a state where we have some legal encumbrances, that's the best word I can use, in sorting this out. Senator Harari spoke about the bargaining units. Bargaining units are determined by the Recognition Board. And bargaining units are specific to a specific company. How are we going to reconcile those bargaining units now that we have 3 different companies? Mr. Minister, I also want to bring to your attention, I support the principles you exhausted here today. I support those principles. But you can't treat some like fish and treat some like fowl. Those in the trade union movement know that phrase. What has happened to Trade Invest Trinidad and Tobago Limited, a company formed by the then government in November 2024 that amalgamated Export TT, Invest TT, and Creative TT into one new entity, creating a vacuum of trade union representation that was formerly held by the Banking and General Workers Trade Union for Export TT. It's the same situation. They have lost their bargaining status because of a restructuring. And if the government is saying this is a principle, it's part of their policy, the worker agenda policy, I trust that we will be seeing some legislation coming before us so that we don't treat one trade union specially and we leave another trade union languishing, losing its membership. I believe in successorship, Mr. President. The Industrial Relations Act recognizes it. But successorship has been the source and cause of lots of legislation and litigation particularly in this country. Had it not been for this piece of legislation, which I intend to support, Mr. Minister, the OWTU would have had to do two things: organize every single member or employees in the companies separately, then apply to the recognition board for recognition for these new companies, or we would have had to go to the court to get a declaration from the court, the industrial court, deeming the OWTU to be the successor for those companies. Now that would have been a challenge, because for successorship to be determined, three substantials must exist. We all know this. It must be doing substantially the same thing the previous company did, substantially in the same place, with substantially the same people. But none of these entities do substantially the same thing that Petroleum as an entity did. It was broken up. So it would have been difficult. So I appreciate and I understand why the government in its worker agenda policy would do this. But I'm challenging you, do not treat OWTU separately and special, and it has happened to other trade unions. Finally, Mr. President, I have no formal presentation, I indicate. Going back to 2018, where the employment arrangements are different, will be a source of great upheaval and disturbance. For example, more than 50 or 60% of employees attached to heritage are outsourced. They are employees of a labor-only contractors. Most of the employees, all the hourly rated people, are all outsourced employees. And they are working in jobs that are listed in the classification of jobs in the bargaining unit. So what's going to happen to them? And since there were provisions in the collective agreement that demanded that if you're working in a position as in the bargaining unit, you need to get the pay that we negotiated with the employer. So it means all those persons pay, if they are not become employees of heritage, their pay now have to absolutely increase. Those are challenges I think all the parties here will have to overcome. However, in closing, Mr. President, I generally support what the government is attempting to do here. I feel, however, it may be misguided in trying to go back to 2018. That is a source of confusion and absolute disruption. I thank you, Mr. President.
Anybody else? The Minister of Labour? Anybody else? The Honourable Minister of Labour, Small and Migrant. You okay? All right. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I once again didn't intend to participate in this debate. I thought this was going to be a very short, crisp debate. But there's some things I need to deal with in relation to some of the legal aspects. But before I do so, ex abundanti cautela, out of an abundance of caution, may I declare my interest or an interest. I instructed junior and senior counsel on behalf of the Attorney General in the matter of IRO 35 of 2018, OWTU versus Petroleum and the Attorney General. I see, my friend. Sorry?
You.
Under which, under the good Attorney General.
Good?
Mr. I'm being sarcastic. You don't know me well enough. I'm being sarcastic. Mr. Senator Al-Rawi. And yeah, he prompted me to say that, yes, under you. Also, Industrial Court Appeal 7 of 2018, P320 of 2018, OWTU versus Petroleum, the procedural appeal, as well as the related IRO matter before the Industrial Court, and the substantive appeal, CAP 372 of 2018, Petroleum and OWTU. I'm hearing Senator Al-Rawi telling us something here. Yes, Senator Al-Rawi. Sorry? No, I'm not timid. I'm certainly not timid. In fact, Senator Al-Rawi briefed me as Attorney General in those matters because he knew if you want strong and effective legal representation, you hire a UNC lawyer. If you want the job done, you hire a UNC lawyer. And if you want lawyers from the private bar who don't mix their politics with their law, you hire a UNC lawyer. But that was in another place at another time, Mr. President. Not at all, Senator Al-Rawi. Senator Al-Rawi said that we've come here to talk about the truth. And we're talking serious business. But with respect, I don't think the PNM this morning is serious in this place at all about protecting and preserving workers' rights. You see, Senator Al-Rawi came here, and what we get out of his contribution, anybody listening to his contribution with respect will see that he was trying desperately to provide some justification for the PNM not supporting this legislation here today. Because they never were interested in workers' rights. Mr. President, we are doing here this morning what ought to have been done in 2018. And I have heard his comments, and I've heard the comments of Senator McNeish in relation to the concerns about retrospectivity in relation to going back to 2018. But when you look at it, Mr. President, all of the legislation that we have passed has an element of retrospectivity in it, looking backwards, preserving what has existed, looking backwards. I will give you some examples. The Regional Health Authorities Act, Chapter 29, speaks to memorandum of agreements shall be valid and binding with respect to the RHAs when they came across, the employees came across to the RHAs. That was in 1994. We also have the Civil Aviation Act, passed in 2001, Chapter 4903. BWI International Airways Limited Vesting Act, Chapter 4904. All collective agreements shall be construed and have effect as if BWIA were a party thereto for the purposes of such agreements. So there's always been an element of looking back and preserving what existed. Trinidad and Tobago, BWI International Airways Corporation Act 1978, that's another one. And of course, the Petroleum Investing Act, Chapter 6207. Looking back, but the subject of looking back has always been the agreements. Now, Senator Al-Rawi came, and this is how we know that they're between a rock and a hard place. They want to justify why they don't support this bill. So he said, first of all, when he started, that there are no current collective agreements. And then at some point he said that there were collateral benefits which he was very concerned about. So if there are no current, and then there are collateral benefits, and then he says the agreement still has some force and effect. So I don't understand the position at all. It's either we shouldn't be here because there are no current collective agreements, or he is so concerned about benefits which still inure to the benefit of the workers. So I don't know whether he was coming or going. But I trust Senator McNeish that what I have shown with respect to what we have done in the past in other pieces of legislation, where the subject has always been the benefits of agreements would be transferred to the successor company, regardless of the time, because there have always been lags in time with respect to those pieces of legislation. The transfers, whether it is 2018 to 2026 or 3 months, 4 months, 1 year, there's always been a lag in these. And regardless of that, the subject has always been the agreement. And I think I must put on record as well that under Section 49 of the Industrial Relations Act, there is also the ability to make supplemental agreements that ride on the collective agreements. So there's the collective agreement, there are rights and benefits, and there's the ability to make supplemental agreements. So it doesn't die. It doesn't die. And subject to correction, and I'm subject to correction because I didn't expect to speak today, but all of these acts that I've mentioned, RHA Act, Civil Aviation Act, BWI Act, Trinidad and Tobago, BWI International Airways Corporation Act is the older one, Petroleum Investing Act, all of these were not passed with special majorities. They were not passed with special majorities. They were merely deeming successors with respect to liabilities under these agreements. Senator Alwari as well said something about it doesn't make commercial sense. But maybe under the PNM, they wanted everything to make commercial sense and close the blind and had a blind eye towards workers' rights. You said commercial sense. You said commercial sense. And maybe to you, workers' rights are rubbish, because I heard you say the term rubbish. Maybe that is rubbish to you. It is not rubbish to us.
I am rising on standing. I'm rising on standing order 46.6, Mr. President. That is a very consistent with your ruling. It's a personal reflection on me imputing improper motives, and I certainly didn't even say it, Mr. President.
All right, well, Honorable Senator Allah, I think that he's objecting to what you have said. I think we cannot raise issues that could give the impression that we are raising the conduct of any member, so please be guided.
Indeed. Thank you, Mr. President. And as I move along, if I hear any crosstalk, I will respond to it, Mr. President. If I hear any I will repeat it and I will respond to it. I'm not challenging you, Mr. President, but let's move along. The PNM should be the last people to speak about consultation, Mr. President. There's another aspect of it, and I want to put it on the record. In relation to the cases that Senator Arari has quoted, he's quoted the judgment of Justice Suhan Court of Appeal decision, and he's come here with this Court of Appeal decision to tell us that this bill is not necessary because there's learning and binding authority from the Court of Appeal with respect to the question of successorship. But what he has not told us, Mr. President, is that under Section 48(1)(c) of the Industrial Relations Act, that judgment dealt with the discretion of the industrial court to declare a successor to a collective agreement, and guidance to the industrial court by the Court of Appeal as to how you determine who a successor is. So the learning is about how the industrial court is to determine when an application is made by a trade union to say, hey, we should be the successor to the rights and benefits of the workers under a collective agreement. So I'm at pains to understand his statement that we don't need this legislation, because he quoted some learning about how to determine a successor. Because what we are doing at the end of the day here is we are deeming these companies to be successors so that the OWTU does not need to go to the industrial court to engage in an application for a declaration. It's the same thing Senator McNeish said. So I don't understand. Again, you see, the PNM comes here and they don't want to support a bill. And they give all these reasons and all these legal gymnastics. They jump up with all these as to why it is they don't want to support it. Let me see if they will support it at the end of the day, and we will see who is in favor of workers' rights in this country. I challenge them to support it. Okay. So, Mr. President, at the end of the day, what we are doing here is very simple. And I have been asked by the Honorable Attorney General to alert the Senate to the fact that we are also, out of an abundance of caution, going to circulate an amendment to make it pellucidly clear and to deem the OWTU as the recognized bargaining unit with respect to those two companies, Paria and Guaracara, to make it pellucidly clear. Because I know, Senator McNeish, you raised the question, so we hope that this would answer it. So at the end of the day, Mr. President, I want to appeal to all of my colleagues on the other side to support this bill, to support what we are doing here, which ought to have been done to correct an injustice in 2018, to ensure that all of these collective agreements entered into, which have rights attached to them still, survive the restructuring that took place then, to preserve that continuity for the workers, to protect rights, and to promote, most importantly, industrial stability. I thank you, Mr. President.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think I conclude from the contributions that the bill was a simple and straightforward one. I know that Honorable Senator Alwari is good at doing what he does. I'm not too sure what his contribution meant, so let me just deal first with Senator McNeish. Senator McNeish, to me, what you would have outlined is precisely what we are trying to treat with. The use of corporate restructuring to disenfranchise workers. You almost explain the methodology used to disenfranchise workers of their collective bargaining rights, and you express the difficulty in trying to remedy it after the fact. That's precisely why we are doing it retroactively. It cannot be rewarded. It simply cannot be rewarded. Hear what we are comfortable with. The parties will meet on whatever the issues. when they have an understanding that they have a duty pursuant to Section 40 of the IRA to meet and to treat with whatever the issues, they will meet, they will treat, and they will settle whatever the issues as a result of this amendment, this retroactive amendment, comrade. That's precisely what we want to do. Because you actually explain how the various techniques. One of the techniques is the mere fact that you mentioned it was one, now it's 3 companies. But generally, it's not mad people, you know. They don't come up a day and say 1 equals 3. The 1 equals 3 is because they would have disaggregated the one's responsibility into 3. It's not a big set of brain. You don't have to be no rocket scientist to figure it out. That the 3 doing the same work as the 1. And what this amendment seeks to do is to declare all 3 as the successor of the 1. Senator McNish, in short, the time has come, and this government is committed to putting an end to union busting in this country. And you give an advice, I assure you will consider the advice. But you have to start somewhere. And yes, we start with the Oil Field Workers Trade Union, the first trade union in Trinidad and Tobago. I almost think I address all your concerns, you know. We bring an end to this diabolical disenfranchisement of workers' collective bargaining rights using a corporate restructuring strategy. This is wrong. Not wrong for the company. It's not the company being affected. It's ordinary workers who earning ability to take care of themselves and their families. That is what is being destroyed. And we have to put an end to that. It makes no point. I know Senator Alwari spoke to we deal with just a few seconds of the law. That's his way of looking at it. How we look at it is those conventions that we have ratified that speak to embracing collective bargaining, embracing collective rights. Those things that we have ratified, we are obliged to align our laws and our policies with those conventions, Convention 87 and Convention 98. And these acts performed by this diabolical, wicked PNM administration is what we putting an end to once and for all. And I make no apologies for putting it that way. It's lives being destroyed. I heard him mention about, and I ain't sure if you want to entertain about what I commented on, I didn't comment on, and all that kind of small talk. But I'll tell you this, the UNC government, this administration has a workers' agenda. He needs to get a copy of it, because that workers' agenda is absolute and clear. That we do not support make-work programs, indecent jobs that provide no security of tenure for workers. That is not one that we support. If that is what the PNM administration thrive on, to keep people hand them out, and then to dress them up in red jerseys and tote them in maxis to the meetings. If that is what they want to consider the future of this country, this administration would bring an end to it, and we are bringing an end to it now, once and for all. I want to be clear,
it's easy to do what he wanted. We have taken the position to do that which is hard, that which is difficult, to create sustainable jobs on behalf of the citizenry of Trinidad and Tobago. So, I want to turn to Senator Faris Alwari, and I'm trying to figure out what to comment on. Save and accept, maybe one thing. He started his contribution and almost suggested, Mr. President, that what we're asking for, we already had it in Section 48 of the IRA. So what was the debate? If it already exists, if we have it, and we are reinforcing it with this legislation, then what is the debate? That's what he said. He said it already exists. He said that the law, the court says so. So Section 48 outline that successor companies already had the rights. Okay, so be it. If you're right, then you have nothing to not support here. Because what we are doing is reinforcing those rights with this amendment.
It exists already.
That he say exists. That he say exists. When I have said that, all the rest of what he said becomes irrelevant. It becomes... Chairman. Oh. Well,
there was no collective agreements 2010, 2015. Can you imagine that?
Well, I know he was not a trade union. He wasn't a worker. He was not a trade unionist. He was not a trade union leader. So he can make a statement in... My apologies, Mr. President.
Rise on standing order, consistent with your ruling, 46.6, Mr. President.
All right. Yeah. Let us not get into personalities, issues here, what he was or was not. I think let us try to deal with the issues. Continue, please.
But Mr. President, let me suffice to say, right? Say just to make correct one record. That for the year 2010 to 2015, I've been a trade unionist, so I'm speaking from what I know. Workers saw, boy, a good time. Under the United National Congress, the People's Partnership then, for the year 2010 to 2015, over 143 collective agreements were signed on behalf of workers. I don't know where they get that from.
They're dishonest, patently dishonest.
But
he makes it up in the number of cases that he won.
So, Mr. President, it become, let me just say one other thing, To add to that, is that this government had to deal with something left by the PNM administration. 10 years and nothingness. 10 years where workers receive nothing.
Disrespect of 0%.
Complete disrespect. 0%. Complete abandonment of the collective bargaining process. That you had a situation where it was what? By declaration. A minister of finance going on TV and going in parliament and telling you what you had to take. That's what the PNM administration was calling collective bargaining. Take it or leave it. Laugh at the population and speak to them and says, hey boy, We could raise it once, we could raise it twice, and hey, they ain't right yet. That is what the last 10 years that you had workers being subjected to. So now this administration is faced with trying to fix that. You know what's to fix that?
And they want to consult.
To fix that one bargaining period, not two bargaining periods, not three bargaining periods. You have 3 and 4 bargaining periods outstanding. And that's what we are faced to fix. That's the difficulty we have. It's difficult, we know that. Yes, we could have done the easy things where they want to just keep people, make what programs, lead them so till they support us going nowhere fast. That's a sad state of affairs. Somebody had to stop it. And as I said this back, some other contributions, someone has to bell the cat. And it falls to the Honorable Prime Minister, Kamla Prasad Bisesa, to solve it. And we will fix it. It will take some patience on the part of the population. There are those who will try to stir all kind of fake outrage when they kept people for more than 10 years without even an increase. And suddenly, and I want this not to be lost to the population. Let it not be lost. For 10 years, people received nothing. And we understand that they are desperate. But please note, we are only in office for just over 1 year. They had 10. They gave you nothing. We have started the giving. We have started the taking care of persons with sustainable jobs and with good pay. And I assure you, brighter days are ahead. So, Mr. President, whatever the concerns anyone would have, this bill is deliberately setting about to bring the parties back around the table to treat with the issues of workers. And hope that it serves as a disincentive for that kind of treatment to disenfranchise workers using restructuring strategies. But this bill
Talking about bait and switch and sleight of hand.
will take care of these affected workers, whatever the issues. And we take on board that we know it's not easy. We are not here to do that which is easy. We are here to do that which is difficult to do, to take care of real human beings. They are real people, real families, and we are committed to causing the parties to engage in social dialogue to treat whatever the difficult issues that this will portend on the parties. So, Mr. President, we have but 2 days, not 2 weeks. We have 2 days before we celebrate the struggle of the working class to advance his and her interests in the workplace. We celebrate the achievement of an 8-hour workday that people take for granted. We celebrate the right to decent pay. We celebrate the right to sick leave, to a lunch hour. for those who believe those things were just handed down. No, workers fought, struggled to achieve that on behalf of those who exist today. And I await with bated breath to see those who will stand against the working class on the eve of Labor Day. Mr. President, with those few words again, I beg to move.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the miscellaneous provisions, Heritage Petroleum, Paria Fuel Trading, and Guaracara Refining Vesting Amendment Bill 2026 be not read a second time. Be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Miscellaneous Provisions, Heritage Petroleum, Paria Fuel Trading, and Guaracara Refining Vesting Act 2018, Act number 17 of 2018.
Minister of Labour, Small and Micro Enterprise Development.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the miscellaneous provisions, Heritage Petroleum, Paria Fuel Trading, and Guaracara Refining Vesting Amendment Bill 2026 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the miscellaneous provisions, Heritage Petroleum, Paria Fuel Trading, and Guaracara Refining Vesting Amendment Bill 2026 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Honorable members, this bill contains 3 clauses, and there is also an amendment that has been circulated. Members, there is an amendment that has been circulated. All members have a copy? Okay. So what we shall do is to deal with the first two clauses, and then we will then proceed to clause 3. The question is that clauses 1 to 2 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 to 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 to 2 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 3.
The question is that clause 3 stand part of the bill. Attorney General or Minister? Yeah.
Yes, there's amendment to clause 3 being proposed, and that is that in the newly inserted clause A, insert after 7A the words that we are putting a new subclause 2, correct? And it reads as follows: subject to the Industrial Relations Act, the OWTU, which immediately prior to the appointed day was the recognized majority union representing the workers who were employed in Petroleum, shall continue to be the recognized majority union representing workers in Heritage Petroleum Company Limited and Paria Fuel Traded Company Limited for the purposes of collective bargaining referred to in subsection 1. And subclause 3 that reads, in this section, OWTU means the Oilfield Workers Trade Union.
I recognize Senator Vieira.
Thank you, Chair. I believe what the Honourable Minister's amendment is reading properly is we are splitting up 7A into 3 subsections. So there A is in the newly inserted clause 7A, insert after 7A the number 1. So what is there will be 1, then we'll have 2, and then we'll have 3.
For clarification, Mr. President, thank the Honourable Minister through you for reading just now. The Honourable Minister said in subparagraph 2, as it circulated, the final line, his word was bargaining. Is it agreements or bargaining? He said, for the purposes of collective bargaining referred to. Is there a difference between what he has and what is circulated?
I think with your leave, Chair, I think the Minister misspoke. Okay. The amendment is in terms of the written amendments, suggested amendments that have been circulated. So it should be agreements.
Mr. Chairman, could I invite the Minister to explain subparagraph 2, please, as it, we're first seeing this now, but what is the rationale behind subparagraph 2, Mr. President?
I thought you, but if you could just repeat what you said, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's self-explanatory. It is in English. It just brings clarity with the words used. That the OWTU shall continue to be the recognized majority union representing workers in Heritage Petroleum Company Limited and and Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited for the purposes of the collective agreements referred to in subsection 1. It just offers clarity beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Chair, if I may, I apologize for being out of the chamber at times, but I did hear my colleague, the leader of government business, say that there would be an amendment circulated ex abundante cautela, out of an abundance of caution, and that is what this seeks to do. It carries there was some discussion between the Chief Parliamentary Counsel, who is at my left, and me, and it may not be necessary, but out of an abundance of caution, the amendment is sought.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. May I pointedly ask, well, first of all, the Honorable Minister in his winding up said that we would be receiving an amendment to include Guaracara. I note that this is not here. Secondly, Mr. President, in reference to the language, the first part of subsection 2, subject to the Industrial Relations Act, I take it that everything after that is self-explanatory, but I was wondering why subject to the Industrial Relations Act is included here. And my last question is, in respect of which bargaining units, insofar as Section 33 of the Industrial Relations Act applies?
Sorry. The expression subject to the Industrial Relations Act really preserves the rights of workers to do that which they're entitled to do under the Industrial Relations Act, which is to form a separate entity.
Okay. So thank you, Honorable AG. Through you, Mr. President.
And on the Guaracara point, I think it is purposely left out because at the present time, the future of Guaracara is not settled, and we did not think that it was prudent to make arrangements for Guaracara in the context of negotiations which may or may not be taking place with respect to that entity.
Thank you, Honorable AG. Through you, Mr. President. I thank the AG. That's exactly the clarification I was looking for, because going from Petrotrin into 3 new entities and staying in one, spreading across 4 entities, the material question becomes which bargaining units are going where. And if we're taking the bite at Paria and Heritage, Petrotrin stays, so I accept that that third one is there, but Section 48(2) of the Industrial Relations Act is going to flow into Guaracara. So I'm trying to understand how we are treating legislatively people who are in similar circumstances in a manner that is not consistent.
Chair, I have stated the policy, and I have nothing that I can add to that. This is the policy of the government.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're not allowed to debate, so I'm bound by the answer. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 3 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 3, as amended, now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 3, as amended, now stands part of the bill. that the bill be now reported to the House, to the Senate. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be reported, as amended, will now be reported to the Senate. The Honourable Minister of Labour, Small and Micro Enterprise Development.
Mr. President, I wish to report that the miscellaneous provisions, Heritage Petroleum, Paria Fuel Trading, and Guaracara Refining Vesting Amendment Bill 2026 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Senate agree with the committee's report on the miscellaneous provisions, Heritage Petroleum, Paria Fuel Trading, and Guaracara Refining Vesting Amendment Bill 2026. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Honourable Minister of Labour, Small and Micro Enterprise.
Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Miscellaneous Provisions, Heritage Petroleum, Paria Fuel Trading, and Guaracara Refining Vesting Act 2018, Act number 17 of 2018, be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Miscellaneous Provisions, Heritage Petroleum, Petroleum, Paria Fuel Trading, Guaracara Refining Vesting Act 2018, Act number 17 of 2018, be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Division.
Mr. Allaha,
Yes.
Mr. Jeremy Essie,
Aye.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
Dr. Surat Singh,
Yes.
Mr. Maharaj,
Yes.
Mr. Batiste,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Mr. Ratiram,
Yes.
Professor Prasad,
Yes.
Dr. Chaitan Maharaj,
Yes.
Mr. Bey,
Yes.
Ms. Charles,
Yes.
Mr. Zakur,
Yes.
Mr. Naked,
Yes.
Mr. Jack,
Yes.
Dr. Brown,
Abstain.
Mr. Al-Rawi SC,
Abstain.
Mrs. Roberts Rajman,
Abstain.
Mr. Dan Paul,
Abstain.
Mr. Cummings,
Abstain.
Dr. Rose,
Abstain.
Mr. Vieira SC,
Yes.
Ms. Choate SC,
Yes.
Dr. Act,
Abstain.
Ms. Jones-Simmons,
Abstain.
Mr. Lewis,
Abstain.
Dr. Murray,
Yes.
Mrs. Lalit Etienne,
Yes.
Mr. McNish,
Yes.
Ms. Phillips,
Yes.
Mr. President, the results of the division are as follows. 21 senators voted for the bill. There were no senators voting against, and there were 9 abstentions.
Honorable Senators, the result of the division is as follows. 21 members voted for the bill. No member voted against the bill. And there were 9 abstentions. The bill is passed by majority rule.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Miscellaneous Provisions, Heritage Petroleum, Paria Fuel Trading, and Guaracara Refining Vesting Act 2018, Act number 17 of 2018.
The Honorable Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Supplement and Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2026, Act 2025, be now read a second time. Mr. President, I am happy and proud to stand and move this bill. The matter for the consideration is the provision of supplementary funds in the sum of $2,927,371,851 to fund urgent and critical recurrent and capital expenditure to September 30th, 2026 in areas where insufficient or no allocation was provided. As a result of the review of the recurrent expenditure and the development program, which was considered by the Ministry of Finance, parliamentary approval is required for the supplementation of the Appropriation Financial Year 2026, Act 2025, for 27 heads of expenditure, totaling the aforementioned number, $2,927,371,851. Mr. President, it would be remiss of me if I don't thank the Minister of Finance, the Director of Budgets, and all those who assisted in the compilation of this bill and the sums therein, for all their hard work and tremendous professionalism. And I'm sure those opposite would join me in thanking the hard-working public officers in the Ministry of Finance. Mr. President, since coming into office in May 2025, this Kamala Prasad Bisesa SC-led administration has been a government engaged in fiscal responsibility and restraint. There has been no lavish and extravagant spending, but a government focused and to exercise significant fiscal prudence, fiscal responsibility, and foresight to manage Trinidad and Tobago's financial resources and economic performance. We found an unstable fiscal situation, and within 1 year, we have stabilized our fiscal structures and scenarios and set us on a path for sustained economic growth. And Mr. President, I'll be the first to admit, and the Minister of Finance already said it in the other place, that while we have established and done quite a lot, there is a significant amount of work still to be done. It is important to recap some of what this administration would have undertaken over the last 12 months. As you know, coming into May 2025, we then had to go into a midterm review and then prepare our first budget, which was delivered by a very brilliant, hardworking, and conscientious-minded Minister of Finance. And I'm proud to stand and to support him as his colleague here in this place. He also navigated, with the help of the colleagues in the Ministry of Finance, reviews from Moody's, Standard & Poor's, the IMF, and in fact, only a few days ago, he announced that Moody's had lifted our circumstance and our outlook from negative to stable. Again, a big attribute to the hard work and the tremendous support given to us by our colleagues in Cabinet and those in the Ministry of Finance. And Mr. President, that is important to take note. It is not just, as some would want to point it out, to signal that that is a future outlook, but is also reminiscent of some of the things that the rating agencies have said to us consistently as we meet with them. So, for example, one of the things that the rating agencies have consistently said is that they've been coming here for a number of years, the same people, and time again meeting with governments, and nothing has changed. So we have to point out to them that the last 10 years have gone and a new era have begun. Things have begun to change. In fact, one of the things that we must, and they commended the Minister of Finance and this government, is taking some steps in the last budget. One of those steps dealt specifically with the National Insurance Scheme to ensure that we give life to that program at least until 2049. Now, we would have just been engaged in exercises that would point to how this government looks at our agenda. And one of the things that we are very conscious of, that while our macroeconomic conditions have begun to stabilize and reflect a positive outlook, as I said, there's significant work yet to be done. It is important, Mr. President, that as we look at the data before us, we recognize that restructuring this economy is going to require a significant amount of hard work being undertaken by the Ministry of Finance. So, Mr. President, we are committed to this path. The bulk of this supplementary appropriation bill relates to personal expenditure, goods and services, current transfers and subsidies, transfers to statutory bodies and boards, and of course the development program expenditure. These expenditures represent obligations already incurred, statutory commitments, contractual requirements, and anticipated liabilities which the government is duty-bound to honor in order to continue ensuring the uninterrupted delivery of public services and the sustained function of the apparatus of the state. This bill seeks the supplementation of the 2026 appropriations with a variation of 737.5 million to address urgent, recurrent, and capital requirements. The bill supports the work of the public service officers to maintain essential services, protect vulnerable citizens, strengthen national security, support education, enhance healthcare services, sustain critical infrastructure, and ensure that the machinery of government continues to function efficiently and effectively until September 30th, 2026. However, our goal continues not just to be in maintenance, but to set the stage for dynamic growth. And that's one of the reasons why we have sought to exercise fiscal restraint and responsible government in ensuring that we manage our expenditure in fiscal 2026. So, Mr. President, this supplementary appropriation bill is evidence of the hard work of the staff, not just of the Ministry of Finance, but across all of public service to maintain this level of discipline during this fiscal period. We have undertaken sensible financial planning. We have curbed excessive expenditure and exercised responsible fiscal management. For this, not only do we commend the staff of the Ministry of Finance, but I want to also commend our Prime Minister for the tremendous hard work she has imposed on all of us in order to maintain a strong vision and a strong discipline as we undertake our responsibilities having come into government. When this government conducted its midterm review, it did so on the basis of actual economic performance and expenditure patterns. The Senate is invited to note that in conducting the mid-year review 2026 budget, the government remained mindful of the imperative to exercise restraint while ensuring that critical and priority-based areas receive the necessary financial support. That is why a substantial portion of what is being appropriated today is to support salaries, COLA, and other statutory obligations. So consequently, after accommodating these essential funding requirements and effecting adjustments in other expenditure areas, total expenditure has been revised to 62.760 billion, representing an increase of 3.5285 billion, or 5.96% over the original allocation. A substantial portion of this supplementation relates to commitments already incurred by the state. These include debt servicing obligations, contractual liabilities, salary arrears, statutory payments, and operational expenses that cannot legally or ethically be ignored. The government takes very seriously our responsibility to honor obligations, to pay salaries, provide the necessary operational requirements, and resource to support the performance and duties of maintenance and critical infrastructure. So this bill, Mr. President, ensures that all of these obligations are met in a timely and effective manner. As has always been our focus, the largest allocations are concentrated in areas that directly improve the lives of citizens across the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago. Our economic strategy continues to be focused on our people and building a dynamic economy. So, Mr. President, one of the things that we also focus on as we bring this appropriation bill is to make sure that we keep in mind all the other areas of economic advancement that we also need to address. So with this in mind, the Ministry of Health received approximately 500 million to support regional health authorities, operational requirements at major facilities, outstanding trade payables and debt servicing obligations. It is important, Mr. President, that as a caring government, we ensure that all our citizens have access, and when they visit a health center or district facility or regional hospital or the Couva Children's Hospital or the Cancer Center, that they benefit from these appropriations and their health care continues unabated. Mr. President, these expenditures meant to protect lives and to focus on people's needs, especially as we service many of these facilities. Similarly, Mr. President, a large section of this appropriation is also focused on funding our education system, support for school transportation, support for school feeding, book grants, remedial education, gratuities owed to officers, and the acquisition of laptops promised to Form 1 students entering the education system. At a time when nations across the world are invested in digital learning and technological readiness, we as a government stated clearly under the policy enunciated by Honorable Prime Minister, we are not leaving our children behind. This government believes that educational opportunities goes beyond the geography and household income. Within a year of being in government, this Kamala Prasad Bisesa administration embarked upon a nationally inclusive educational framework integrating technology and curriculum enhancement with a focus on student safety and discipline. Our children are our future, and this government will continue to invest in our children. And our Prime Minister has indicated that no child must be left behind or disadvantaged, and we are therefore committed to ensuring that we keep that promise. The Supplementation Bill also addresses significant requirements within national security. Trinidad and Tobago Police Service receives funding from this supplementation for uniforms, vehicles, information technology system, maintenance, rental facilities, and logistical support. This funding is also for radar surveillance system, helicopter maintenance, as well as operational readiness. At a time when citizens continue to demand stronger action against crime, we are providing our security agencies with the resources necessary to perform their duties. We cannot build a dynamic economy within an unsafe environment. We are therefore committed to citizen security, upon which we will build strong economic growth. The Senate is aware that government is taking action and providing support where and wherever it is required. This has been evident from the first time in a decade. Trinidad and Tobago has moved out of the list of the world's 10 most violent nations. The Homeland Security Minister has stated that 4,494 crimes have been tackled within the first 8 months of this administration being in government. The murder rate marked a 42% decline as of December 2025, the lowest murder figure for Trinidad and Tobago since 2014. According to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the National Serious Crimes reported the detection rate went up from 29% in the previous year to 36% as of January 2026. This means not only are more offenders being held accountable and cases being closed and justice for victims and families, but that these men and women who serve in our security agencies need the support of the state to acquire the resources they need to continue to grow in the efficient and good work that they are doing to keep all of us safe as citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And this is the work and the commitment of a government that cares and work towards positive results for all our citizens. So when we bring this supplementation appropriation bill before this honorable chamber, we are bringing proof that we can get it done, as well as proof that continuing to provide resources for agencies such as our security services will help us to continue to deliver excellent results for all our citizens and all the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, we also continue to support the works being undertaken by the Ministry of Work and Infrastructure as they receive funding to continue to execute on their drainage programs, to maintain maritime transportation services, especially the ferry service between Trinidad and Tobago, to meet financing obligations, and to improve critical infrastructure. But, Mr. President, other ministries, such as the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, also receive funding for drainage and irrigation projects, especially at a time when we are facing increased uncertainty in terms of our weather systems and patterns, increased rainfalls, and the severe impact of climate change and global weather patterns. Work's been undertaken by the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure and Rural Development in terms of flood mitigation, together with the regional corporations and the Tobago House of Assembly, the drainage management, resilient infrastructure. These are no longer optional expenditure, and especially now, these are things that we must continue to invest in, focus on, and resource. The Minister of Works and Infrastructure outlined the identification of over 100 projects to cover flood-prone areas, continuing even as we speak. Notwithstanding that this bill is before us today, work does not stop, and mitigation work continue in many communities. Mr. President, I wish to address specifically those who have questioned allocations to public utilities, energy subsidies, and social programs. The funding provided to the Ministry of Public Utilities supports electricity rebates for eligible citizens, street lighting, water services, and operational requirements at the Water and Sewage Authority. The funding provided through the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries addresses fuel subsidy obligations, which are primarily designed to cushion the burden of fuel prices on citizens by maintaining fixed below-the-market prices for certain products. This system aims to stabilize transportation costs, curb broader inflation, and provide a baseline of disposable income for consumers in Trinidad and Tobago. To make things even easier for the populace, we reduced the price at the pump for consumers by $1 per litre for super gasoline over this fiscal year. This is the work of a government looking out for everyone, not friends, financiers, or familiar bonds. Not only big businesses, but small and medium enterprises, as well as our everyday citizen. We are a government focused on the conditions under which our people live, from healthcare to education, to security, and of course, to the cost of living. It is this government that is making sure that all our citizens benefit, that no one is left out or left behind, especially the most vulnerable. Our Prime Minister has publicly stated that this government encourages entrepreneurship, particularly at the micro and small enterprise level, which accounts for more than 90% of businesses in our country. Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar established Trinidad and Tobago's first community empowerment through Enterprise Development Center, a community-based business incubator, which the Prime Minister publicly said has the potential to stimulate our economy by encouraging and supporting entrepreneurial initiative and innovation. On that note, Mr. President, it would be remiss of me if I don't also speak to some of the things that we are doing in our finance cluster. One of the things that we have been addressing over the last 6 months or so is the ease of doing business, improving the way in which business remain essential to unlocking private sector investment, to supporting economic diversification. Some investors and businesses currently face prolonged approval timelines, fragmented regulatory oversight, and inconsistent requirements across agencies, limited predictability for planning and for executing projects. It is important, Mr. President, as we seek to reorganize our economic structures, not only are we focused on managing on the expenditure side, but we are also focused on ensuring that we bring in the right type of investments through addressing issues like the ease of doing business. The government has begun to streamline approvals, improve interagency coordination, strengthen investment facilitation, and enhance regulatory certainty in priority areas, aligning with the need to accelerate private investment in non-energy sectors and mobilize capital for industrial, commercial, and logistics development, which, under this administration, it provides a clear rationale for us to continue to reform the way in which business is done and conducted in Trinidad and Tobago. The ease of doing business reform represents a prerequisite as we seek to attract both domestic and foreign investment. In fact, the Minister of Finance would have said at the other place that there are lots of people who have signaled an interest in investing in Trinidad and Tobago. This continues to be one of the areas that has been highlighted by a number of agencies that we need to address, and this administration have begun to do so, and I want to thank all my colleagues for their tremendous support. That is one of the reasons why this Prime Minister established a finance cluster that comprised of the Minister of Energy, the Minister of Trade, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, and the Minister of Planning. Together, we meet on a regular basis, report to the Prime Minister and to the Cabinet how we have begun and beginning to address some of the bottlenecks that businesses endure. It is important, Mr. President, that as Trinidad and Tobago faces an economic environment that is characterized by unpredictability, by fiscal pressures, foreign exchange constraints, structural reform that expand the private sector participation, that seeks to address the ease of business, that improve the investment climate, that increases non-energy foreign investments and exchange earnings, and strengthen institutional delivery remain a necessary and important area for us to address. Hence the reason why, even as we look in these appropriations, it would be remiss of me not to mention these things, because as we seek to manage expenditure, we are also seeking to bring about a better climate for business to thrive, for the private sector to participate more actively together with government, and to create the partnership needed in order to bring about a new economic reality for Trinidad and Tobago that is not reliant solely on government, but that understands that all of us, especially those of us who have worked across other sectors, that all of us need to contribute and to work with government to ensure that we bring about this new economic dynamism. But we are not stopping there, Mr. President. We have also begun to address, and I spoke about it in previous debates in this place, we have also begun to address not just the ease of business, but the ease of engaging with government. Through the National Payment and Innovation Center, NPCICTT, and the agencies such as the Public Transport Service Corporation and other agencies are providing citizens for the first time with the ability to purchase and to engage with government online. You can purchase your bus tickets. Social development checks will soon be going out through online methods, and other areas such as Ministry of Transport and other public sector agencies. There will be an opportunity to engage with payments online so that persons will not have to deal with having to come into a government office. It is important, therefore, Mr. President, for us to note that while we have exercised restraint in a number of and exercise fiscal responsibility in ensuring that we manage our expenditure, we are seeking to improve not just the ease of business, but the way in which citizens engage with the government of Trinidad and Tobago through initiating a number of online payment facilitation through the National Payment Center. It is important, Mr. President, to know that all these initiatives are designed to make life and business easier for everyone in Trinidad and Tobago by moving and using technology as an enabler as we take Trinidad and Tobago into the age of digitization. And again, I want to thank a number of our colleagues, the Minister of Public Administration and AI, and all those who work at the NPCI CTT. So, Mr. President, the funding to be provided through the Ministry of the People and Social Development and Family Service continues to be one of the priorities of this administration, which fosters care, children's programs, and support for vulnerable families. These are more than abstract budget lines for us. They are interventions that directly benefit ordinary citizens through investments in social stability, social protection, and of course, the national well-being. And as we have only just begun, we will continue to improve lives and business environment for our micro and small and medium enterprises, and to make sure that all our vulnerable citizens continue to know that there is a government that cares and will support them as we move forward. It is also important to note, Mr. President, that while we seek to engage in our development agenda, this government is maintaining not just fiscal discipline while ensuring continued investment in our people, but we're also managing our debt responsibly while supporting growth. We're ensuring macroeconomic stability while delivering public services. That balance is reflected in these appropriations. The government has not abandoned fiscal prudence. In fact, despite global uncertainty and volatility in the energy markets and the geopolitical tensions and continued supply chain disruptions, Trinidad and Tobago's economy remains resilient. And again, I would like to thank all those in the Ministry of Finance who continue to help us to navigate all of these uncertainties. Well, so, Mr. President, let me reiterate. We are being fiscally responsible, but we are beginning to also address institutional weaknesses by looking at how we could tackle the ease of business, creating interagencies alignment and support, dialogue, to make sure that we address bottlenecks across the entire public service, resourcing agencies that directly impact positively on the lives of our citizens, such as healthcare, education, security, social services, making sure that we maintain and develop relationships with IFIs and agencies, international agencies, to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago continues to address the deficiencies in our system that they have identified, making sure that we improve the delivery of goods and services through payment center that is able to allow citizens to connect using technology, making sure that our children are resourced for an education that will help them prepare for a world of digitization by ensuring we give our children access to laptops. So, Mr. President, in short, our economic activity is improving. Our foreign and local investor confidence is being strengthened. There is increased interest in investing in Trinidad and Tobago. Major energy projects are progressing. All our agencies are aligned in ensuring that we move with greater alacrity and support, as you would have seen evidence by the number of CECs given through the EME to Parenco, Exxon, and other agencies. The Minister of Finance announced on June 12th, Mr. President, and that's why all of this is reflected in Moody's raising Trinidad and Tobago's rating outlook from negative to stable. With the work that this administration have undertaken over the last 12 months, it is nothing short of remarkable. We have stabilized our economy, and we have now built a solid platform for us to embark on dynamic growth. And Mr. President, let me pause here just to say that the kind of growth we envisage that Trinidad and Tobago will access and can access over the life of this administration required us to take time to stabilize, to build relationships, to ensure, and even as I speak today, there is a seminar being given by the World Bank at the Hilton, the first, as we have announced their presence in Trinidad and Tobago, focused on blue and green bonds, because we recognize that the financing arrangements globally have now given us access to different types of financing mechanisms and options. In Barbados, they're doing debt-to-nature swap. In Guyana, they're trading carbon credits and creating new financing profiles. In stabilizing our economy, we have now positioned Trinidad and Tobago to engage in new conversations. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance would have announced sometime about a month ago the establishment of the World Bank office in Port of Spain. Part of that is to be able to give private sector companies access to additional financing opportunities and mechanisms. These developments are closely followed, and if you would have, Mr. President, if you would follow the IMF article for consultation that signal increasing international confidence in the policy direction pursued by the Kamla Persad-Bissessar-led administration since we took office 1 year ago. Two of the world's most respected international institutions, have now independently reached a similar conclusion, sending a clear message. The government's strategy is producing results. Trinidad and Tobago is regaining its economic momentum, and the future indeed looks bright. This government continues to pursue economic transformation, productivity enhancement, and sustainable development, and this supplementary appropriation supports these objectives. It is people-focused, geared towards producing and building a dynamic economy. Let me stick a pin here, Mr. President, as well. Our productivity levels continue to remain subpar. Recent statistics coming out of the University of the West Indies show that our productivity is about 54%, whereas many other countries are moving towards 70 and 74%. But that's one of the reasons why make work cannot be the order of the day. Have to be productive work that will contribute to the building of a sound economy. And I know many people don't like us to say it, but we have to keep repeating it. When you have a very strong, secure Prime Minister that can say, I'm not replacing one kind of make work with a next kind of make work, or I'm not replacing PNM make work with UNC make work, that is Prime Minister. So, Mr. President, I know I said it before in moving this bill, but I'll say it again. There are many persons, together with those of us in government, who are working tirelessly to fix all the things that have been left untended to for the last 10 years, that it would be, again, remiss of me not to say to them, thank you. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the hard work. But it would also be not correct to say, therefore, a lot more is going to be expected of us as we move forward. The work, indeed, have now started. We have done the hard work. We have brought some fiscal prudence. We have brought some stability to our economy. We have brought sensible, structured expenditure and spending, being able to address some of our, and we have done that while addressing our campaign promises by giving public officers the 10% increase. And so a large portion of this deals with salaries and COLA. So, Mr. President, and you know, let me also say one more thing, Mr. President, just in case those who are outside and those who want to purport to make this as here is this government coming to ask for more money. For the last 10 years, all the supplementary reviews and midterm reviews have been varied between $2 to $3.2, $3.5 billion, all for the last 10 years. So this is not unusual. This is par for the course. The mid-year budget review process, covering similar retroactive public sector increases, fuel subsidies, and critical infrastructure projects. This has been done for the last 10 years, and of course, we would be irresponsible to not come to meet our obligations as of September 30th, 2026. But the collective voices of those opposite sometimes seek to suggest that these somehow represent something extraordinary. We on this side want to reject that characterization completely. Thank you. What this represents is an administration working through determination, grit, and a will to continue uplifting the lives of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We are living up to our obligations. We are living up to our promises, and we are doing so while being fiscally responsible. We are providing resources to the nation's hospitals, schools, police stations, regional corporations. We are maintaining infrastructure and modernization of our public services. And this government chooses responsibility, stability, development. We choose to meet our commitments to the people of Trinidad and Tobago in a sensible and responsible manner. So, Mr. President, this supplementation and variation appropriation bill is necessary, it is justified, it represents our obligations and responsibilities to our commitments. It continues to be people-focused and focused on building a dynamic economy. And most importantly, Mr. President, it continues to be in our national interests. I therefore commend the bill to this Honourable Senate and respectfully ask the support of all senators in its passage. Mr. President, I beg you.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled an act to supplement and vary the appropriation of the sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2026 Act 2025 be now read a second time. I know that the first speaker on the opposition bench will be Senator Vishnu Danport. But we will want to take a suspension at this time for lunch. And when we return, Senator Vishnu Danpal, the floor will be yours. But before doing so, may I take the opportunity on your behalf, with approximately 36 hours to go before Labor Day 2026, to warmly recognize and welcome a very powerful contingent of members from the OWTU located in the public gallery, led by its President General, Ansel Roger. Welcome. At this time, we will now want to suspend these proceedings, and we shall return at 2:20 p.m. This sitting is now suspended until 2:20 p.m.
The President.
Senator Vishnu Danpal.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon. And as usual, it's nice to see you again. Mr. President, like the previous speaker, I'd also like to thank the hardworking staff, many of whom I'm very familiar with at the Ministry of Finance, for the preparation of the major review, some of whom are here with us today. Mr. President, I'd like to start with a quotation from the Minister of Finance. During last year's media review, it's almost a year actually to the day, the Minister said, the reason why we are here today is to seek supplementary appropriation of 3.14 billion. And the reason for that is simple. We are forced to submit, I stress the word forced, we are forced to submit a supplement for P&M budget. This is not our shortfall. This is the latest chapter in the P&M's long history of serial under-budgeting. Today, the government is compelled to seek an additional $3.1 billion in supplementary funding, not because of unforeseen crises, but because the former government intentionally under-budgeted for critical expenditure, knowing fully well that the bills will become due. It's about closing the gaps that the P&M deliberately left in the budget. They spent the money without any clear idea of where the money was going to come from. No proper planning, no sustainable financing, just reckless expenditure, mastered governance. So what a difference a year makes. Now we have the Minister of Finance coming to the Parliament to ask for an additional 2.93 billion. Could all his quotation from last year be associated with him, all of his quotation from last year be associated with him this year? I'll leave that to people to decide. I'd like to start, though, Mr. President, officially with Moody's. Moody's changed TNT's outlook from negative to stable, while affirming the BA2 rating of the country. And that's good for the country. Those on the other side were very excited about it earlier this week, and they should be. But the maturity profile of the rating of the BA2 did not change. It was just the outlook. This is not an upgrade. I try to explain to people. It is a change in the outlook. The government came in, they found the outlook at negative. They found the outlook at stable. It changed to negative 3 months later, and now it's back to stable. That's how these rating agencies operate. And as Modi said, the oil windfall is the primary driver, not government's policy. There's nothing in there to suggest that the outlook changed because of government's policy. The Iran conflict, a geopolitical event entirely outside the scope of this government, is what created the entire issue with the stable outlook. The same supplementation schedule before the Senate shows the fuel subsidy exploding by 153%, meaning that the government simultaneously benefits on the revenue side and hemorrhages on the subsidy side of the very same oil price spike Moody is crediting. How it works, Mr. President? Two sides of the equation. On one side, you have the increase in the price of oil, and the other side, automatically, the increase in the price of the subsidy. They go hand in hand. However, interestingly enough, S&P's outlook remains negative. They haven't changed the outlook. And also, interestingly enough, S&P has kept its credit rating at minus BBB, which is an investment grade rating, as against Moody's, which is one notch below investment grade. So, cherry-picking Moody's while ignoring S&P is selective accounting. The IMF Article 4 paints a sobering growth picture. Real GDP, by the way, just one thing, Mr. President. My presentation is totally data-driven. Real GDP growth is projected to moderate to just 0.7% in 2026. A stronger growth in the non-energy sector, which is very critical, only partly offsets an anticipated decline in energy production. This is barely above stagnation for a country that has just tabled a $62 billion budget. Also, I wondered at the timing of the Moody's change in outlook was very convenient, coming 2 days before the minister's mid-year review. The minister stated in a press release, two of the world's most respected international agencies or institutions have now independently reached similar conclusions, sending a clear message: the government's strategy is producing results. The question for this Parliament is therefore, when the Iran conflict resolves, when oil returns to US $70 a barrel, and when the supplementation spending remains locked in, where will Moody's outlook be then? But apparently, not everybody got the memo about how well the country is doing. and the government strategy is producing results, according to the minister. I just want to spend a little time on First Citizens Bank. First Citizens Bank is chaired by the same person who chairs UDICOT, which is good. Nothing's wrong with that. Interlocking chairmanship happens all the time. You have an infrastructure company and a line of credit. However, with all these projections of new revenue streams and all the projections of new foreign exchange earning streams, apparently somebody forgot the memo, to give the memo to the board of First Citizens, a UNC-appointed board, because effective March 10th, 2026, First Citizens reduced its MasterCard limit from 6,000 US to 2,000, and its Visa Platinum from up to 8,000 US to 3,500 per billing cycle. That shows a certain amount of disdain for the Minister of Finance, because here he is telling the country that brighter days are coming, and the board of First Citizens is saying, no, we're not taking any chances with the foreign exchange. We're going to drop the limit. And not only that, Mr. President, as I said, the chairman of First Citizens is the chairman of UDICOT. And he's the poster boy for the revitalization plan. Another projected revenue stream, another projected growth stream. And he had the chance to veto the change on the credit card, but didn't. So I moved to another bank, Republic Bank. And this is the worst. The Republic Bank, another, I think there are 13 members of the board, and 7 are appointed by the present government. Republic Bank just increased their fees and created a public backlash. You know something, Mr. President? The Minister of Finance obviously didn't know. They didn't consult him. They didn't consult the governor of the central bank, because the next day after this came out, the Minister of Finance told the governor of the central bank to meet with Republic banks and fix this. But this is what we told the Minister of Finance was going to happen. What was going to happen because of the asset levy on banks and insurance companies. It must happen, because the banks are not going to absorb the increased costs. So without any discussions with the Minister of Finance, without any discussions with the central bank governor, Republic Bank announced sweeping fee hikes effective May 1st. And then, after somebody spoke to them, the governor went to the bank, and then we heard the word pause. But that word pause, the Republic Bank they placed the increases on pause, but the word pause suggested that it could come again. Also, in addition to Republic Bank, and I just want to stay with the asset levy for a while, Scotiabank, the managing director of Scotiabank said, and again, after the minister said, no problem, we will ask the governor of the central bank and he'll fix this. The managing director of Scotiabank said, and I quote, asset levy drives down Scotia's 6 months profit. I didn't say it, but they were warned. And do you know, Mr. President, one minister, can't remember who it is, suggested that if you don't like Republic Bank fees, move. Now, if anybody else except our minister said that, it may be fine. But a minister in the government to say that doesn't understand how the financial system works. The financial system is very sensitive. The financial system is very unforgiving. You don't make those kind of, as we say in Trinidad, bad skylark jokes with the financial system. Because what could have happened? You don't need only to have insolvency to have a run on a bank. You could also have the threat of withdrawals, capital flight, could have a run on a bank. Could you imagine, Mr. President, a run on Republic Bank? The largest bank in Trinidad and Tobago? But that is what the minister said. So, all the good news about the economy, but the stock exchange is showing a major decline. I'm just using the same two banks. In May 2025, the share price of Republic Bank was somewhere between $113 and $115. In June 2026, the share price fell to $108 to $109. Similarly, in May 2025, the share price of First Citizens Move was $41. In June 2026, it fell to $37. A distinct and drastic fall. But an indicator I like to use is found in the data pack of the central bank, not my data, central bank's data, on page 3. It's a good indicator of how an economy is performing. It's called private sector credit in the financial system. In other words, how many people will purchase in cars, how many people have the disposable income to purchase cars and clothing or whatever, and mortgages. In quarter 2, 2025, it was 8.6% private sector credit. In quarter 3, 2025, it dropped to 7.1%. And in quarter 4, 2025, it fell again to 5.3%. A clear indication that something is not right, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I'd just like to take some time, because it's such a trending topic, I'd like to take some time and speak about, come back to Moody's for a while, but Moody's with NGC. And this story, it's another government chairman involved. Okay? This is one of the most serious governance stories running alongside the supplementary debate. And the timing could not be more damning. On May 14, 2026, Moody's Investor Services issued a rating action announcing that it had withdrawn all credit ratings for the wholly owned state enterprise National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago, withdrawing NGC's BA2 corporate-friendly rating, its baseline credit assessment, and its BA2 senior unsecured notes. Moody's stated it had withdrawn the ratings due to very critical, inadequate information to monitor the ratings, and due to the issuer's decision to cease participation in the rating process. Prior to withdrawal, Moody's outlook on NGC was negative. Now, this is the problem here. Of course, you can fire Moody's anytime you like. You hire them. They didn't invade the company. You hire them. You ask them to visit. So you can fire them anytime you wish. But hours after the Moody's announcement, NGC said the withdrawal was not due to financial trouble, but because it had discontinued its relationship with Moody's on February 26, 2026, following a comprehensive review of its credit rating framework. And as I said, no problem, fire Moody's. higher Fitch. It's all up to the company. NGC redirected scrutiny away from NGC, literally, and towards Moody's itself, stating the proper question is whether the agencies engaged are independent. NGC is questioning Moody's Investor Services, competent, reputable, and internationally recognized. Moody's, Trinidad's crown jewel energy company, when confronted with a rating withdrawal, questioned the competence of one of the world's three most respected credit rating agencies. And you know how I equate this? Like when you give a drug test to an elite athlete, maybe out of season that they didn't expect and they miss it. Like there was a scheduled drug test and the elite athlete missed the drug test. The consequences as bad as doing the drug test and failing. The consequences of this, we haven't seen it yet. Well, I know, but WADA, I'm talking WADA, Senator, don't get worried when he had drug tests. Yeah, don't get worried when he had drug tests. So anyway, so this is out of season. I'm bringing it back to the elite athlete.
Out of competition, out of season.
All right. Right? So, and again, you want to throw me off. Mr. President, NGC fired Moody's because they didn't like the rating. Okay? A state-owned company walking away from an independent scrutiny because it disagrees with the assessment is not corporate strategy. It is corporate governance failure. You cannot selectively embrace Moody's credibility when it suits you and dismiss it as incompetent when it does not. So, the question the country is asking, what information was NGC withholding? The president is chilling. Since 1993, Trinidad and Tobago's economy has been evaluated by Moody's, and since 1996 by S&P Ratings. The withdrawal of Moody's ratings from NGC signals a new standard for governance. A state enterprise that withdraws from independent rating processes to avoid scrutiny sets a template that every other state enterprise could follow. So the question becomes, NGC were very upset that they were being rated along the same lines as the sovereign. Essentially, Moody's always, that's his methodology of Moody's. They never rate you the same level as the sovereign. Standard & Poor's, they do it, but not Moody's. They rate you, never rate you on the same level. So if the sovereign is BA2, Moody's will never rate, or very rarely, they have to come really good for them to rate you on the same level of the sovereign. And why? In theory, rarely and under specific conditions, in practice, for a state enterprise like NGC, and almost never under Moody's methodology. There's a general rule called the sovereign ceiling. The rating agencies generally do not assign ratings to public sector issuers that are higher than the home country's sovereign rating. The logic is straightforward. If the government itself defaults or imposes capital controls, it can simultaneously prevent an entity within its borders from accessing foreign exchange to service debt, regardless of how strong that entity's own balance sheet may be. The sovereign is the ultimate risk ceiling. As I said before, if you want to get a different rating to the sovereign, S&P can provide that for you. So NGC argued that Moody's was wrong to rate NGC at sub-investment grade because its standalone financial profile is stronger than the sovereign constraints imposed on it. A wholly owned state-owned gas monopoly operating in a single small open economy with a forex shortage and negative sovereign outlook at that time, and declining gas production cannot legitimately claim its standalone credit profile. Should be rated above or independently of its sovereign. The sovereign ceiling is not a flaw in Moody's methodology. It is the entire point of the methodology. So, Mr. President, I hope that answers question for people who are wondering how NUC could just drop Moody's. As I said, they pay them, they could drop them. But it sends a signal to the international financial system this time that something may not be right. Mr. President, when I was in the Ministry of Finance, and Moody's would be coming to visit Standard & Poor's, Article 4, the data pack given to each company would be essentially the same. It is how they analyze each set of data. We give the Article 4, the IMF a data pack, Moody's a data pack, S&P, CARICRIS, they all get the same data pack, basically. Very minimal changes. So moving on now, Mr. President. The economy is barely growing. And this supplementary or the major review does not change that, in fact. It adds $2.93 billion in spending, doubles the fuel subsidy, and hides debt repayment inside health and infrastructure budgets. The $2.93 billion will be financed through borrowing. And, Mr. President, you would know, financing recurrent expenditure through borrowing is a terrible fiscal strategy. A terrible fiscal strategy. It's a never good fiscal policy. The $2.93 billion, and this is very critical, the $2.93 billion does not include payment of back pay to public servants. And the minister has decided to settle the nurses and teachers in the 2027 budget. We don't know what's going to happen in 2027, but you have to believe the minister. A country spending $62 billion and growing at less than 1% is not an unsustainable path. The additional $2.93 billion to public expenditure generates no productive economic activity because only $92 million of that amount has been allocated to the development program. Mr. President, out of the 293, 92 million has been allocated to the development program. What is the development program? Essentially, the development program is a capital program where your country generates investment, creates employment opportunities, etc., etc. So, 92 million in the development program over 3 months and expect to generate economic growth is almost physically impossible. And I repeat, we are borrowing to finance recurrent expenditure. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago's international reserves are projected to fall to about $4.8 billion in 2026, from $6.9 billion in 2021, while import cover is expected to decline by roughly 27% to 5.5 months over the same period. Let me see if I can put that 5.5 months in perspective for you, Mr. President, for this honorable House. The international benchmark is usually about 3 months of import cover. 5.5 is heading down a very slippery slope. That must be watched very carefully, very, very, very carefully. There was a slight blip when the recent $1 billion bond came in, but that has to be repaid in August. So in and out. The Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce, the country's largest business group, warns that the foreign exchange is now a nationally recognized challenge affecting businesses of all sizes, households, and the country's long-term development prospects. With persistent shortages, growing uncertainty, and widening market distortions undermining business continuity, weakening investor confidence, and constraining economic diversification. Mr. President, just remember what I said, 5.5 months of import cover, heading down the slippery slope. And I am no prophet of doom. I wish any morning I could do something to send that back up to 9 or 10, but I can't. And the root cause is structural. It's no rocket science. You have this energy-driven economy, providing foreign exchange. The economy is starting to collapse. The energy sector producing less. The price of oil and gas outside of the Iran conflict lower than expected. You're not getting the inflow of foreign exchange as the country used to. It's simple. The energy sector historically provides more than 80% of the country's foreign exchange. An economy that remains heavily dependent on imports. None of these structural drivers are addressed anywhere in this major review. The oil windfall is real, and I'm happy for it. I've seen many of them in the Ministry of Finance, and we're always happy for the windfall. The oil windfall is real but temporary and partially self-defeating. Higher oil prices from the Iran conflict are providing genuine near-term relief to both fiscal revenues and foreign exchange. But this windfall contains its own contradiction. And as I said before, the same price spike that boosts revenue also inflates the fuel subsidy that government must absorb. The opposition bottom line is this. The government is increasing spending while our citizens are living in an environment of 0.7% growth. Not my number. A forex crisis, a state of emergency, a widening deficit. In fact, the deficit is expected to widen, and I'll come back to it, to 7 billion, which is over 5% of GDP. Okay, and rising prices in the supermarket. Mr. President, the minister introduced, and I'm glad he did, he introduced this concept of the primary balance, which is the fiscal balance before debt interest payments are included. That is, it shows the difference between government's revenue and expenditure, excluding interest payment on existing debt. Not a bad idea. It answers a specific question. Is the government generating enough revenue to cover what it actually spends on services, salaries, and transfers, ignoring the legacy costs of past borrowing? A primary surplus means yes. That's the answer to the question. A primary deficit means the government is borrowing just to run day-to-day operations before it even touches the interest bill. The primary balance is the key metric for debt sustainability. If Trinidad and Tobago runs a persistent primary deficit, the debt-to-GDP ratio will keep rising even if interest rates stay constant. The country is digging the hole deeper every year. However, if the minister and his excellent staff of the Ministry of Finance, if they look at past IMF documents, they will see that an even better and more honest indicator for Trinidad and Tobago is the non-oil primary balance, right? However, I don't think we have ever had a surplus in that, because that is where you take out the energy sector revenue from total revenue, and you arrive at the non-oil primary balance. That figure is deeply negative and has been for years. On January 22nd, 2026, Trinidad and Tobago successfully issued a US billion 10-year sovereign bond in the US market, 2.5 times oversubscribed. And that is fine. But somebody said in the other place that the previous government, they issued the bond in 2016, which is true. I know why that bond was issued in 2016. That bond was issued in 2016 to pay the back pay of the 14% increase in wages and salaries for public servants. That is why so it became due in 2026. In August of this year, it will become due, and then in 2036. Mr. President, according to the minister, and I quote, the estimation is for oil and gas prices to the end of fiscal year is $85. So in other words, he's recalibrating the numbers at $85 US per barrel and 4.50 per MMBTU for gas. I'm assuming he's using Henry Hub here. He continues with this. He continues, with this and other adjustments, we anticipate an increase in total revenue of 381.7 million, with a resultant overall deficit of 7 billion. Mr. President, I am telling you, and I'm telling this Honorable House today, that 7 billion deficit is going to be significantly higher. Because it doesn't include the back pay. It's going to be significantly higher. Mr. President, do you know how much it takes to run this country on just monetary expenditure a month? With the new salary, it takes about $500 million a month, monetary expenditure alone, to run this country. And you know what I consider monetary expenditures? Transfers and subsidies, wages and salaries, debt, social transfers and grants, old age pension, disability grant, senior citizens grant, public assistance. And do you know, Mr. President, that if you interfere with any one of those, and those called to the exchequer, you're in big trouble. So before the month starts, the Ministry of Finance knows, and the Director of Budget is here, the Ministry of Finance knows immediately that they have to look for 500 million. So because fiscal policy in this country is determined by the overdraft facility at the central bank, many times on the 25th of the month or the 24th, the Ministry of Finance is scrambling to borrow money to pay public servants, scrambling. So the minister continues. Revenue measures introduced in October 25 are expected to yield their full impact during the latter part of this fiscal year and in future years. And those revenue measures, he means like the levy and the landlord surcharge, etc., etc., taxes. But the minister could have solved himself so much problems and sleepless nights if he had gone to the TTRA. The TTRA, and you see, that's why a lot of people seem to be getting very mixed up. Sure. A lot of people don't understand that the TTRA was suggested by international agencies, not the Ministry of Finance, and with a projection of $10 billion over the next 2 years in additional revenue. And I just want to speak just quickly of two things. Public-private partnerships. Everyone seems to be thinking about public. And I heard there's a Housing Development Corporation project where people have the view that, and I don't know where they got this view, that the public-private partnership would not entail any government money, any taxpayers' money. Right? And someone said it again. Obviously not understanding PPPs. All right? Obviously not. Let me explain it. The PPP here, there are different models. I want to ask you a question, Mr. President. I'm not bringing you into the What about a defaulting private sector partner? What happens then? Who picks up that? What happens if the private sector partner defaults? How they could say that? How could anyone say there's no taxpayers' money involved? Let that private sector partner default. Let them default, and especially if there's a government guarantee attached to it, let that private sector partner default. And the final thing I want to speak about a bit is the overdraft facility at the central bank. And I would ask my friend, my good friend, Senator Swarat Singh, to explain it to me when he's winding up. But I know he doesn't understand it, so I wouldn't embarrass him. So no, I won't put you. Oh gosh, I won't put you through that. I won't put you through that. I know, I won't put you through that. So, regardless of what the Minister of Finance says, it could be any Minister of Finance, okay, anyone. The fiscal policy, and again, I'm saying it to anybody who would listen, The overdraft facility at the central bank has created a $51.9 billion, check the Auditor General's report, a $51.9 billion exchequer one account negative in the government's cash balances. No, it happened since 2003, but it has to start somewhere. And the only way you could get that down is by running surpluses. That is the challenge. That is the challenge for fiscal policy in Trinidad and Tobago. Because at the end of every month, the Minister of Finance is going to be scrambling. Because when you see that, that overdraft facility reaches 98% right before salaries are paid, the country is in big trouble. That is something, regardless, even if you want to call it bipartisan, it's something that must be looked at, because that is not even added in debt. That $51.9 billion is not added in debt to the debt, but it must be addressed. And Mr. President, as we say, with those few words, thank you very much.
Senator Dr. Marlene Atz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the supplementation and variation of appropriation bill and the media review 2026. Mr. President, without seeking to preempt the formal Labor Day tributes that will come later in this sitting, I just want to take a page out of the Honorable Senator Swarat Singh's book and also the book of Senator Dan Paul in congratulating the hardworking and dedicated staff and the teams in the Ministry of Finance and the Budgets Division particularly. You know, one of the things that has struck me since joining the Senate last May, Mr. President, is I'm filled with a renewed sense of pride as a public servant. In one of the earlier chapters in my life, I was a public servant. And I'm filled with a renewed sense of pride when I experience in a very real way the professionalism, dedication, and work ethic of the staff of the public service, but particularly the staff in this Parliament that we occupy on an almost weekly basis. You know, I have to admit I never really used to look at the Parliament channel, but I realize now how many citizens, both locally and in the diaspora, view the debates, the committee meetings, as they are streamed live, and what that viewing population does not see are the long hours, the late night sittings, the weekend meetings, the research provided by the parliamentary staff to the parliamentarians, the procedural support, and all of the things that happen behind the scenes. So as I said, I want to join on the eve of our Labor Day celebrations in congratulating all public sector workers, but particularly those that serve us in the Parliament and serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, if I could return to the substantive issue at hand, the supplementation and variation of Appropriation Bill 2026 and the media review. From the outset, let me remind the Senate that the government's first budget was presented under the theme TNT First, Building Economic Fairness Through Accountable Fiscal Policies. And the supplementation, appropriation, and variation bill and the media review was framed around the theme modernizing the state, protecting the people, and empowering Trinidad and Tobago. Both very visionary and commendable themes. I think it's useful to state for our viewing audience and for the population at large what a media review does and does not do, because I think many persons think that the media review should reflect all sorts of things. The media review really is an opportunity for the government to assess the state of the economy, for the government to review the implementation of its fiscal program, for the government to identify any emerging challenges and possible opportunities, and when necessary, to seek additional resources to support their ongoing priorities and their work program essentially. So it is, in a kind of way, a national progress report and a moment of accountability to the country. I think it's important for us to understand that the economic discussions that we're having around the supplementation and the mid-year review are taking place against the backdrop of what is happening nationally. We have some social unease, we have concerns about cost of living, we have public frustration over service delivery, and we have continuing anxiety about crime and personal security. This mid-year review is not a routine adjustment. We are being asked to approve approximately $3 billion in supplementary expenditure and reallocations with about 3 months left for fiscal 2026. Mr. President, such a substantial adjustment, and it was said earlier that it is not unusual. Governments have always requested additional funds. It is not unusual because you have to go with the dynamics. When you get into office, you have to go with the dynamics. Things change. But these adjustments should raise questions about fiscal planning, about emerging expenditure pressures, and the extent to which the assumptions underpinning the original budget figures remain valid. It also should serve as a reminder for us that economic management is not simply about presenting a budget in October. Things change, and the government has to be adapting to those changing realities, as I mentioned, some good, some not so good, while they also have to keep an eye on fiscal discipline and delivering results for the citizens. That is what a budget is meant to do. And a government's responsibility is to deliver for the citizens, for the well-being of the citizens of the country. Mr. President, the mid-year review that we're considering touches on a wide range of issues, from revenue performance to expenditure patterns, debt and borrowing, to foreign exchange, crime and security, social support programs, energy, diversification, and the overall state of the economy. With only 40 minutes or less this afternoon, when we have other distractions happening in the global space, I don't propose to have a detailed examination of every issue, so I want to focus on what I believe on some of the significant headlines or themes that emerged in the mid-year review. So I'd like to touch on the composition of the supplementary expenditure, the issue of debt, borrowing, and fiscal sustainability, the persistent foreign exchange challenge and the structure of our economy, the broader state of the economy as reflected in the recent assessments alluded to by both Minister Swarat Singh and Senator Dan Paul, the assessments from Moody's, the IMF Article 4, and of course our own central bank's monetary policy document that came out recently. And then I also want to talk about a kind of common theme when I speak, the whole issue of the implementation deficit, and how do we link what we say in terms of our budget and our expenditures, how do we link that to good governance, the implementation deficits that might arise, and the issue of accountability. I also don't intend, Mr. President, to focus on individual heads of expenditure or every specific allocation contained in the review. Those, while they are important, I think they've already been addressed in considerable detail by the Standing Finance Committee. The larger question, Mr. President, in my view, is whether the budget and this mid-year review are in fact in alignment and taking us to a point where we can say that they are delivering the outcomes that citizens expect and that citizens deserve. As I looked at the documents, Mr. President, a couple other questions came to mind. On the issue of debt, are the debts we are incurring today financing investments that will strengthen future growth, productivity, and resilience, or are we increasingly borrowing to sustain consumption that may prove difficult to maintain over time? Are we creating the conditions for long-term transformation, or are we primarily managing immediate pressures? These are not in any way criticisms. I know sometimes people would want to think that it's, standing here to criticize. Nor are they meant to diminish the challenges facing this or any government. But rather, I think these are questions that should occupy our minds, both the government's minds, and for all of us participating in this debate, because ultimately, we should ask ourselves not only what are we spending, but why we are spending, what outcomes we expect, and whether these outcomes are being achieved. Mr. President, one of the most striking features of the review is that an estimated 97% of the supplementary appropriation is for recurrent expenditure, and only 3% is for development expenditure. In other words, the recurrent expenditure hovers around $2.8 billion, and the development program just about $93 million. With those figures in mind, Mr. President, the supplementation before us appears in large measure to be operational as opposed to transformational. There is funding for salaries, gratuities, transfers, subsidies, debt servicing, contractual obligations, and the continued functioning of the government. And may I say, many of these expenditures may well be necessary and justified because governments have to keep hospitals open, they have to keep schools functioning, they have to keep utilities running, and they also have to meet their commitments. They have to honor commitments that have been made in the past. But transformation is something different, Mr. President. Transformation is reflected in investments that expand productive capacity, that strengthen competitiveness, that allow us to diversify the economy or move the pendulum closer to diversification, that allow us to improve our resilience, and that create opportunities for future generations. As I looked at the composition of the supplementation, the recurring question in my mind is whether we are primarily financing the operations of today, current operations, or investing in the economy of tomorrow. Are we forward thinking in terms of how we're spending this money? And as I said, that is one of the central questions I think that we need to ask ourselves about the mid-year review. If I look at the supplementation bill alongside the finance bill that we debated less than a week ago, one of the things that I'm looking for is whether or not there is policy coherence, whether the budget that was read last year, the finance bill that we debated last week, and the mid-year review, whether there is policy coherence, whether they're all taking us in the same direction. Because our budget will allocate resources, the finance bill will give us what I would call the legislative architecture to implement some of the measures identified in the budget. But the mid-year review allows us to take a pause and to ask ourselves whether the implementation that we have done is really advancing national priorities and what adjustments may need to be made, both in terms of the expenditure side, but also in terms of programming. So while there is some alignment, particularly in terms of revenue, administration, digitalization, and the energy sector support, there is also some tension, some misalignment when you look at the finance bill, the budget that was read last year, and the mid-year review. The finance bill is largely reform-oriented and forward-looking through some of the new measures that have been identified, while the supplementary expenditure contained in the mid-year review is, as I mentioned, more operational. And again, I say some of those things might be necessary because we have to keep the business going. We have to keep hospitals running, we have to keep schools running, etc. But if we are serious about transformation, Mr. President, if we are serious about diversification and long-term resilience, then we must ensure that our expenditure patterns reflect those ambitions. Otherwise, we run the risk of speaking about transformation while we simply in our operating cycle and we continue just financing operational expenses. The media review correctly identifies that there have been some improvements in the fiscal deficit, the primary balance, and the interest payments. These are some indicators that should be acknowledged. These are some things that we should acknowledge, that there have been some changes, some positive changes. And moving closer to a primary balance is a good indicator. I note Senator Dan Paul's distinction between the non-energy balance, but I'm taking the primary balance as presented by the Minister of Finance, and I think that's a good thing because it suggests in theory that the government is getting to a point where it can pay its day-to-day bills from its own revenues without going to other sources of drawing down on other sources of income that it might have. But reducing the deficit, if that happens, is not the same as reducing debt. The country can narrow the deficit, and we did hear from the Minister of Finance that we may find ourselves, by the time he comes around to reading the budget for fiscal 2027, we might actually find ourselves with a larger budget than he had anticipated, with a larger deficit, than he had anticipated. So we can reduce the deficit, we can play around with the deficit, either increase or decrease depending on the government's expenditures, vis-à-vis its revenues, but we also have to keep an eye on the country's debt, and I think that is important. The media review, the minister said in the media review that the additional expenditure, the estimated $3 billion for which he's seeking approval, will be financed through a combination of domestic and external borrowing, including engagement with multilateral partners. At the same time, ministers' references to debt servicing, loan obligations, principal repayments, and interest payments, appear throughout the document across several ministries and agencies. So there are lots of loan repayments across multiple agencies. But having mentioned those things, there was little discussion in the minister's presentation of the media review or in Minister Swarat Singh's presentation this morning of the broader debt trajectory itself. What is the long-term debt management strategy, or how will the debt burden evolve under less favorable economic conditions? One of the things that Trinidad and Tobago has benefited from, and Senator Dan Paul mentioned it, is the geopolitical conflict, particularly what is happening with Iran that has led to an uptick in terms of energy prices, and we have benefited from that. We, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the government representing the people, has benefited from that. As we move towards approving this additional estimated $3 billion in expenditure, it is to be financed through further borrowing. And I think it is therefore reasonable for us to ask not only how much are we spending today, but how these decisions to have additional expenditures, but expenditures financed through borrowing, how these decisions will affect the debt burden that future generations will have to inherit and will have to bear. The question before us is whether we are borrowing primarily to bridge a temporary gap, or whether we are increasingly borrowing to finance recurrent expenditure. And I think that's an important distinction for fiscal sustainability. Reference has been made to Moody's. The Honourable Minister Swarat Singh identified Moody's as two of the world's most respected institutions, and I agree with that. Moody's and the IMF, they were identified by Minister Swarat Singh as two of the world's most respected institutions. And this is what Moody's tells us in their recent rating statement on Trinidad and Tobago. Moody's noted that the government's debt to GDP is expected to peak at approximately 85% in fiscal 2026 before it perhaps starts to decline. So it is likely to increase before the end of fiscal 2026 before it starts to decline. Moody's also has commented on our country's external debt position, which was at 62.9% of GDP in 2025. And what that external debt position means is that the country owes a significant amount of money to foreign lenders and investors. It is not necessarily a crisis. The sky is not yet falling, but it is something that warrants attention. The good news continues to be that our buffers, both in terms of our foreign reserves and the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, those continue to provide some kind of cushion for the government as we navigate these debt waters. Mr. President, deficits do not disappear because they cease to dominate the headlines. They appear elsewhere, in debt accumulation, in financing requirements, and in future obligations. And that is why a mid-year review is so important, because it allows us to look beyond the immediate fiscal numbers and to ask ourselves whether we're addressing structural weaknesses or simply managing from one year to the next. During the debate on Budget 2026, for fiscal 2026, I said then, and I am repeating now, that borrowing in and of itself is not a problem. Governments borrow, businesses borrow, households borrow. The billion-dollar question before us is whether our borrowing pattern is sustainable and whether it is being used to create future value. And what concerns me, continues to concern me, is the increasing reliance on foreign borrowing, because every US dollar borrowed today is a commitment to repay US dollars tomorrow. And as I will speak a little bit on shortly, we are not earning as much foreign exchange as we used to. So the question arises where the foreign exchange is going to come from for us to service these debts. So I see foreign exchange as a continued binding constraint in our economy. It is the oxygen of our economy, whether we like it or not. It shapes business activity, it shapes investment decisions, and ultimately, it is one of the things that fuels our economic growth. Yet we continue to operate in an environment where access to foreign exchange remains uneven and uncertain. Has supply improved, or are we still managing scarcity? And I think no, our supply has not improved. And I think yes, we're still managing scarcity. The structural issues that plague us in Trinidad and Tobago really deserve our attention. The IMF in their Article 4 consultation spoke about this. Moody's in their statement of June the 12th spoke about it. Our country continues to operate in a dominant economic model where almost 80% of our foreign exchange and a substantial share of our national income is linked directly or indirectly to the energy sector. It is the reason that our annual budgets continue to be framed around assumptions regarding natural gas and oil prices. Hydrocarbon revenues are what fuel the wider economy. But this continued dependence has consequences. And these have been flagged, as I mentioned, both by the IMF and Moody's in their rating statement. The first vulnerability to the cyclical nature of energy prices, and we have experienced this repeatedly in Trinidad and Tobago. Sharp declines in energy prices contributed to the economic difficulties in the mid-1980s, which culminated in structural adjustment, and again after 2014, when falling prices placed pressure on growth, public finances, and foreign exchange availability. A colleague recently reminded me of the local saying attributed to the late Lloyd Best, and Lloyd Best said that when the energy sector sneezes, the Trinidad and Tobago economy catches a cold. The media review provides a very practical illustration of this reality. So while higher energy prices, because of the exogenous geopolitical factors, may have improved our revenues, these higher prices simultaneously increased the cost to the government of maintaining fuel subsidies. The additional allocation required for the fuel subsidy support is in the tune of $454 million, as cited by the Minister of Finance, to settle what he called fuel subsidy liabilities. And this is an illustration of how higher energy prices can simultaneously strengthen revenues while increasing fiscal obligations. So the higher energy prices may provide temporary fiscal relief and stronger revenues in the short term, but unless that relief is accompanied or used to fuel genuine diversification, productivity growth, and stronger institutions, our underlying vulnerability remains. Mr. President, despite ongoing discussions about fiscal consolidation, the state continues to devote substantial resources to subsidies and transfers, and these are well-intended to cushion citizens from rising costs. According to the minister's statement, of the $2.927, almost $3 billion requested, approximately $1.92 billion is for transfers and subsidies, with $570 million as transfers to statutory bodies and similar entities. And again, I make the point, perhaps these expenditures are required. But it does raise an important policy question. Again, the fact that the government continues to spend on transfers and subsidies reflects an important reality, that many households remain vulnerable to increases in the cost of living, and the government continues to play a role in absorbing part of these economic shocks that impact on our citizens. I think we need to ask ourselves the sustainability question, whether these supports are providing temporary relief while we build a stronger economy, or whether they are becoming permanent responses to structural challenges that remain unresolved. Mr. President, discussions about debt, foreign exchange, and fiscal sustainability inevitably lead to a broader question. What is the current state of the economy, and what do the independent assessments tell us about where we stand? Recent assessments by Moody's and the IMF, international partners, well-known international institutions, and our own central bank, in their monetary report, suggest that our economy is stable, but not yet strong. Growth remains modest, but foreign exchange pressures persist, and much of the medium-term optimism depends on major energy projects that ought to materialize in 2027. So we are hoping that these major projects materialize on schedule. Mr. President, a lot has been said today, well, since last week, about the Moody's rating statement. And I just want to use this opportunity, with your leave, Mr. President, to put some of that into context. In December 2025, Moody's became concerned about Trinidad and Tobago's economic outlook and moved our rating, our outlook, from stable to negative. By June 2026, those concerns, Moody's was sufficiently satisfied that those concerns had eased, and they then took a decision to restore the outlook to stable. So it moved in December 2025 from stable to negative, and then in June, they reversed that decision and they put us back, our outlook as stable. But they have maintained our credit rating at Ba2. I think it's important for us to put on the record why Moody's revised their outlook. Their specific words were, according to their statement dated June the 12th, that the change in outlook to stable from negative reflects improved near-term external prospects driven by higher projected oil and gas prices and a more favorable external maturity profile, following a Eurobond issuance that supported the partial redemption of the $1 billion bond maturing in August 2026. In simple language, Moody's said to us that we will give you some breathing space and we will revise your outlook because the country is expected to earn more money from the oil and gas sector in the short term, because energy prices as a result of the geopolitical conflict has caused energy prices to turn out to be higher than what our government had budgeted for fiscal 2026. And also, because the government took the decision to refinance some of its debt, it reduced some immediate repayment pressures. So that refinancing refers to the government's borrowing through the US $1 billion bond and using part of those proceeds to pay off a large bond that was due in August of 2026. So instead of having to find $1 billion US all at once, the repayment has been spread over time. So you still owe the money, we still owe the money, we still owe lots of money in foreign exchange, but the immediate pressure has been reduced, and that is the basis on which Moody's says in their document that they revised the outlook to stable. I think another point made by Moody's that is relevant as we assess the state of our economy, again, if I may read from the Moody's statement, Mr. President, Moody's says that for a mature hydrocarbon producer like Trinidad and Tobago, production volumes matter more than prices to stabilize the external position. When production has been declining, as currently is the case, we, Moody's, do not expect higher prices alone to sustainably generate sufficient inflows to stabilize the external position in a durable way. Moody's language. In other words, Moody's is saying it is necessary but not a sufficient condition for oil and gas prices to be high. What we really wanted to do is to produce and sell more oil and gas. And that will take you to a position of stability, and on that basis, we could probably also change your credit rating. It is encouraging for Moody's to have said, which is the third point that I wish to raise, Moody's says all is not lost. You can find yourself in a position where we improve your credit rating, not the outlook, if you address some structural issues. Moody's gives us a roadmap, and this is from their statement dated June the 12th, 2026. They say that first, we would like Trinidad and Tobago to produce more oil and gas so that you can earn more foreign exchange, more US dollars. They say once you earn more foreign exchange, there will be less pressure on your exchange rate, and you'll be in a better position to meet your external obligations. So we'll be comforted by that if you can earn more foreign exchange. The second thing that Moody's says that we should do is to gradually reduce your debt burden relative to the size of the economy. Moody's says that your high debt burden at 84% of GDP needs to be reduced through responsible spending, their words, better revenue collection, fewer fiscal deficits, and stronger economic growth. The third thing that Moody's says that will allow us to enjoy a better credit rating from them, or revised credit rating, is that we want you to shift your dependence on oil and gas. Moody says that Trinidad and Tobago could earn a stronger credit rating when it produces more, owes less, and depends less on oil and gas. So they want to see a more diversified economic basket. Now, the Moody's roadmap is not unfamiliar. The International Monetary Fund, one of those institutions that has been identified as one of the most distinguished and well-known international institutions, the International Monetary Fund has been saying this to Trinidad and Tobago for years. Produce more, reduce debt, and diversify your economy. So these are the same structural challenges that we have been faced with for decades, and yet again we're being reminded that we need to do something differently. I don't wish for it to be lost, either on this chamber or on the listening and viewing audience. The revision of the outlook is something that we should welcome. In fact, it is welcomed, because it suggests that the pressure valve has been eased somewhat on the economy and on the government. But the easing of that pressure valve should be viewed as a symbol of stabilization owing to exogenous factors, and we need to convert that into stronger growth, into greater diversification, into improved fiscal resilience, and ultimately into better outcomes for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Thump for that now. Give me a thump now. Give me a thump now. Give me a thump now. There we go. Mr. President, what I find particularly instructive, and I want to repeat, is that Moody's is saying that the stabilization is happening because of what is happening outside of Trinidad and Tobago, but we need to address the long-term structural challenges. Those are absolutely necessary if we are to have sustained economic growth. Mr. President, and I know that my colleague will probably want to thump, so I will give him the appropriate pause so he could thump. I am mindful that the government has only been in office for 1 year. Any fair assessment, Mr. President, has to recognize that meaningful economic and institutional transformation will not happen overnight. But I would like us to have a roadmap as to how we're going to get to where we want to be. The challenges confronting Trinidad and Tobago did not emerge in any single budget cycle, and they cannot be resolved in any one budget cycle. So I endorse, I think the comment was made by Minister Swarat Singh, that the challenges we face are of some vintage, but I think at the same time, we have to be honest with ourselves about the scale of work that needs to be done. The issues reflected throughout this review, our foreign exchange pressures, the debt sustainability, the need for economic diversification as articulated by Moody's, remember, distinguished global institution. All of these are complex, long-standing issues that are deeply interconnected. They require not only government action, but collective effort. But they require discipline, innovation, and a willingness by all of us to contribute to the changes that we need to have in Trinidad and Tobago. The task before us, and get ready, the task before us is bigger than any one administration. Yeah? Any one budget or any one mid-year review will not help us solve the problems. It is ultimately the kind of country that we want to build. So, Mr. President, I have raised issues about spending priorities, about debt, about foreign exchange. These are not isolated issues. They speak to the broader challenges facing the country, and we need to address these issues not only from the perspective of stabilization, but also from the perspective of transformation. The media review suggests that the economy remains resilient, but not my words, I'm very specific in my words, Honorable Senator. The economy remains resilient, but we are also extremely vulnerable. Revenues have improved, but our structural challenges persist. Our expenditures continue to rise, and our debt and foreign exchange pressures remind us that difficult choices lie ahead for us. Mr. President, I think this is a true test of public policy, not what is announced, not what is allocated, and not what we promise, but what we are able to deliver. We need to ensure that the aspirations are translated into measurable outcomes that citizens can see, feel, and experience in their everyday lives. Mr. President, again, I wish to thank all of the hard-working public officers from the Ministry of Finance, because they are, in a manner of speaking, the authors of the media review. I also wish to thank our colleagues in the Parliament, the public officers who provide support to us. And Mr. President, with those few comments, I thank you again for the opportunity to contribute to this debate.
Yes. The Honourable Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is with a deep sense of responsibility that I rise to contribute to the debate on the finance, supplementation, and variation of Financial Year 2026 Bill 2026 in my capacity as Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation. The Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation plays a vital role in economic and social development of Trinidad and Tobago. The movement of people, goods, and services across our nation depends upon a transportation network that is safe, efficient, modern, and reliable. Likewise, our aviation sector remains critical to regional connectivity, tourism development, international trade, and economic growth. Mr. President, when I stood in this House last year, I spoke openly about the condition of the ministry that I inherited. It would be remiss of me not to acknowledge that. Upon assuming office, I encountered a ministry that had suffered from an absence of leadership and engagement. By all accounts, ministerial presence within the ministry had been minimal. One senior officer remarked that despite years of service and responsibilities requiring regular interaction with the minister, he had never set foot in the minister's office. Similar with the former Minister of Finance when he was the Minister of Works and Transport. There was an elevator that no one in the ministry was allowed to go into, only him. Mr. President, I mention this not to dwell on the past, but because leadership matters, engagement matters, accountability matters, and over the past year, we have worked tirelessly to foster a culture of accessibility, responsiveness, and collaboration throughout the ministry and its state entities. As we undertook that work, we also uncovered several serious matters that required immediate attention. Within the ministry and across the agencies under its remit, we encountered instances of improper procurement practices. Senator Rose, where were you then? Questionable hiring practices, conflicts of interest, misconduct, and other matters involving the use of public resources that warranted closer attention. Where issues were identified, they were referred to the appropriate authorities. Corrective action was initiated, and systems have been strengthened to reduce the likelihood of reoccurrence. Mr. President, 1 year later, the conversation has changed. Today, we are no longer speaking simply about what we inherited. We are speaking about what we have discovered, what we have corrected, and what we have delivered. Over the past year, we have advanced significant reforms in road safety, strengthened enforcement, modernized legislation, improved service delivery, and expanded aviation connectivity, enhanced institutional oversight, and continued the modernization of the transport sector. However, in the process of doing so, we also identified long-standing institutional gaps, staffing deficiencies, operational constraints, and outstanding obligations that could no longer be ignored. As if for this reason, the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation, under Head 34, seeks a supplementation in the sum of approximately $21.1 million and a variation of $24.9 million. The supplementary appropriation and variation before this House must therefore be viewed in that context. It is not simply a request for additional funding. It is a request to strengthen capacity, address deficiencies, sustain ongoing reforms, and ensure that the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation is equipped to meet the growing demands of a modern transportation sector. Mr. President, it is against that backdrop that I now turn to the specific items contained in this supplementary appropriation and variation. But before I do so, I would like to just go back and respond to Senator Dan Paul. I would like to remind this House that under the P&M administration, there were 8 supplementary appropriation acts brought to Parliament. 2018, $213 million. 2019, $1.8 billion. 2020, $2.6 billion. 2021, $2.9 billion. 2022, $3.9 billion. 2023, $3.8 billion. And 2024, $2.3 billion. What happened in those cases, Mr. Dampole? What happened in those cases? And let's not forget a total fiscal deficit between 2016 and 2024 of approximately $71.2 billion. Is it that the PNM administration wanted those deficits so they could borrow money? Like how they borrowed $10.835 billion from NCB Merchant Bank between 2018 and 2025? Who is the CEO of that bank? I'll leave that there. One question. Who is the CEO?
Your former.
Mr. President, the variation includes increases in salaries and COLA for over 123 employees within the general administration, as well as payment of arrears for the period 2014-2016 and 2017-2019. It's important to note that a significant portion of this allocation relates to obligations that have accumulated over many years and which this government is now taking the responsibility of addressing. These are not new liabilities. They are long-standing commitments owed to public servants who have continued to perform their duties despite delays in the settlement of these matters. Mr. President, public officers are the backbone of the public service. They are responsible for delivering critical services to citizens each and every day. It is therefore only fair and appropriate that they receive the salaries, allowances, and benefits to which they are entitled. This demonstrates our willingness to confront outstanding issues, meet its obligations, and provide certainty to workers who have waited far too long for these matters to be resolved. Mr. President, supplemental for short-term employment. A portion of this supplementation is required to retain critical members of staff across the ministry, including traffic wardens, ICT personnel, legal officers, communication officers, record management staff, traffic management staff, and procurement personnel. These positions are essential to day-to-day operations of the ministry and delivery of essential services to the public. The supplementation would also facilitate the recruitment of additional positions. The reality is that the ministry has operated for years without the staffing complement necessary to effectively discharge its growing responsibilities. When I went into the ministry, Mr. President, it was like a ghost town. These are not staffing shortages that emerged overnight. They are long-standing deficiencies that were allowed to persist under the previous administration. As we have worked to modernize the ministry and improve service delivery, we have repeatedly encountered situations where critical functions were being carried out by insufficient numbers of staff. This includes information technology to support the ministry's digitization and modernization initiatives, the establishment of a dedicated policy and planning unit to strengthen research and policy development, and additional communications personnel to support public education and national awareness initiatives, including road safety programs. And Mr. President, I'm happy to report that road fatalities for the same period last year is now down 28%. I received those figures a moment ago from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Mr. President, perhaps the most glaring example of this is the lack of the air sector unit. Despite aviation being one of the ministry's principal responsibilities, the ministry has operated for years without a dedicated air sector unit. Members opposite may find that difficult to explain. For 10 years, there were no dedicated aviation policy unit, no aviation specialists within the ministry, and no in-house capacity to manage and advance the country's broader air transport agenda. Since assuming office, Senator Vera, since assuming office, Cabinet has approved the finalization of air service agreements with Dominican Republic, which was signed a few weeks ago, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Ghana, Panama, Rwanda, which was recently signed, and the accession by the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to the air transport agreement among the member states and associated member states of the Caribbean states, demonstrating the growing scope and complexity of the ministry's aviation responsibilities and the need for dedicated in-house aviation expertise. In addition, we have advanced discussions with several other countries. Mr. President, the aviation sector continues to show positive signs of growth under this government. Over the past few months, 2 new airlines, Winnie and Inter-Caribbean, commenced operations to Trinidad, with a 3rd airline scheduled to begin next month, and that will be announced soon. These additions strengthen connectivity, increase competition within the market, provide greater choice for travelers, and reflect growing confidence in Trinidad and Tobago as a destination and aviation partner. The establishment of this unit will finally provide the ministry with the technical expertise needed. Mr. President, this supplementation is not about creating unnecessary positions. It's about correcting long-standing deficiencies and building institutional capacity. The other supplementation is for the Traffic Enforcement Unit, which is responsible for the administration of the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Act 2017 and the wider fixed penalty notice system. The ministry undertook one of the most significant reforms of the fixed penalty notice system since its introduction. In addition, over 15 legal notices were published to modernize and strengthen the legislative framework governing traffic enforcement. Since the introduction of the fixed penalty warning system, which we debated a few months ago, over 1,300 fixed penalty warnings were issued, and over 60% of persons are complying. This figure, however, fluctuates because certain persons are still in the warning period. We also removed the demerit points for all but the criminal offenses, revised fixed penalty amounts, enhanced payment options. And when we increased the fines effective January 1, the PNM, there was an uproar. But I would like to just share what has happened since then. I would have mentioned on Friday that vehicle inspections in January went up by 125 or 22%, and persons renewing their driving permit outside of a legal time frame went up 355%. Mr. President, between January 1 and today, over 12,350 persons renewed their driving permit that had expired. over 1,000 over 6 months and under 3 years was driving with expired driving permits, and over 200 between 3 and 5 years. When we increased the fines, the PNM, the opposition, jumped up. This is a revenue collecting exercise. But let me share some figures with you. Between 2020 and 2025, under the PNM administration, they issued $601 million in fixed penalty notices in 5 years. I would like to share these figures with you. Between January 1 of 2025 and the 15th of June of 2025, 56,785 fixed penalty notices were issued. January 1 to the 15th of June this year, 44,295, a reduction of 12,490 fixed penalty tickets were issued for the same period last year. Persons are complying more since the increase in fines. This is over $12 million less in revenue, and they went and said it was a revenue-generating exercise. Mr. President, while members opposite speak about road safety, this government has acted, and I would have mentioned that the road fatalities are down now 28%, and serious accidents are also down. Now, persons will say no because they're seeing a lot more on social media. That's because persons are just sharing a lot more. Persons are now more on social media. So it looks that way, but serious accidents are in fact lower. Mr. President, in the interest of time, I'm going to go to another item for the supplementation, and that's interest payments. This government inherited a loan from the previous administration in excess of over $300 million. And what's very interesting with that loan is the day that loan was approved by Cabinet, it was over $5 billion that was approved in Cabinet that day. That was refinanced. And at that time, the former Minister of Finance was saying that the country was doing well. I have the 2025 budget statement that was read on the 30th of September, 2024. It was titled, Steadfast and Resolute, Forging Pathways to Prosperity. It speaks about economic prosperity, social equity, and sustainable growth. This was on the 30th of September, 2024. But 10 days later, on October 10th, 2024, Senator Arts, you spoke about loans. 10 days later, Cabinet Minute 1878, I have the Cabinet note here, the government refinanced $5.5 billion in loans, all which were going to mature in 2025. These loans were taken under the PNM administration. Who was the PS then? Senator Dan Paul? He was gone? Okay. But according to the budget statement, the country was doing very well. And you borrow $5.5 billion. And I'm looking at these interest rates. 600 million, 1 billion, 21 million US, 800 million TT, 268 million, 300 million. Caribbean Airlines, 65 million US. Now I'll get back to Caribbean Airlines. And the list goes on and on. And I'm looking at these interest rates. And I found these interest rates to be very high. So I asked myself, how come the former Minister of Finance did not negotiate better rates, like he did when he borrowed money from a particular bank for his project in Newtown? Because I have that information. Why didn't he negotiate better rates, Mr. President?
The sitting member of the House.
Yeah, I don't think we should go there. I think we should move on, please.
I'm guided, Mr. President. But the question still stands, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I want to go back to Caribbean Airlines, $65 million, and Senator Atz mentioned you borrow in US, European US. Senator Atz, do you know what this government inherited when it comes to Caribbean Airlines? We inherited a balance of over $215 million in loans. $1.4 billion was inherited by the previous administration on loans for Caribbean Airlines. But the former Minister of Finance said that Caribbean Airlines was doing very well. That's what we inherited. And between 2023 and 2025, Caribbean Airlines lost over $60 million on their routes. A few weeks ago in the other place, I would have announced some frequency changes and discontinuation of routes. And because of that, we'll be saving about $18 million. And there'll be more frequency changes as we proceed. So I just wanted to bring that up. But Mr. President, this supplementary appropriation and variation is about ensuring that the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation has the resources necessary to continue serving the people of Trinidad and Tobago effectively and efficiently. They are practical, necessary, and directly linked to the delivery of public services, the advancement of road safety initiatives, the strengthening of our aviation sector, and the continued improvement of services to improve transportation for the public. Over the past year, we have demonstrated that when leadership is present, when decisions are taken, and when accountability is demanded, progress follows. We have not solved every challenge, nor do we pretend to have done so. However, we have confronted difficult issues, addressed long-standing deficiencies, and taken meaningful steps to move the ministry and the transportation sector forward. Mr. President, the people of Trinidad and Tobago expect action, not excuses, solutions, not delays, and results, not promises. That is precisely what this government is committed to delivering. For those reasons, I fully support the Finance Supplementary and Variation Bill 2026 and commend it to the Honorable House. I thank you.
Senator Melanie Roberts-Rajma.
Thank you, Mr. President, for inviting me into the debate at this time. Mr. President, I want to start with the statement made by Senator Dr. Atz when she said that the mid-year review presents an opportunity for the government to assess the state of the economy. And I can appreciate the contribution made by the Honorable Senator Zakur, where he accounted for some of the accomplishments, or at least the start of the works undertaken by his ministry. And it was quite interesting that he was able to provide from the TTPS the stats on road fatalities for the past year, I think it was, Senator Zakur. That was quite interesting to me, because if the TTPS could provide that information, I don't understand why week after week when you go on their website, you can't find the crime statistics. So perhaps that's something that the government can look into. Now, Mr. President, I listened to the very shallow and skeletal presentation of the bill by the Honorable Minister who piloted, and I heard him make the following unfounded, unproven, and untruthful claims. He said, 1, the government is managing debt responsibly. He also said the work undertaken by the government is nothing short of remarkable. And then he said the government has stabilized the economy. And he also said the government's strategy is producing results and the future looks good. Now, Mr. President, we need to be serious, and we need to be truthful, and we need to be realistic. And it's odd and a little bit concerning that I have to come here and say this again today after I said it last week. When we legislate, when we debate, we need to do so within the context in which we're living right now. And it worries me that the minister would say in this Senate in this month of June in the 2026 year of our Lord that the government of Trinidad and Tobago, led by the United National Congress, has not abandoned fiscal prudence. And I ask myself, are we living in the same Trinidad and Tobago? Are the members opposite living and working and shopping and raising their families in the same economy, in the same country as the other frustrated 1.5 million people living under the current circumstances? You know, how can we even attempt to govern a nation when you're so out of touch with the realities of what people are facing in that nation? How do you begin to fix problems that you want to deny exist in the first place? We have to be honest with ourselves. The nation is hurting. It is crying out. And Senator Dr. Atts was right when she said this is the perfect opportunity to really take a realistic view at the state of the economy. Now, just yesterday, NAPSA released a very long statement where they outlined the operational challenges that they continue to face after almost 500 BOAs lost their jobs last November. And then yesterday, too, we had local vendors in Tobago in an uproar raising concerns because they were saying that they have been entirely priced out of operating at the new airport. And I say this with the caveat that I did take note of the release put out or the clarifications given by the Airports Authority earlier on today. It was a general response, and we look forward to the details. Nonetheless, we have had the vendors crying out in concern. And then even last week, you had the Tobago Chamber of Commerce and the Tobago Hotel and Tourism Association lamenting on the stifling impact that this ongoing SOE has had on tourism and on local economic activity. And then again, we have for weeks upon weeks and actually months now, homes and businesses, especially across Tobago, have been without a reliable water supply. We've had accommodations having to cancel bookings. I can tell you firsthand. We've had restaurants that from time to time have had to close for short periods because tanks are empty, no water, you can't even get truck-borne water in some instances. And, you know, I think I pulled out the WASA head to look at. I'll come back to it. That's all right. Actually, let me take a look at it now. You know, I looked, Mr. President, at the schedule to the bill, and I looked at subhead 06, where WASA is being allocated an additional $376 million. And, you know, I thought to myself, good, I hope that this is to sort out some of the Tobago water woes that we're facing right now, and that none of this money is going towards paying additional influencers, because WASA have much bigger fish to fry. Now, the reality that this country faces at this time, and I mean, I could go on and I could go on, but I don't need to. Who feels it knows it. No amount of fancy speeches or gaslighting or denials will change that. Anyways, Mr. President, as I reflect on this finance supplementation and variation of appropriation financial year 2026 bill, I remember the words that I spoke in last year's debate, and, you know, in a similar regard, and time really flies when you're having fun, or not so much fun. And, you know, I remember being very green and saying, it is the government's prerogative to spend money in order to govern. And then it was funny because I heard Senator Dr. Atts say the same thing today. You know, she said, well, hospitals had to run, schools had to run, you know, all these services must continue to run. And I say this, the opposition takes no umbrage with the government having to spend in order to manage the country, in order to run the country. And they might be doing a poor job, but money does have to spend for the country to be able to run. So my contribution, Mr. President, has less to do with the proposed expenditure and whether or not is necessary. My concern surrounds sustainability. Now, the government has come to the Senate, just as they did in the House, and they have signaled their intention to spend about $3 billion additional dollars. And to me, they have completely ignored the economic realities confronting Trinidad and Tobago. And we heard the words coming out from the mouth of the Minister of Finance himself. He said, the government has not abandoned fiscal prudence. And he said it with his whole chest. And it's very clear that him and the members of his government have not a single clue. But, Mr. President, I will continue to do my duty to country, and I will do it well. And even if that means that every time I come here, I need to remind us in this chamber of the reality facing the people that's outside of this chamber, I will come here and I will do it, because this debate cannot take place in isolation from the circumstances facing Trinidad and Tobago today. And I know there are those who are preparing to come and refute and to say this is not true and flights are booked and things are looking well. That's some people's reality, but we need to talk about the reality of the masses, of the average person on the ground. Now, we are a country facing declining natural gas production and long-term pressure on our energy reserves. And I am not an economist, I am not an energy expert, I'm not a finance man like Senator Dan Paul over here. But anybody with a little bit of sense, anybody who knows anything would understand that once you have reduced oil and gas production, that poses a significant risk to our economic growth, it poses a risk to public revenue, and of course it poses a risk to our foreign exchange earnings. Trinidad and Tobago's future prosperity cannot continue to rely on assumptions that yesterday's energy model, the energy model that we enjoyed in years beyond, going back, will somehow sustain tomorrow's expenditure commitments. We need to plan ahead. And I am almost certain that the minister knows this, or at least that he ought to know this. And I would have heard members before speak about, the impact of the Middle East conflict on our on energy prices. And I in layman's terms, I would say we get blind with the Middle East conflict. The thing is, blinds tend to be unpredictable, they tend to be volatile, and they can sometimes have very undesirable consequences. So that, Mr. President, even with a temporary improvement in the commercial value of our LNG and our petrochemical exports, induced obviously by the Hormuz disruption, we still continue to face foreign exchange constraints. And I noted an interview that took place. It came out of the chamber. It was released this morning, the Tobago chamber, where they stated that the forex crunch in Tobago has been causing businesses to reduce the quantity of products that they're able to import, and as a result, the quantity of products that they're able to provide to the public. We also exist in a place where business confidence is weakening and where there's growing concern about our long-term competitiveness. And as I said, we get blind, we get temporary blind. But we also got a blight under the leadership of a government who really and truly don't know whether they're coming or they're going. So even with a little windfall, you will realize that the country still is unable to see its way. And whatever increase, temporary increase in revenues, it is not trickling down into the economy. It is not making its way through the economy as it ought to. And nobody on this side is making this up. It's plain as day for all of us to see. Over the past year, and I think it was Senator Dan Paul in his contribution, he mapped us through what has been taking place over the past year. We've had major industrial operations either reducing their activity or ceasing operations altogether. We've had massive job losses, and dare I say we may see more losses to come. We have seen earnings from exports significantly decreased. Investor confidence lower than the white line on the road right now. And yet, Mr. President, despite the writing on the wall, despite everything that we are seeing, despite everything that we are facing, here comes the government asking Parliament for billions more in expenditure without providing even a comprehensive explanation of how this level of spending will be sustained in the years ahead. And let me hasten to add that I'm a little bit disappointed with how this bill was piloted this morning. It seemed very much lacking. It's one thing to come here and say $3 billion additional allocation, but a little bit more is needed, especially in the economic climate that we're currently facing. And this is what the country ought to be concerned about. It's not so much the expenditure itself. The country has to be run. but it's about the sustainability of the expenditure. Mr. President, every single dollar that this government spends, it ultimately has to come from one of three places. So it's either coming from current revenue, it's coming from accumulated savings, or it's coming from borrowing. And I've heard both. We have two experts in here so far I've heard speak about it. Both Senator Dan Paul and Senator Dr. Atz spoke about the implications of this borrowing. And we have literally seen this government give us performance, so we know exactly what to expect. Revenue growth is likely to remain very weak. Even if energy productions manage to overcome structural challenges, we're still going to have to grapple with leadership challenges and what our geopolitical outlook looks like right now. Private sector activity will continue to slow down on account of the government's cocktail of levies, taxes, and fines. Foreign exchange shortages will continue to constrain investment, because while the government had all the remedies, we heard about how they're going to fix it while they were in opposition. It seems that now that they're in government, they're having some sort of performance anxiety, and up to now, we have not received any relief. We have not received any sort of remedy where the foreign exchange shortages are concerned. So that what is going to happen is that the next government, very likely a PNM-led government, and after that, the future governments to come will find themselves financing UNC's promises of today with tomorrow's debt. And make no mistake, the government knows this. Their intention is not to fix the country. Their intention is to fix themselves, to grab as much as they can, even if it means creating a mess for the rest of the population.
Mr. President, 46.6. And it's also 46.4.
I think it's important that we do not impute improper motives, right? And whilst I've given members some elasticity in dealing with this bill, it is not a budget debate, right? So I want to make that very clear. And I think there are close to 27 heads of expenditure. So members can look at these heads and try to tie their contribution to reflect whatever concerns they may have under those heads. Otherwise, we will go all over the place, okay? So I'm just putting all that so that members who are coming to speak after Senator Rajman would be guided accordingly. Continue, Senator Rajman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am guided, and I withdraw that last statement, Mr. President. Mr. President, so I am going to get to one head in particular, but let me address what I'm getting to at this point. What I'm getting to is the intergenerational transfer, the funding, the financing that we're looking at now, and what that does down the road. And Mr. President, let me segue and actually let me speak through you to the young people of Trinidad and Tobago in particular. A lot of these young people right now, they're pursuing degrees. They're starting professional careers, they're just graduating, they're trying to find meaningful employment. Some of them just starting families, they're now getting a new home. This debate concerns them. This bill is their business. Because when the government refuses to align its current expenditure, the $3 billion that's been requested or allocated right now or supplemented, when the government refuses to align that $3 billion with sustainable economic growth, it is young people of Trinidad and Tobago who have to deal with the consequences. It is the younger generation, those to come after us, who are going to inherit this debt. So you will find that a lot of young people will finish school, whether it's UE or COSTAT or UTT, and they're going to find that they're meeting reduced opportunities because there's no money to fund these opportunities. You will find that they will inherit a slow economy and a very heavy tax burden. you would find that these young people are going to inherit the responsibility of the financing commitments made by this UNC government right now in 2026, made long before they being the young people, long before they have even entered the workforce. And last week I would have mentioned how the place hard. It is going to get harder. The government will make young people inherit the consequences of a nation that is spending without sufficiently investing in the industries that will create jobs for the future. And we are already seeing it being played out. We're seeing where youth programs are curtailed. We're seeing where community development initiatives are diminished, and where opportunities for skills are reduced. And it has been noted by speakers previously that a lot of the allocations here are for recurrent expenditure. We're not seeing much going into development. So this is where the role of the opposition becomes critical. Because, Mr. President, we are not here. It's not our responsibility to oppose the expenditure. We have seen the heads. We have seen where the money is going. Our responsibility is to ask the difficult but very necessary questions, because it's not just about looking back, but we're also looking ahead, where we want to know what happens after we do this today, after this money is spent. What happens down the road? What is the government's plan, if energy revenues decline further? What contingency measures exist if anticipated revenues fail to materialize? How will these expenditures contribute to sustainable job creation? And as I mentioned before, we're seeing recurrent expenditure. We're not seeing a lot by means of development. How would this expenditure strengthen private sector growth? How does it expand opportunities for young people? How does it improve productivity? How does it, big one here, diversify the economy? Because if the answer to every single challenge is simply more expenditure, we just allocate more money, then really and truly we are not solving the problems that the government is at this time even trying to pretend doesn't exist. And the people of Trinidad and Tobago, they deserve transparency and they deserve accountability, and we have to have these very honest conversations about the economic challenges facing our nation. And our young people in particular, those who have to deal with this later down, they deserve the assurance that the decisions that we are making by means of this bill and any other bill to come, any other money bill to come, that these decisions that we make today will not mortgage away the opportunities that they ought to be entitled to tomorrow. Now, Mr. President, I want to use some time to bring something to the forefront of our nation's mind. And it is directly connected to head 69 of the schedule that's attached to the bill. Now, last evening, passengers aboard the Galleon's passage vessel were made to endure a grueling 9 hours at sea. They were stuck somewhere just outside of Tobago waters, and they couldn't dock. No explanation, no apologies, they didn't know. They were just there, and they were frustrated. Now, we've been hearing 2 rumors, none have been ascertained. We've heard that the MB Blue Wave had to depart so that the Galleon's passage could dock, and that held up the docking. We've also heard about mechanical issues affecting the Galleon's passage. We've received no formal statement as yet from PAT or from the ministry, so it's really difficult at this time to ascertain what was the real reason for the delay. What I do know, however, is that hundreds of Tobagoans, some went down for business, some went down for pleasure. They were stuck on that boat late into the night, tired, frustrated, and unsure. And this is an issue that we have had to grapple with. And when I say we, I mean Tobagoans especially, Trinidad and Tobago, Tobagoans especially, we've had to grapple with for years. The inter-island sea wars continue to plague the people of Tobago and businesses in Tobago. And I looked at head 69 last night into this morning after hearing of this matter concerning the Galleon's Passage to see what kind of allocation we have there. And I noted that there's a $10 million increase for the operation and maintenance of the Galleon's Passage. And then I also noted that there were increases for the operation and the maintenance of the APT James and the Buku Reef, and that's great. No issue there whatsoever, Mr. President. But here's what I want to place on the record. I have not seen any increased allocation for upgrades and repairs to the MV Blue Wave Harmony. And I am wary or worried of us standing here and pretending that this vessel is not still plagued with a myriad of issues. On 2 occasions alone this month, I can personally attest to sailings of this vessel having to be rescheduled, having to bear the cost of making contingency arrangements because of the rescheduling due to whatever issues are taking place with this MV Blue Wave Harmony boat. And members of the business chamber, they will testify that this is an almost weekly occurrence. So while it's all well and good that I see the allocations for the other vessels from increased maintenance and operations or repairs to those vessels, I have to ask the question, is it that no money is going to be spent on addressing these issues plaguing the MV Blue Wave? Is there a plan for fixing that boat? And where is the allocation or the increased allocation for that? Where's the strategic investment in the long-term reliability of that vessel in particular? Is the current allocation sufficient from the last budget? I doubt it based on the operational interruptions that continue to plague the boat. Is there some sort of maintenance arrangement that removes the need for government funding? Is it that the government has decided to underestimate the future maintenance cost of this vessel to save face? Mr. President, it is very concerning at this time that while over, I think it was 30 million, just over 30 million I saw additional allocation allocated to maintain the other vessels servicing the sea bridge, that no additional funding has been earmarked to deal with what I will consider to be the worst performing vessel and the vessel that poses the highest risk to Tobago's economy. And perhaps in winding up, or maybe another speaker could shed some light on what's happening there. If an additional allocation, the MV Blue Wave Harmony. I've seen monies allocated for the 3 other vessels, additional allocations for maintenance and upkeep. I haven't seen anything additional allocated for this vessel, and we know that this vessel requires a lot of repair, and the upkeep for this vessel is a lot. So I am just inquiring into what is happening there, because we continue to face issues in Tobago where the sailing of that vessel is concerned. To close, Mr. President, I will say this. Fiscal sustainability is not simply an accounting principle. Those of us in the field, or those of them in the field, I would say, they would treat this exercise as more of a technical obligation, a technical exercise. For the non-practitioners such as myself, fiscal sustainability is a moral obligation. I am concerned about the downstream effect. I'm concerned about the future effects, especially on generations to come. And it's an obligation that I believe all of us need to take seriously, because it's an obligation to those who have trusted us to serve. So it is therefore the government's responsibility to ensure that our children and our grandchildren inherit not just the gossip and the folly and the comments and nonsense that we see in the parliament on a weekly basis, but that they also inherit a nation that remains financially capable of sustaining them. And while the government might choose to shirk its responsibility in this regard, and while the government might choose to blame the PNM in this regard, we, the opposition, we will continue to hold the government to account We will continue to do our duties to this country. We will continue to do our part when we sit in this Senate, and we will do it without fear or favor. Heavy on the fear, without fear or favor. Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator Francis Lewis.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, colleagues. I thank you for the opportunity to present and to contribute on this debate on the Finance Supplementation and Variation of Appropriations Bill for this financial year. I want to start by acknowledging the realities revealed in the supplementation bill and the supporting documents that came with it, and to use it as a very useful opportunity to assess the government and the country's first 8 months of budget execution. And then I would like to use that to springboard, to pivot to what the country might expect in the budget that we anticipate for 2026-27, which in many ways will become the government's first fully owned budget. And I'll explain that in a minute. I suggest that we could use this mid-year review, the opportunity of it, to focus on framing the national agenda for the next annual budget. So, in this presentation, there are 3 things I want to do. The first is to acknowledge fairly the government's achievements, and I think there are a number that need to be noted, and the challenges that they face. I wish to recognize the cautions, some of which have been clearly articulated. In fact, there was an article, I think yesterday, by a noted economist. I didn't necessarily agree with all the points of view, but the concerns she raised, I think, were important without necessarily embracing alarmism. And I also wish to offer to the Senate 5 substantive policy questions that can shape the national conversation over the next several months. At one level, the bill is quite straightforward. In some ways, a routine parliamentary exercise. It seeks Parliament's approval for additional expenditure and adjustment to previously allocated funds. At another level, it provides something very, very valuable. It provides Parliament with an opportunity to assess the state of the nation's public finances, the effectiveness of our budgeting and planning, and the broader direction of the economy. And quite frankly, within all of that, the degree of latitude that we may have for action. So, let us not only consider where the government stands and the country stands fiscally today, but also where the country may be heading tomorrow. Supplementary appropriations are often viewed as a technical exercise, but in reality, looking behind the numbers, it can be highly revealing. They show where expenditure pressures have emerged, where assumptions, planning assumptions, have proven inaccurate, or sometimes where priorities have shifted, and where, on occasion, the machinery of government is experiencing strain. For that reason, I would suggest that while we need to stay relevant to the numbers and the budget bill presented, we may want to look a bit beyond or not be confined to simply the numbers before us, but to consider what those numbers tell us about the wider economy and fiscal position of our country. The supplementary appropriation bill, the appropriation amounts to approximately $2.93 billion. The largest allocations are towards health, public utilities, education, infrastructure, national security, and local government, and energy administration. The big 5 fall within that group, and they are substantial adjustments. They reveal where expenditure pressures are emerging and where the government has chosen to place additional resources during the course of this financial year. There is much in the bill and in the performance that deserves that there are genuine positives and they deserve recognition. Revenue exceeded budget projections, assisted by higher than budgeted energy prices. Additional revenue was generated from such measures as the commercial bank asset levy, the electricity surcharge, the landlord registration fee, and the business surcharge. There have been several digital initiatives, including the online driver's permit renewal, the digital arrival and departures immigration form, and there have also been practical improvements in the delivery of public services. As noted from the fiscal management perspective, the composition of the expenditure matters, which I noted earlier. When supplementary appropriations are heavily concentrated in recurrent expenditure, as noted by several speakers, it raises important questions about the room we may have for fiscal flexibility. It suggests that an increasing amount of public resources are being absorbed simply to sustain current or existing operations, leaving less room for transformative investment and strategic development initiatives. The issue, therefore, is not whether these expenditures, as we heard, 97% of which are necessary. The issue is whether, as a state, we are gradually becoming more and more locked in to expenditure patterns that are increasingly difficult or will become increasingly difficult to sustain. Mr. President, as we assess this bill, let us give it its proper context. The government has been in office for approximately 13 months. It is now about 8 months into the implementation of its first national budget. That context matters. It's interesting to hear the narrative that goes across this floor and that I see in other places. No administration starts with a blank slate. Every government inherits obligations, contractual commitments, public service demands, citizens' demands, debt obligations, infrastructure challenges, all within a context of very broad economic realities. And the last 12 months, particularly with some actions taken by some to the north, have caused massive uncertainty on occasion. The narrative presented sometimes also sometimes contains an obvious contradiction. One cannot simultaneously argue that the country was on the verge of collapse in April 2025 and has been largely restored in June of 2026. One needs to acknowledge that the government inherited one of the largest sovereign wealth funds on a per capita basis in the region. Our credit metrics remain relatively strong by regional standards, and that is not just for the Caribbean, but for the LATAM area. We have a functioning public sector, despite all that has been said about it, and we have continued access to international capital markets. The budget of last year, October 25, was by necessity, and the appropriations is about that budget, a transitional budget. It was prepared, and let us be very fair, in a very relatively short period of time following a change of administration. And it needed to reflect both inherited conditions as well as try to introduce new policy priorities. In that regard, some successes and some shortcomings should not surprise us. Indeed, it offered the reality that any new administration would face in a first budget. But what it presents to us in this appropriations bill is a meaningful and significant test to look ahead. In approximately 3 to 4 months, the government will present its second national budget, arguably its first fully owned budget. This budget is the springboard, or the appropriations in this budget is the springboard to that one, and to me that's the relevance in it. That budget will provide the clearest indication yet of the administration's economic philosophy, its fiscal strategy, and what they see as long-term development priorities. And for that reason, I would suggest that this debate, while it needs to stay relevant to this budget, should not focus exclusively on where we have been, but on where we need to go. The economic performance, Mr. President, of the country over the last 13 months can be described, and this is said as a compliment, as stable but constrained. Perhaps the most revealing aspect of the mid-year budget is what it says about the original budget. The supplementary appropriation exposes what appears to have been a materially incomplete fiscal picture. And this is all the budget presentations of last year. The original budget projected a deficit of about $4 billion. Less than a year later, despite higher than budgeted energy prices and income, the introduction of new taxes and levies, the projected deficit has increased to approximately $7 billion. So there is a mismatch of you've done better in terms of generating revenue, but one needs more money than was originally projected. But even that I could accept given the newness of the new management and new administration. Favorable developments, including stronger energy prices, additional tax revenues, and projected deficits expanded significantly relative to the original budget. The positives need to be and deserve recognition. Revenue collections have exceeded original projections. As I mentioned, several digital government initiatives have improved public service delivery. The country was removed from the European Union blacklist, and that's a positive development. The revision by Moody's that several earlier speakers alluded to is encouraging. And investor engagement in the energy sector appears to have strengthened, but more would need to be seen in that area. These developments need to be acknowledged fairly. Yet at the same time, we need to be careful about overstating the significance, as many of these outcomes reflect processes that span multiple years, multiple institutions, and in some cases, multiple administrations. The credit ratings, for instance, is influenced by accumulated fiscal performance, external assets, institutional strength, energy sector prospects, and long-term economic conditions. Similarly, major investment decisions in the energy sector often reflect years of geological investment, licensing arrangement, negotiations, and planning. Therefore, it's simplistic to attribute all positive developments to the current administration. And it would be equally simplistic and not correct to deny that the current policy frameworks played a role, a positive role. The reality is that it lies somewhere in between those competing narratives. Many commentators over the past years have been, as I said, competing narratives. It swings between we are on the verge of collapse on one hand to brighter days are coming and hold strain and we will get there. The reality is far more nuanced. Trinidad and Tobago possesses substantial strengths, including significant assets, a functioning and reasonably well-regulated financial system, institutional continuity, and access to capital markets. At the same time, long-standing structural challenges remain very much with us. This bill, this supplemental bill, in many respects is evidence of those continuing constraints. Attention, Mr. President, has been given to the increase in the projected fiscal deficits, including concerns raised by a number of economists. While reasonable people may disagree on the degree of urgency, the warnings should not be dismissed. Rising debt, persistent fiscal deficits, foreign exchange constraints are legitimate concerns. But one should hesitate of leaping from imminent crisis because the country retains important fiscal buffers and significant financial assets. A more balanced conclusion, perhaps, is that Trinidad and Tobago faces genuine vulnerabilities, but also possesses meaningful resilience. The challenge before our policymakers is to ensure that today's vulnerabilities do not become tomorrow's crises. As such, and with that context, in looking at this budget, but also suggesting a springboard to the budget to come in less than 3-4 months, I want to suggest 5 major questions for consideration. The first is growth. The central economic challenge, and we face many. I think the central economic challenge facing Trinidad and Tobago is not simply fiscal management, it is growth. The economy right now is anemic. On one hand, one could say, thank God you're not in a downturn. On the other hand, the last set of numbers I saw from the IMF report of a couple of months ago had it at less than 1%. It was, I think, 0.8%. That and 0 or 1% is almost the same thing. The instruments are not, the monitoring instruments are not sharp enough to tell a major difference. The experience on the streets and in talking to people looking for jobs, looking for business, suggests an economy that is significantly underperforming. If the numbers are even reasonably accurate, that the economy is expanding at 1% annually, we are going to struggle to generate opportunities, improve living standards, strengthen public finance, and attract the scale of investment required. In other words, we cannot pay the bills or meet the expectations of our citizens. So for me, the central and perhaps priority question is how do we move towards a growth rate of 3 or 4, and can I be ambitious, even 5% over a reasonable time? And if pushed, I would suggest a reasonable time could be the next 2, the next 3, the next 4 years. The answer cannot simply rely or depend solely on energy prices or presumed new gas discoveries, though one is hopeful, or favorable geopolitical developments. Those factors may help, but they're fundamentally beyond our control. So the question and the performance paradox is, while we want to set performance targets, what can we do that is somewhat within our control to achieve that? And I want to endorse what earlier speaker mentioned, is a more sustainable approach to strengthening productivity and productive capacity. We spend an enormous amount of time talking about the energy sector and the government revenues from it, and one could well understand why. But so many of the actions that we take, necessary, and we will continue to take them, I expect, and we have great professionals working in those fields, it is the larger part of the economy where people are located that affect most persons, most families, most households. And so how do we strengthen the productive capacity and the productivity of the non-energy sector? Quite frankly, a productivity level of 54, 55% is nothing to boast about. In fact, one should hang one's head with some degree of embarrassment. This means increasing investment, reducing barriers to enterprise, improving productivity, supporting exports, and creating conditions that encourage innovation. We have markets that are close to us. How do we access them? How do we move persons from feeling, well, let's see what tomorrow will bring, and saying, I will take action? In talking to some persons in the business community, I asked them what it is you want to achieve this year. And the answer I got was less than encouraging. It was, boss, I just want to survive. I don't want to spend no money, and I just want to survive. You cannot move an economy or a business with that outlook. The next budget, using this one as a springboard, should therefore try to establish meaningful targets for non-energy growth, private sector investments, and export diversification. So how do we move growth rates from approximately 1% to something closer to 4% over the next 12 to 36 months? Not through wishful thinking, not through dependencies on favorable commodity prices, not through hope, which is not a strategy, of discoveries that have not yet materialized, but through a deliberate expansion and focus on the productive economic activity, particularly in the non-energy sector. So how do we move past the rhetoric to something that is more tangible? The questions for the next budget is not whether growth is desirable. I think that is a proven conclusion. The question is, where will growth come from? What specific measures will increase private investment? What sectors outside of energy will be targeted? What barriers to investment need to be removed? And ultimately, how will we measure success? Because if you can't measure it, it's very hard to manage it. And I would suggest that Parliament should expect, and I would, if I had the power, require clear targets in the next budget for non-energy growth, private investment, business formation, and export diversification. And much of the rhetoric I hear back and forth, some of it in this House, is not conducive to building investor confidence and a confidence in ourselves. And that hurts, doesn't help. The next big question outside of growth is a question of opportunity. Economic growth is meaningful only if citizens experience its benefits. How will economic policy be translated into and create opportunities for young persons, for entrepreneurs, workers, communities throughout the country? How will growth translate into employment, skills development, business creation, and upward mobility? I want to support, there was a motion put before the first sitting of this Parliament. I would hope that that motion would return. And the motion asked for the government to engage in a degree of manpower and personnel planning so that we get some sense of where we go and where we would train and allocate persons, spending enormous amounts of both capital but of hope, so that when they graduate, there would be a place for them in the economy. When we talk statistics, it is sometimes necessary to humanize those statistics. So, Mr. President, if you'll permit me just, I hope what is not an unduly cheeky question. How many people are we talking about? Put it a different way. If I were to ask us, how many women in Trinidad and Tobago got pregnant last night? And there's a number for that. The number is about 49, between 49 and 50. And the calculation is very simple. If one simply starts with, there are 18,000 children sitting common entrance, SEA, and you divide it by 365, you end up with 49. Here's my point, Mr. President, without being unduly humorous. There are real people behind these numbers. We have to make room for 50 new citizens born today. So when we talk these statistics, some of us with enormous training and erudition in this area have internalized it. Most people outside haven't. And they rely on us to explain what we're talking about in a way that is meaningful. So how will economic policy translate into and create opportunities for young persons? How will growth translate into employment? Too often we discuss GDP as though it's a means to an end. As though it was an end in and of itself. It's not. It's valuable because it expands opportunity. Not a single person in this House, and I would dare anybody to respond to this, got to where you are, where any of us are, by yourself. Somebody put a hand. That's what we seek to do with these budgets and these mechanisms. It is how do we put a hand for those who will at some point need a hand. So the next budget should be judged not simply by economic statistics, but also by whether ordinary citizens can see a realistic pathway to advancement, which many do not now feel. How will young people view entering the workforce and finding opportunities? I endorse our Minister of Labor's orientation to strengthening protections. But the reality of the world of work is that we're moving from a very traditional world of work to a far more gig economy. So the question becomes, how do we as a society handle transitions that will become inherent in the very fabric of employment? How will small businesses expand? And how will regional communities participate in development? These questions matter because economic success cannot solely be measured through GDP statistics, as useful as they are. They must also be measured through the opportunities available to citizens. And Parliament will need to pay closer attention to indicators such as youth employment, labor force participation. Our maternity bill, or the maternity bill soon to come before us, is a significant movement in that direction. Labor force participation, business formation, and household income growth. The third big question has to do with competitiveness, and at the heart of competitiveness, and the research base is quite solid on this, is productivity. For years, businesses have complained about delays in approvals, permits, licensing requirements, administrative bottlenecks. There's almost a reflex to, if there's a problem, put on a regulation. Sometimes it's necessary, but sometimes we have layered regulation on top of regulation until even the persons administering it in the various ministries aren't sure what is operative. Most entrepreneurs that I know are not asking government for subsidies. They're asking government to remove obstacles, and in many cases, potholes, big potholes, and in some cases, unnecessary speed bumps so they can get on with their business. If we are serious about stimulating growth, one of the fastest gains may be in reducing administrative friction that slows investment and innovation, and quite frankly, heart. So the next budget needs to identify specific measures to improve the ease of doing business relevant to us, and that would be probably relevant by sector, and should establish measurable targets for reducing delays and improving service delivery. The fourth big issue that has been raised previously is foreign exchange. Few issues affect business more consistently than access to foreign currency. Foreign exchange shortages act as a hidden tax on economic activity. It discourages investment, increases uncertainty, and it distorts decision-making. The solution cannot be merely to defend the existing system or tweak it. The solution has to be how to expand the country's capacity to earn foreign exchange. That means stronger exports, greater investment flows, improved competitiveness, and a broader productive base. There is a matter that I would like to do some research on, and I would be interested in working with others on this research. When we talk about foreign exchange shortages, as one drills down into the numbers, what is the cause of the shortage? It has been suggested that, yes, there is a demand for foreign goods and, in some cases, services, and that creates a demand. But we have also been selling, and so we earn a certain degree of foreign exchange. It would appear from one set of statistics, which would need to cross-verify, is that there is a demand for foreign exchange because Trinidadians who have some money put aside, looking for somewhere to put it so it's productive, are choosing, for whatever reason, not necessarily to put it here, but to put it somewhere else. Now, this is not that they're unpatriotic. If any of you had a retirement fund, you want it reasonably safe, but you also want it to be earning. And when we look at this society, people continually are telling me, well, Francis, where is there productive development? And they're not seeing it. And that is very, very worrisome. So if you multiply that across households, there is a built-in demand for, I need to earn foreign exchange so I can move my money outside. Not because I'm unpatriotic, but because I'm not seeing, and therefore I'm not having the confidence in our own economy. And that falls to us to fix that. The solution, all of this is really it's a persistent structural challenge that faces the economy. The foreign exchange shortage creates uncertainty. It constrains investments. And this solution cannot simply be better administrative allocation. Ultimately, it has to be earned. It requires stronger experts, increased direct foreign investment, higher value-added services, much greater competitiveness, which is based on productivity, and a broader participation in international markets. The next budget, therefore, needs to articulate a clear strategy for expanding foreign exchange generation rather than simply managing foreign exchange scarcity. Parliament should expect, and I hope it would hear, a coherent strategy for addressing this issue, because sustained economic growth will be difficult without it. The fifth question is a thorny one, but one that we need to address. It's about how do we build national participation in economic transformation. The very nature of this House and our sister House is it is competitive. There is rivalry. But there are many people looking on. And if they see behaviors, Mr. President, that do not suggest progress, and people expect, like football, a high degree of game well played and rivalry, but with a focus on how to move things forward, they start to lose hope in us and in this institution. Economic reform cannot be accomplished by fiat, and it certainly cannot be accomplished by government, any government alone. Business, labor, academia, civil society, and ultimately citizens have a role to play. The challenge before us is not simply economic, it's institutional, it's social, and it's about how to get citizens who feel disconnected from economic participation and, to a degree, economic policy making, to reverse that view and embrace it. It's not simply about consultation. It is about a partnership. But if one is continually at each other's throats, then that is not encouraging. Too many view national development as something that happens around them rather than something in which they participate. The next phase of our economic policy must therefore be how to include a broader national conversation on priorities and trade-offs, given whatever the opportunities are and the shared responsibilities. If opportunities are emerging, how do our citizens know where and how to access them? A successful economic strategy must therefore be accomplished by a national conversation about priorities, trade-offs, and shared priorities. So, the significance of this supplementation bill is not that it tells us where we are, as useful as that is. It is the country's immediate future will be determined in part by this bill. Because the question it highlights, which we must answer before the next budget is presented, which this budget prompts, is how do we accelerate growth? How do we broaden opportunity? How do we remove obstacles to enterprise? How do we improve foreign exchange generation? How do we build national participation in economic development? These are the questions that I get asked. These are the questions investors ask. These are the questions that business asks. These are the questions that citizens of all ages ask. And those are therefore the questions that Parliament should continue and very much need to ask and address. Ultimately, fiscal sustainability and appropriations is not achievable through supplementary appropriations, headline announcement, or favorable commodity prices. It is achieved through disciplined expenditure management, and I do acknowledge the outlook, the view of the government about improving discipline across the society. It requires credible forecasting, not wishful thinking, productive investment, of which there is precious little, given the level of recurrent expenditure in the budget, institutional strength, and sustained economic growth. The bill reminds us that while the country remains stable, many of the structural challenges that this government faces, that the previous government faces, that we will likely face to some degree in the years ahead, remain to be addressed, and many of them remain as yet unresolved, or at least unresolved to the degree where we can move forward. The tasks, therefore, in concluding, before this government and this parliament, and indeed all of us, is to ensure that the next budget moves the country from managing those constraints to systematically addressing and, where we can, removing them. And that is the foundation on which this budget can give us a way forward. And with that, Mr. President, thank you very much.
Senator Ashworth Jack.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this opportunity to contribute to this debate. Mr. President, one of the things that I've learned is that it is so easy to say what have not been done. But it's so difficult when you have an opportunity to do it, to have done it. I have looked at some of the comments being made on some of the areas that have been targeted. And I want to probably touch on probably one of the most interesting ones that I've heard. And it was that we can't leave debts for our children. And I agree, fully agree with that. Even your family, you want to leave your children in a better place than you have inherited. But we can't have eaten the children food and then tell the people who are hungry today that they have to not eat because they have to leave for the children, because they don't have any strength to work to ensure that they can build for the children. And so my admonition to all of us is, in government, as much as we want to get everything right, there are going to be some challenges. But the easiest thing to do is to be in opposition and then give you the mighty shadow refrain. I coulda, I woulda, I shoulda. You know, Mr. President, I look at the Tobago, and I want to concentrate a bit on Tobago, because there are 30 people in this house, and I am one of only 2 Tobagonians who sit in this august chamber. And then, okay, 2.5. Oh, sorry, I have, oh, there's so much. Well, sometimes I never wonder if there is. Sometimes make you wonder if there is. I mean, I was here the half Tobagonian, and the half Tobagonian makes a lot of noise to Tobago on a regular basis, and I Senator Roberts. And in this case, I mean Anna Roberts. But I want to start by looking at the Tobago allocation. One will never have believed, if you listen to today's debate, that the culmination of the budgetary allocation in October last year and this supplementary is the largest allocation that Tobago have received in its history. You never have believed that. In fact, the second largest allocation that Tobago have ever received is nearly $700 million less than this year. And so one must ask oneself why. And I have a bit of history in this thing. Because when I became a member of the Tobago House of Assembly in 1996, the allocation, the largest allocation Tobago ever received, was in the vicinity of 1.7% of the national budget to a high of 2.2% of the national budget. That was it. That is how the Dispute Resolution Commission came into being. It was written into the 1996 Tobago House of Assembly Act number 40 for precisely that reason, because there was a clear indication that there was nothing that held the government to responsible if they did not treat Tobago with the respect that Tobago deserved. It was written in and went to the Dispute Resolution Commission, and in 2001, Tobago got its first allocation from the Dispute Resolution Commission, and that was calculated on the national population vis-à-vis the Tobago population, and that is how the 4.03% of the budget was written in. But it didn't say that. It said a minimum of 4.03 to a high of 6.9. The only government that has ever given Tobago more than the minimum allocation is the People's Partnership and now the United Nations. Only. In fact, I can say to you, in 7 out of the 10 years of the last administration, even if there was a 4.3% of the budget put in the allocation, sometimes there was a shortfall between 2017 and 2024 of $116 million. Did not even meet the minimum. Not even the minimum. And so today, I feel proud, I feel vindicated, because I was part of that era that brought this whole thing into being. But let me tell you what the Minister of Planning and the Minister of Finance did in the last couple of months. Mr. President, prior to that, the former Minister of Finance used to say to the Tobago House of Assembly representatives who came to discuss the budget, "Or you ain't getting that. Don't waste all the time. Or you ain't getting that." Last year, when we were negotiating for the Tobago House of Assembly budget, it was the first time you had an open door policy. You could have gone one time, come on next time, make suggestions. And both ministers put together end up giving Tobago its first revised percentage of the budget. And it was done because when this Dispute Resolution Commission came into being, Tobago was 4.3% of the population. Today it is 5%. And for years, the Tobago House of Assembly, even under a PNM Tobago House of Assembly and a PNM central government, they refused to acknowledge that Tobago population growth meant that what was allocated was insufficient based on the formula that was agreed on in 2000. And so, in 2025-2026 budget, Tobago was given 5% of the national budget, which reflected the population size of Tobago vis-à-vis Trinidad. First time. If you sat in this house today, you wouldn't believe that. Sure, you wouldn't believe that. You know, Madam President Officer, the allocation for Tobago, when you look at both the revised, I think comes up to what? $2.96 billion. $2.96 billion. But if you take into consideration all the other heads that the Tobago House of Assembly plus, in this case, CAS also has $465,940,000. And that's a take care of the recurrent expenditure. Tobago also benefits from public health or the health sector, public utilities, works and infrastructure, transportation, tertiary education, skills training. That does not come out of the Tobago House of Assembly budget. And let me just say this. I heard someone spoke about the issue of WASA and WASA allocation. And they were hoping, I think it was Senator Rajman Roberts, and hoping that the WASA allocation affects Tobago positively. And let me take this opportunity to just say to this House that more than 3 or 4 years ago, there was a World Bank loan organ to give Tobago its first desalination plant. It had to be signed off by the Minister of Planning for 3 years, 36 months. Plus, the Minister of Planning under the last administration refused to affix his signature to allow Tobago to be able to access that funding. Good news. They are going to be constructing 2 such plants, one in Charlottesville and one in the West of Tobago, because of this administration. And I say that against the backdrop of the issue of the water crisis. And Tobago water crisis didn't start yesterday. It is ongoing. In fact, I can say this without fear of contradiction. I've said it in a number of other places. There was a time when I lived in a stone throw away from the dam. If I walk up to the dam for exercise, it will be inadequate exercise for any given day. And there was one time for 37 days, water did not come in my pipe once. Not once. But there's an appreciation for the problems that water will create in an emerging economy, especially one that we're trying to attract investment in the tourism industry. And this administration have not only looked at it as an issue, but is actively moving to solve that, so that Tobago will have a less problematic season. But it's interesting, you know. I don't know, maybe many people here don't know. Let me go back again to tell you how this Tobago water problem was bad and what started to solve it. I remember when I was at Works, the Assistant Secretary with responsibility for Works, Transport and Infrastructure. Then Chief Secretary Hutroy Charles. And anybody who knows Hutroy knows he was a radical. Hutroy will do what he wants and stand the consequences. There was a situation where the water problem was sorted. And don't care how we appeal to get it fixed, it wasn't done. That is how the wells in Tobago started to be done. The first one was outside the Dwight York Stadium. And then, of course, there are a number of others all throughout the island. That is what alleviated the Tobago water problem. And so here it comes again, where this administration have to now come and say, oi, this problem is too bad, so we are going to put money into Tobago in order to alleviate that situation. But you wouldn't hear that here. And since I'm on the issue of the allocation, let me deal with the development. I have noticed, Mr. President, there's a $94 million or $92 million allocation, supplementary allocation for development. And I want to say to this House, the allocation for Tobago, and I will explain why that allocation is needed. The allocation for Tobago in this year, the supplementary development, is $15 million. Now, that represents nearly 14% of the development budget. Unheard of. That is unheard of. That Tobago get 15% of our development national budget. What? But guess what? Scarborough Secondary School. And I want to deal with Scarborough Secondary School just a bit. I went there. I went to Scarborough Secondary. It was then Scarborough Junior Secondary into Signal Secondary. Since I was going to school, there was a problem When there was a road behind the school that was being taken away. And I, since Adam was a boy, that's a long time. So, Mr. President, when the administration changed in 2001, there was arrangement for the Dutch to come to look at the problem because the problem was not a horizontal slide, it was a vertical slide. Everything was falling straight down. And so there was an appreciation that some of the best persons in that regard was the Dutch. So they were contacted and the arrangement was made. The administration changed. And immediately as the administration changed, we recognized heavy equipment started working on the area. The heavy equipment, upon inquiry, because I was still a member of the Assembly, on inquiry, we discovered that there was a contract for the construction of a retaining wall behind the school. Now, mark you, I just said, it was a vertical side. A retaining wall can only hold a horizontal side. So there was a $17 million contract to stop a side that did not exist. Upon inquiry, we were told who the contractor was. And I'm sure some of you in this house will, this name will ring a bell to you. It was Etienne Mendes. At the time of the contract, you know who Etienne Mendes was? Etienne Mendes was the treasurer of the People's National Movement. His company got the contract to build a wall to stop a horizontal side, when in truth and in fact, the side was a vertical side. We were told, in Tobago we were told, I asked the question in the house, that is a vertical side, not a horizontal side. And we were told if it didn't work, that the contractor would pay back the money. I never heard it in my life. But of course, you know, there are new inventions every day. And I'm probably a new invention in negotiation. You know what happened? That wall did not last a year. It fell in less than a year. But here, the nexus to that.
I think he's responding to Senator Rajman. Continue, please.
Here the nexus to that. Why is that? The nexus to that is this. Because that problem was never solved. Because the wrong solution was applied. The Scarborough Secondary School continued to slide into the sea. You know what this costs us now to fix a problem that could have been fixed in 2001, 2002? $200 million. And that is why this $15 million is the first installment for the technical work that must be done to relocate the school to a different area. That is what you call inheriting nonsensical work. You know how long the Big House Assembly have been asking for some money to do the technical work in order to start up? 2017. The first time there was an allocation for it was last year, a $2 million allocation. Now it has been increased by $15 million to $17 million, so that all those things can be solved. That problem did not start in a PNM administration in Tobago, and TPP administration. It started with there was a PNM administration in Tobago and one in Trinidad. And not even they could have convinced their colleagues that that was necessary. So now you have to build a $200 million school. And everybody knows every year the cost of labor goes up. Because the school is now cracking, it is creating a problem for the occupants, both the children and the parents. So you have to now move the school altogether in order to prevent it from falling on them. Mr. President, I heard a comment being made about the airport and the out of reach thing for the airport, for the vendors. And I want to remind this House that the tender notice for those booths went out before this government came into being. It went out immediately after there was an opening of the airport terminal. I'm not sure if it's a soft one, a hard one, a new one. Up to that time, the Tobago House of Assembly members were banned from ever visiting the airport. Not even the Chief Secretary of Tobago was allowed to visit the A.N.R. Robinson International Airport Terminal. You know what the cost of that terminal? $1 billion. And it's kind of sad when I looked at an article a short while ago that the chairman of the chamber was saying that disappointed for lack of funding for details of Tobago Airport. And lack of funding detail. He was disappointed. And that was $1 billion airport. They should have inherited a completed structure. I had the privilege of visiting that airport when the administration changed. And we were shocked. We were shocked about how the interior of that airport. I think it's going to cost about between $15 and $20 million to just put up the booths and to fix the VIP area. Things that one was expected to be part of the contract. Even the conveyor. And anybody who knows Tobago knows that one of the problems Tobago suffer from is sea blast. They built a conveyor with absolutely no cover. And so the moving parts started to rust even before. That was late last year. Not a question asked. In fact, they couldn't ask a question because if they ask a question, somebody balls them up. But that is what a change of government and one who could bring in terms of easing up your mouth, allow you to talk because it's part of your democratic right. You know, so we look at the Met Office. And I just want to say this. The Met Office have been damaged in an earthquake about 3 or 4 years ago. Spent some money, or so they say, to do some work. Contractor do a variation, never paid. Up to now, the contractor still looking, because now they have to verify the variation, which was done more than 2 years ago. But when that was constructed, it was touted to be one of the most modern Met offices in the Caribbean, if not the most modern. It is this administration who is now working to ensure that the damages that was done nearly 4 years ago to the Met Office gets done. That is part of why this allocation was necessary. Mr. President, you know, I looked at a number of things because Tobago, I feel strongly about Tobago. Anybody who knows my history knows I feel extremely strongly about Tobago's neglect, Tobago not being allowed to play its rightful role in terms of how Tobago contribute to the national economy, and that's because the infrastructure have never been put in place. Again, It's a couple of months ago. We have always heard about Cove. I'm sure all of you have heard about Cove Industrial Estate. All of you. Cove Industrial Estate was built about 16 or 17 years ago. Of course, it doesn't have much on it. And you know why? Cove Industrial Estate was never brought under the Industrial Estate Act. Never. But here what? It is last year, when trying to do some lease of properties, you discover that a Section 5 was never had for Cove Industrial Estate. So yes, the government could have occupied. They couldn't do anything else. Couldn't lease. They couldn't do a number of things. That came to this house this year. And now the Cove Industrial Estate is ready for business. And then there are some other pieces that will come later, I'm informed, will come later in this hand. Friendship, that case in point. I think when the minister spoke about the acquisition of Cove, he said friendship will follow. Same thing. Yes, we have been told that friendship is acquired. So even where they want to build the marina, it's not yet under Section 5. So you can't even, we heard so much talk about the marina and somebody was given the right to do it, but yet there was no ownership of the land. And so it now falls to the common predecessor administration to take care of all those things that are 15 and 20 years outstanding. And so when I come here and I hear some of the things sometimes, I say, whoa. And then I realized earlier when I heard Senator Rajman's contribution, I took a note. That was probably a little sarcastic, but I took a note when I was hearing how many things that you should do and you shouldn't leave. And I said, whoa, I didn't know I lived in that era. So I want to say to the Senate, happy Independence Day. Because this seemed to be the only time that we know we have all this power to do all these things. So it seemed to be we now become independent. So we know you can do this, you can do that, you can plan for this. Where were all these fantastic ideas all the time? And there are some good ideas coming from the other side. There's no two ways about that. And that is why we need to be careful that what we are doing here sometimes is spending our time being very acrimonious. Instead of being able to talk to each other, we talk down to each other, we do all that, and nothing gets done. Nothing gets done. But it also came out of a time where people were afraid to talk. Because if you know, I have seen, I remember, and maybe I shouldn't have. I remember seeing one day on Pigeon Point. I saw a certain member of government speak to a minister of the last administration. If anybody spoke to me like that, I know for sure I was picking up an assault. I mean, it was not only shout at me. It was obscene language. It was shout at. And I was like, whoa.
Stop selling out brown leader.
Whoa. I mean, I have to be going on. Don't put words in my mouth. You know, so I am happy that we are at a place where we can talk to each other, where nobody will shout down at you, where nobody can go curse you out because they disagree with a point you make. I mean, sometimes you hear some hard arguments going in this house. And, you know, I was always of the misguided impression that the civility in the Senate was different. And then I started to look at Senate sit-ins. And I say, boy, this is not the same thing I thought it was. And I'm a very good student of politics. You know, I want to say, Mr. President, in order for us to understand this issue of the allocation for this supplementary allocation, we have to take into consideration all the things that have happened in the last couple of months. We had a situation where bargaining for salary increases and things were outstanding for years. Years. And so for since it was 2013, from 2013 to 2025, 12 years, people are living on the same salary. So when I hear things hard, I want to know if prices had stopped at the time. It surely didn't stop for me. And a former finance minister boasts and tell the country he raised gas 5 times and he go raise it again. I was part of the people that paid that gas, along with everyone else. And he said nobody riots, so he go raise it again. And so now, things are. You know, I was saying to, maybe a member of the Senate, you had a situation where I went to fill up my vehicle in the gas station. And I know a guy who is a taxi driver, whether it be PH or otherwise. And I was saying, but you know, he called out to me. And so I said, well, you know, it's interesting that every time there's an increase in the price of gas, the price of transportation goes up. I said, but there's a decrease by $1 per liter in the price of super, and nothing went down. And he said to me, boss, well, you know about them, but I don't use super. But guess what color nozzle was in his car? Red. He was full in with super until he don't use super. And I said, whoa. You know, so I look at those, and then I look at how many, when you look at the amount of money, and then the explanation tells you, for every head, it's to pay salaries and COLA. I look at teachers who came out at 82s. Some, I think it's last year they got upgraded after some as much as 11 and 12 years. So some of this money is to effect their new salaries because they were living off an 82 salary for 12 years after they graduated. So the challenge now is that we don't allow things like that to happen again. So that we don't have these major payouts to make. And so I look at those and I look at the situation in Tobago. As I said, I wanted to start off by dealing with the issue of Tobago and how Tobago benefits from this budget. And I want to probably deal with Tobago goes on by saying the people of Tobago therefore continue to benefit from this administration, both in the case of the Tobago House of Assembly and the case of the central government. In fact, when you take both allocations together, the Tobago House of Assembly allocation, which is just about $3 billion, and the central government that had taken into consideration all the things that I spoke about earlier, the Tobago's allocation comes to just about just under $6 billion. And that includes the issue of the laptops, because the government has asked for $30 million for laptops for Trinidad and Tobago. And they made sure they identify that 5.7 million of that 30 million is to ensure Tobago keeps pace with our 11 and 12-year-old, keep pace with the rest of the nation by allotting $7.5 million for the equivalent of about 1,000 computers, so that all the children in Trinidad and the children in Tobago can get their computers at the same time. Mr. President, I also looked at some issues here about and I want to just touch this, because I hear a lot of people always talk about the housing and stuff. And you know, I am told, and I can be corrected by Senator Roberts or Senator Phillips, Philip Alexander, if I'm wrong. I'm told it's about what? About 100-something thousand applications. 250,000 applications for homes in the national database. I know for a fact that Tobago has just about 12,000 in the Tobago database. And so the question is, how do we fix that? How do we fix that? Because that is telling you, it's not that they have need for 250,000 homes. It's that 250,000 people applied to the Housing Corporation for homes. It's not 215,000, I'm corrected, so I stand corrected. 215. And yes, I can attest to that. Because people approach you, because people just see and they tell themselves, you know, you have a magic wand and you could just solve every problem every time. And people telling you, I have applied, people in their 50s. So I applied 25 and 30 years ago. And of course, we know it's happening. The cost of homes are going up on a daily basis because the cost of material is going up. Well, don't talk about if you're in Tobago. Tobago is now becoming probably one of the most prime real estate in the Caribbean. So the price of land is going through the roof. And so it is incumbent on the government to do something to ensure that some of these families, and if it's 215,000, you multiply that by 3 or 4. Talking about what nearly 1 million persons who need homes, because every home will carry 3 or 4 persons. How do you deal with dignity if people can't live in a comfortable home? How do we live in dignity when there are some parts, and there's an area in Arima that I had experienced about 2 months ago. One of the workers at a school that one of my family members teach at was complaining that every time they buy stuff, whether it be microwave, even mattresses, somebody have to be home 24/7. Because if you're not home, and these homes are not very well secured and stuff. When you come home, somebody borrows it for you. All gone. Stolen. And so, when you see the government understanding the plight of the people and putting a handsome allocation in the budget in order to take care of those, it is because there's an appreciation and an understanding for the needs of our citizens to be home properly. Mr. President, let me thank you and you very much for the opportunity to have contributed to this debate.
Senator Margaret Rose, Senator Dr. Margaret Rose.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate on the Finance Supplementation and Variations Bill 2026. We've heard a lot over the last few hours from both sides of the divide. This government is coming asking for further appropriation of $2.9 billion. And I want to say up front that there is nothing inherently wrong with coming for an additional or supplemental allocation. In fact, I think one of the honorable senators across on the other side actually went through all of the different allocations that have been sought over the last few years. The concern that I have, and I think the concern that we have on this side of the aisle, is that this government appears to be more concerned with performative politics than in making decisions honestly and truthfully before the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We have a situation where honorable members would come on the other side and would make statements, and it is only when you go into the details of the statements that you recognize that it appears to be one thing, but it's actually something else. So, I mean, Honorable Senator Ashwood Jack was just speaking on Tobago, and I mean, I felt it in my heart. I want to commend this government for, and you could, you know, you all were pounding for independent senators, maybe you'll pound for me. I want to commend this government for giving Tobago the largest allocation they have ever received. That is a great thing. No, the allocation in itself is a good thing. Tobago deserves to have more and deserves to have more means to develop their infrastructure for sure, right? So I commend the government on that. I also commend the government, so if I'm on the commendations part, maybe I'll do that first. I also commend the government. The Honorable Dr. Kennedy Sarat Singh spoke about the cluster that they have that comes together every week and makes decisions, and they're removing bottlenecks in the system, and he cited several things, improvements in doing business in Trinidad and Tobago, and that is also to be commended. But just on that point with Tobago, when my learned friend across the aisle was speaking about the development program allocation, just that part, this government has allocated 92 million or so, or thereabouts, for development, national development. And he sought to make a big point about the fact that Tobago got 15 million out of this development budget, and that's about 15%. And I mean, there was a lot of pounding of tables on that point. But I also see in that 92 million, under head 65, that the UN mission, the residents of the UN mission, gets about the same amount, 13,756,386, about 14% of the National Development Program budget allocation is going to do repairs on one residence. What is the justification for that? No, but how do we, no, really, truly, guys, how do we justify that? The repairs on one residence is getting almost the same allocation as Tobago. We love Tobago. If you love Tobago so much, you could have done a little better for Tobago. 13 million for repairs on one residence. Yeah, but you all are attempting to do better, and we want to support you to do better for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Stop looking back. we are looking forward. All right, so we are here doing a role. We are performing, we have a role to play here. We have a role to play here, which is not to obstruct, but to support you to do better for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And if you're coming for an appropriation, you're coming for a supplemental allocation, before allocation, you must first account. You must first account to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. This is a mid-year review. So we are reviewing. Let's review. And in my view, when I look at some of the comments, and what is late in my mind and in my memory right now are the last comments by the last speaker. So you'll forgive me if I address some of his points first before I go in further. But I mean, he was talking about water for a considerable amount of time. I got up on a standing order, but it was said to be relevant, and perhaps it was. And so he was talking about water, and for how many years they didn't have water, and we have to build tourism in Tobago. And we didn't have water, and we couldn't build tourism in Tobago. But what could destroy tourism more than a state of emergency? For the last 11, almost 12 months now, we have a state of emergency. That is not going to compromise your tourism industry. Well, come, I think we need to be fair across the board. We need to be fair across the board.
Mr.
No
President,
government is perfect.
Mr. President, I stand on Standing Order 46.1. What is the relevance of this towards the Standing Finance Report?
All right. On your point of order, I'll ask, I'm giving us the opportunity to tie those points in. On the other hand, I just want to get some quiet. So while the member is speaking, if you could at least pay attention to the appropriate standing orders so the member could speak in silence. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. President, but I was speaking on head, 15 Tobago House of Assembly, 15,000 Development Program, which Honorable Senator Ashworth Jack was saying was about the water and something for the school and all of that, and I was responding in respect of that. So, I mean, try again with that, sir. So I am not going to comment on every line item or every head. I don't think that there's anything inherently wrong with a supplemental allocation, but I want to point to a couple areas. I want to point to a couple of things that I think demonstrate perhaps, more of a commitment, more of a desire to make things look a particular way, as I said, performative, as opposed to real, concrete solutions on the ground. So the first point I want to make is that this government has admitted failure in its mid-year review. It has admitted failure in what was touted in its budget in October. They are setting up an employment fund. $500 million, almost $475 million for an employment fund. This government seems to have a lot of interest in setting up funds. But they're, without casting any aspersions, we are just going to look at the facts. But it seems that their capacity to understand how to set up funds is limited. And this is not me saying so, this is the Honorable Minister of Finance saying they were setting up this fund, this employment fund, and then they are now coming in this supplementary, this allocation request. They're coming now to say, we needed to pass some legislation to set up this fund. We haven't done it yet. We're still trying to figure it out. So that allocation, we now want to spend it on other things. That fund, if we understand the context of that fund, was actually supposed to help replace all of these workers, the CPEP, the URP, all the people that they sent home, the thousands of workers. And they came with a fanfare. We are setting up this fund to help put jobs in place.
We are not dealing with the budget. We are not dealing with the budget. And we are not dealing with a $475 million fund. That is not before this House. What is before this House are 27 heads of expenditure. I would ask you to pay attention to those heads, and you can comment. There's a document that gives you some details on what those 27 heads supposed to entail, given the expenditure that has been, or the allocation that has been made. So we cannot go back to the budget. This is a mid-year review. It's not the budget. So we can't go back. We have to deal with what is before us. So continue.
Thank you so much for that guidance, Mr. President. I'm speaking of Head 18. Head 18 is what I'm speaking on, which is the $475 million fund that they are now coming to say, right, so it is linked. It was in the budget, and it's here now, changing it. So this is why it is relevant. I promise you, Mr. President, I would not come here and try to abuse the standing order rules and your grace in this chamber. So they came saying this is what it was for, to assist. And we just had, we had a lot of talk today, yes, in respect of another bill about workers and Labor Day, and we are all going to comment on Labor Day and all of that. But this is what I'm saying. You come with a bill 2 days before Labor Day that was not on the legislative agenda, but when you look at what is right before us now, hard tax in this supplemental appropriation, yes, right here. What was set up in this budget? What was set up in this budget for CPEP to replace and help CPEP and URP workers? It was set up in this budget. You are now coming to say,
Mr.
I don't know how to do it.
46-1, this is not a budget debate.
I understand the point that the senator is making in terms of what was set up and what is being done at this time. So I think that I'll give her the opportunity to expand and we'll continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. So you don't understand how to set up funds. It's taking a bit of time. You know, it's taken a bit of time. All of this year, since the budget, 8-9 months, to set up a fund. To put the legislation in place to set up a fund to support the CPEP and URP workers, to replace, to create some new jobs.
Mr. President, I stand on Standing Order 53(1)B. This is now becoming very repetitive. We hear about CPEP, URP, this is about third time. Is that a member has a point, or she needs to move on?
All right, Senator Dr. Margaret Rose, I think I want to sustain the point. I understand where you're going, but many people have referred to that already. So at least you have made your point, you could wrap up and move on.
I have made the point, and the people of Trinidad and Tobago are looking on and are hearing the point. So I will move on, Mr. President. So this government needs to be honest about what they met when they came into office. They need to be honest about what they met when they came into this office. As one of the honorable senators behind the Honorable Senator Lewis indicated, you came in with a country that had one of the largest sovereign wealth funds in the region. You came in this country where Moody rated us in Trinidad and Tobago with a stable outlook. You came in, and I see reports from economists that in this year to date, debt has surged 2.5% higher than what it was last year. This is the truth. Were there problems and challenges when you came in? Absolutely. There were problems and challenges. And so, but we must be fair. Both sides, all of it should be put before the public. This government should be commended for trying to grapple with the economic challenges that this country faces. But tell the truth to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Next, we've gotten a little bump. We've gotten, you know what? It's really unfortunate. It is really unfortunate that we are benefiting from a war. This is like a war dividend. And it's really, you know, every Trinidad and Tobago citizen must be feeling in a state of dissonance. You know, my God, we needed it. We needed it. But under this circumstance initiated by your ally, but the thing is, we have it, so how do we treat with it? We have it, we have this new projection, new oil and gas price projection. How do we treat with it? And that's a question that I would pose to this government. Was it really right? And it's just a question. This is where we come to debate and we come to analyze and think, what are the best decisions for the future of our country? If our financial outlook and economic outlook was as bad as you, the government representatives, have proffered to the public, have stated to the public, has proselytized throughout this country, it was so bad. Now that we get this possible, potential, mid-windfall, what do you do with it? Go deeper into deficit and debt? Is that the best way to treat with this moment? Is this government by hope for war? Is this what it is? So you're hoping maybe another war will come and another war will come, and then you could, maybe in the future, you will look at saving. Maybe in the future, you might look at working toward a surplus budget as opposed to continuously building and driving and increasing a deficit budget. Bigger and bigger and bigger. No, we got to win. We got something. How do you treat with it? That's the question. Yes, but there was no war. There was no increase. There was no increase in prices. Okay, 2016. Correct. I stand corrected.
Senator, members, please. Yeah, please. Listen, I know people, we seem to be very animated. Okay? So allow the member to speak in silence. Okay? I think the leader of government business has the right to field many more speakers. Take notes. Okay? Continue, Honorable Member.
And you know, I apologize, Mr. President, because I tend to be quite animated when I speak. So it's one way I know how to be. Yeah, so there's one area, I'm not going to be here much longer, okay? So there's one other area I want to speak to, Mr. President, and it was a contribution made by the Honorable Finance Minister, where he repeated at the Standing Finance Committee what was going to be or is being established by this administration from a governance standpoint to deal with the expenditures. And he spoke to the establishment of two structures, the Financial Oversight and Appropriations Committee and the Economic Resilience Council. And this would be important because we are speaking here of a $2.9 billion supplementary allocation. So the government has signaled again that in terms of how do we provide or have effective oversight over this expenditure, which is very important, they are setting up these two new institutions, I would call them. I do not know if these institutions are going to be legislatively enacted or whether they are just going to be creatures of the cabinet or the executive. But the Financial Oversight and Appropriations Committee, and I'm quoting, will screen major expense items, investment opportunities, projects and funding proposals at a strategic level and provide oversight and guide and governance to advance proposals before the consideration of Cabinet and Cabinet's Finance and General Purposes Committee. Its reported remit is to review, approve, and monitor all major budget items, that is what we are talking about today, ministerial expenditure, projects, and investment decisions across all ministries. The Economic Resilience Council is said it will be chaired by the Minister of Finance. By the way, the Financial Oversight and Appropriations Committee is going to be chaired by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance as Deputy Chairman. The Economic Resilience Council will be chaired by the Minister of Finance to support and guide economic development initiatives that attract investment and generate employment opportunities. The concern I want to raise about this is what is the relationship between these two governing committees, committee and council, and the rules established by the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act that already governs the oversight of the expenditure of government. What I would want to say here, because I want to be constructive and not obstructive. Constructive, but not obstructive. There's nothing wrong with the government seeking to provide more strategic and systemic oversight over government expenditure. In fact, it is something that should be applauded, that you are being very intentional and strategic about how we spend our money and the outcomes and how it is performing. So I want that very clear. I'm not trying to obstruct your proposal. All I am asking is that we have a think about the relationship between any decisions that this committee and council would be making and how that relates to the statutory functions established by the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act, named Procurement Officer, and the Exchequer and Audit Act, the Accounting Officer, who already have oversight of these functions. What would be required, in my respectful view, is that the terms of reference of this committee and this council be carefully circumscribed and defined so as to confine their activities toward the systemic and strategic and not the operational. I'm looking, everyone is talking, so they're not, and this is such an important point, right? I really would like you all to listen. To confine it to systemic and strategic, I want you to listen, yes, laugh at me now. Laugh at me. Laugh at me. Right, because listen, keep the terms of reference, confine it to the systemic and strategic aspects. Also, we need to have clear, transparent protocols about the decision-making of these two institutions so that we can understand, where their decisions start and where it ends. Because these bodies cannot get involved in accordance with the law in the operational decisions. Who gets what contract? Because, it's how it's drafted. Right here it says advance proposals and look at projects and opportunities and all of that. So I am just trying to signal. I'm trying to signal because I'm trying to do my job. Please, can you make this a very transparent set of protocols? Can you ensure that the public can have disclosure of decisions being made? Can we ensure that this committee and this council is not negotiating any high-level contracts on behalf of the government of Trinidad
Mr. President,
and Tobago?
I think we entered tedious repetition at the point.
Yeah. I think the Honourable Minister's members wrapping up.
I will close it up. I will close up this point. Yes, so, so some questions I just want to put on the record. This is what we are here to do. I would like to put on the record, is this FOAC, the Financial Oversight and Operations Committee, a body established in law or an internal cabinet committee with no statutory footing? What is its relationship with the Independent Office of Procurement Regulation? Strategic screening and operational procurement decisions should be made you should do that transparently. What will the terms of reference of this committee and this council, the membership and the decisions on projects and funding proposals be published? Right? And just the care that needs to take place with the advancing of proposals and the arm's length approach to public procurement decisions under the legislative framework we have for financial management.
Please, I'm getting allow the member to complete. You're through? Yes. Okay.
Continue? No, there was so much. I heard John Bates.
No, you're not true. No.
I wasn't finished.
No. All right. Well, continue, please.
I was seeking your protection. I will learn the rules of this better. I should say. I shouldn't sit down. All right. Okay. No, I'm not finished. I'm not finished. And the Minister of Finance in his contribution spoke about us going for funding. And we're going for internal and external funding. And he mentioned going for funding from multinational lending organizations. And there was quite a bit of fanfare around, oh my goodness, we have partnered with the World Bank and the World Bank is coming to build something here and all of that. I would and this is my closing point, please, Mr. President, I would urge this government to be cautious in their fanfare around this issue, and I don't know who in their member, spends time with history, geopolitics, and all of these things, but we don't want to be on the wrong side of history in Trinidad and Tobago, where most developing countries, particularly in Africa, are doing their level best to get out of any arrangement with multinational lending organizations. We are focusing on South-South cooperation. We have Nigeria, just in April 2025, paid off all loans with the International Monetary Fund. We have Namibia, did the same thing, Mozambique. These are countries that are awakening. And one would have hoped that Trinidad and Tobago would have been one of the leading countries in the Pan-African diaspora, in the Global South. We've always been leading. One would have hoped that we'd have continued that trajectory of leading, where we are recognizing our sovereignty and our ability to make decisions that are in our best interest, in the interest of Trinidad and Tobago, in the interest of our region, and in the interest of our community in the Global South. And so I would end there, urging this government to think more carefully about the future of this nation and the decisions that you're making for the future of this nation. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, I want to thank my colleagues for their contribution. Old people say you know what you have, you don't know what you will get.
Bring back John Bates.
No. But, Mr. President, I am, after listening to my colleagues opposite, it reminds me of my military days, Mr. President. When in the Army, I remember our old officer saying, if you have a dotage corporal, you promote him to a sergeant, all you get is a dotage sergeant. In fact, we had an officer, we used to call him Dollars.
He make no sense.
He had no sense. So, Mr. President, I struggle. I cannot, you see, some of the things that at least two members opposite talk about having an honest conversation. Let's have an honest conversation. Under the partnership administration between 2010 and 2015, the then Minister of Finance, Winston Ducaran, invested over $325 million to buy shares in CAF. It is because of that, shares bought in CAF, that Trinidad and Tobago became a full member of CAF. Senator Alwari was Attorney General. He would remember very well when, under the then Minister of Finance, I had assisted CAF, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, accessing that membership fully, where they would have then gotten a credit line of over $1 billion because you're entitled to 4 times the amount of your subscription. It is important, Mr. President, for us to have an honest conversation. And that honest conversation must start with, and Senator Lewis, when you talk about don't look back and look forward, we have to remind the population where we were in 2015, when the government invested in CAF, left a healthy reserve account, left a healthy stabilization and heritage and stabilization fund, where we had 14 months of import cover, where the reserve was about
$12.26 billion.
So said my calculator. Siri. But also, Mr. President, at that point in time, our debt was about what?
$75 billion.
In 2025, what we got?
144.
$144 billion in debt.
Right done.
So you know why we have to keep saying it? Is because we must not forget
what them did.
What you did. You want us to stop saying it, but we can't. Can't stop saying it. When you look at the debt profile across the entire public sector, from housing, I mean, Senator Dan Paul ceremoniously said, when you borrow for recurrent expenditure, that is what is the words he used? Was a terrible fiscal policy. In April 2025, AGC borrowed $200 million from RBL, not to construct a single house, not to deliver a single housing unit, but to finance recurrent expenditure and routine maintenance.
Repeat what Dan Paul said.
And I have a whole list of loans.
Yes.
So let's have that honest conversation.
Yeah, them terrible fiscal policy, according to Dan Paul.
You know, it's really, you know, and that's why sometimes when people come into this house to talk about things, you need to create a climate for foreign direct investment. From 2019 to 2024, no foreign direct investment in Trinidad and Tobago. In the space of according to Senator Lewis, 8 months into our budgeting cycle, we have already, and you know, I now understand why people opposite keep asking, where we getting the money to pay the 10%, because all of borrowed money. That Euro bond to pay the 14% when you came in 2015, 2016. This administration is focused, let me say this before I forget. Senator Roberts, Rajman Roberts.
Make it clear.
Tobago Airport. You know, you talk about, you know, we being fiscally, we need to be fiscal, we need to, you make fun of us talking about fiscal responsibility. Where was the fiscal responsibility when you build an airport 3 times the passenger throughput of Piaco in Tobago? Where was the fiscal responsibility for that? Now we have to open it and pay for it.
And put gas, them build it without gas.
They have no fuel lines.
We have to light candle for the plane to land.
With less commercial value. It's not that Tobago did not need a new airport. They did not need an airport the size of what they built.
$1 million.
But you talk about being fiscally responsible. Fiscally responsible. And that is why sometimes it is hard to take the members of opposite seriously. I have no idea what some of them are referring to, but these platitudes they talk about, saddling the population with the things that this administration must now come to fix. But have no fear. We don't have to rely on borrowing, and that's why in the notes prepared by the Ministry of Finance, and everybody have these notes, these additional funds will be sourced from the consolidated fund as well as from borrowings if required. It's in the notes. I thank God that I didn't have to sit down on that side to be, I mean, there was a time when we had such luminaries speaking in the parliament with a Balize tie. Those days, sadly, are long gone. Yeah, we will hear the begging just now. But that is why, Mr. President, I really did not plan to, I mean, I planned to address some of the points made by Senator Atz, but she's not here. And I really didn't want to respond to anything from Senator Rajman Roberts and Senator
Senator Margaret Rose, but I just had to address those requests for us to be honest in this chamber and to discuss what we would have. But it would be remiss of me if I didn't speak to some of the things that the administration is planning. And so when you talk about the revitalization strategy, Senator Dan Paul, let me just say that one of the things that the revitalization program requires is proper procurement. That takes time. So when we talk about the things we are planning to do, we try to make sure that we are compliant, that we follow proper procedure, so that when we issue these arrangements, whether they be PPP or otherwise, that we're on the right side of law. It is not family, friends, or financiers, but people who can do the job, have the balance sheet to complete the work, and therefore can provide benefits to the population and to the government of Trinidad and Tobago. That is one of the reasons why we take the time, not just to announce the plan, but to put out packages, to have proper review procedures, and to ensure that we follow what is required to make sure that our development program does not come back to friends, family, and financiers, but those who are competent enough to get it done. Now, talk about our development strategies. One of the things, Senator Lewis, that we have to be very honest with is that our fiscal structures have been wrong for a long time. A long, long time. We have a cash accounting system. We close off accounts every year. We deal with indebtedness, bills that haven't been paid. We have bills coming out from 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. So when you inherit, it is not simply that all governments inherit things, is that this government inherited something that has not worked for 10 years. Even Senator Dan Paul talked about this administration is now on an upward trajectory because for 10 years we had stagnation. But I'm glad that you are saying it because I agree with you. Now, what we have to focus on is not just managing expenses, not just ensuring that we deal with all our obligations, which is what we have been doing. So we have to stabilize, get us back on an even keel, develop the relationship with the international agencies, and as far as Senator Rose is concerned, I disagree with her vehemently. We need the World Bank, we need the IDB, we need the IFIs. Why? Not simply because of accessing their balance sheet, but as Senator Dan Paul would know, because they have the expertise to help us deal with our FX scenario, deal with some of our structural issues. When the agencies talk about those things, what they provide is technical expertise to help us deal with those agencies. And we need to make sure and maintain a relationship with them so that we can deal with those things and have persons who have the international experience, who would have gone through some of these shortcomings in other economies to help us not to have to reinvent that wheel. When Senator Dan Paul talks about the TTRA, one of the things that you would see that the BIR is now starting to be much more effective. Why? Because when we came in a previous debate, we talked about the types of things we were doing in the Inland Revenue Division. When we came into government, there were no field officers, no tax officers. Now they have 100 of them. That's what, when we came in, we inherited 34% HR complement in the Board of Inland Revenue. They are now up to approximately about 60%. And we're working with the Director of Personal Administration to increase the staff complement. So in 8 months into our budgeting cycle, we're dealing with the ease of business. We are attracting foreign direct investment. We have stabilized the economy. We are deepening our relationships with the IFIs. The World Bank have signed the agreement to establish an office in Port of Spain in 8 months. So I am not so sure how, in all of that,
we can have a conversation where people are of the view that this administration is not working assiduously to make sure that we not only service our obligations, but create a pathway to move forward. Now, where we have to also look at is how do we create new revenues and new revenue streams, because our economy, predicated as it is on the hydrocarbon sector, which is where these supplementals that will help create the revenues that will go into the consolidated fund. And that's where the Minister of Finance has started to signal, even in all the things that he would have said, looking at real estate trust, looking at new strategies to deal with some of the assets we have. How do we create greater commercial value of those things? Lots of work to be done. And that is why not only do we need an honest conversation, we need a conversation that is focused on the tools we have available to us to move the economy forward, to get the private sector involved. And that is why getting rid of the bottlenecks are so important. Why? Because when it is estimated, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, between 2020 and 2025, because of the failure to deal with some of those bottlenecks, Trinidad and Tobago would have lost billions of dollars in potential investments because people could not wait, they walked away. So when in moving the debate today, I spoke about those things. It seems to be completely ignored because people want to have their own narrative. But the narrative is that this administration in 12 months, 8 years into our budget, have done a substantial amount of work to not just move the economy forward, but to make sure that the economy is moving forward in a way where no one is left behind, including those in Tobago. And in everything we do, there has always been, by the Minister of Finance, by the Prime Minister, and by myself and all my other colleagues, an honest conversation, not only about the things that we have been confronted with, but the plans and programs that we're putting in place to address them, whether it be crime, education. And by the way, let me also say that all economists would agree that one of the things that is also impacting positively on our economic scenarios and outlook is the fact that this administration is dealing with crime. That this administration, you know what, one of the economists in the university told me, he says, if we can bring murders down by another 20%, it would positively impact our outlook in terms of our international profile. Bringing crime down has to be a priority because it also impacts positively on our economic outlook. So when you see these appropriations focused on some of the major issues that we need to keep a sincere hand on, areas of national security, areas such as education, healthcare. So I am not so sure where some of the utterances that we would have had to endure today come from. It cannot come from an honest review of what we would have presented. It couldn't come from an honest review of what the Minister of Finance would have said, both in the other place as well as publicly. It couldn't come from these documents. So it had to be an agenda that is focused on ensuring that what is true about the work that this administration have accomplished in the last few months that have begun to make Trinidad and Tobago, in spite of all the difficulties that we have addressed and are yet to face, because we are a long way from where we need to be. But we are beginning to do it. It is beginning to bear fruit. Murder rate is down. Investments are coming in. The World Bank has agreed to come to Trinidad and Tobago. And by the way, the World Bank has been trying to come to Trinidad and Tobago in the life of that administration across there. When they were in government, since 2021, 2022, they've been trying to come. Yeah, half cents. Keep that cents. Again, it's dollars. We cannot be so myopic and insular that we could feel that, and you know what, Mr. President, let me go back into my yeah. There must be, I have to read the room, and for those who want to go and see the my humblest apologies, and Mr. President, let me just say, thank God we have no committee stage, so there are no amendments. So, but Mr. President, with all seriousness, I really want to commend the government, Ministry of Finance. Thank you guys very much, all the technical teams, and indeed, I want to also commend the Minister of Finance and the tremendous work that he is doing under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister and with the support of all our cabinet colleagues, that we are focused on building a better Trinidad and Tobago for all the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and indeed all of those who have been hitherto disenfranchised, that they have now been better off because of the policies, the procedures, the decisions of this administration, this Prime Minister, and this government. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Honorable Senator, the question is that a bill entitled an act to supplement and vary the appropriation of the sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2026 Act 2025 be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Supplement and Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2026 Act 2025.
The Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development and the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 57-2, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Supplement and Vary the Appropriations of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriations Financial Year 2026, Act 2025, not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate.
Honorable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Supplement and Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2026 Act 2025 be not committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Honorable Senators, in accordance with Standing Order 57, Section 2, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Supplement and Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2026 Act 2025, being now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill entitled, An Act to Supplement and Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2026 Act 2025.
The Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honorable Senators, before putting that question to this Honorable House, we all recognize that on Friday, the 19th of June, 2026, Trinidad and Tobago will be celebrating the 89th anniversary of the modern trade union movement, Labor Day. I now invite members to bring greetings. I call on the Minister of Labor, Small and Micro Enterprise Development at this time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, honorable senators, I welcome this opportunity to bring greetings on the 89th anniversary of the birth of the labor movement in Trinidad and Tobago. It was Tubal Uriah Buzz Butler, the legendary trade union leader, often cited as the father of the trade union movement of Trinidad and Tobago and the founder of the Oilfield Workers Trade Union, who said that, and I quote, "Working people need to know that someone is still fighting for them. Representation is not symbolic, it is a duty," unquote. Indeed, the origins of Labor Day in Trinidad and Tobago can be traced to the struggles of great leaders who fought unwaveringly for better working conditions, improved wages, dignity at work, and promotion of workers' rights in the sugar plantations and the oil fields. In short, they fought for what we now refer to as decent work. The labor unrest and social upheavals in 1937, a defining period in our nation's history, birthed pioneering labor leaders and patriots such as Tubal Uriah Buzz Butler and Adrian Cola Rienzi, who emerged as powerful advocates for the rights and dignity of working people, giving voice to concerns that had long been expressed by workers across the country. Through his unwavering determination and fearless leadership, Butler transformed the aspirations of ordinary workers into a national movement for social and economic justice. Alongside other labor pioneers, he helped lay the foundation for industrial democracy in Trinidad and Tobago, securing many of the rights and protections that workers enjoy today. Labor Day therefore stands as more than a public observance. It is a tribute to the sacrifices, struggles, and achievements of generations of workers who have contributed to building our nation. It serves as a reminder of the progress that has been made, while reaffirming our collective commitment to protecting workers' rights, promoting decent work, and ensuring that every citizen has the opportunity to contribute meaningfully to national development. As we commemorate Labor Day, we honor the enduring spirit of resilience, solidarity, and determination that continues to drive the advancement of Trinidad and Tobago. While the labor disturbances of the 1930s marked a turning point in the struggle for workers' rights, the development of Trinidad and Tobago's modern trade union movement was also shaped by several significant legislative and institutional advancements. Among these were the establishment of the Trade Union Ordinance in 1932, which provided formal legal recognition and protection for trade unions and laid the groundwork for organized labor representation. This period also saw important examinations of the social and economic conditions affecting workers, including investigation of the Foster Commission into the 1937 disturbances and the findings of the Moyne Commission, which evaluated conditions throughout the British Caribbean between 1938 and 1939. These inquiries highlighted the hardship faced by workers and underscored the urgent need for reform. Mr. President, the last decade under the former administration was reminiscent of the dark and daunting era of the 1930s. It was one of the worst eras for the working class, with the closure of ArcelorMittal without any terminal benefits afforded to workers, the closure of Petroleum, the offerings of 4% and 5% wage increases to public officers, and the proliferation of contract work, and the list goes on. However, on April 28, 2025, the process for restoring dignity to the working class began with a resounding support for the United National Congress and its leader, the Honorable Kamla Prasad Pisesa, SCMP. We were given a resounding mandate to restore good governance, rebuild our economy, and improve the lives of every citizen and every worker in Trinidad and Tobago. Through the articulation of government's official policy framework, and in particular, the workers' agenda, we have set the blueprint for achieving this mandate, which we have already realized tremendous progress in just 1 year in office. We have made promises, and we have kept them. Permit me to briefly share some of the ways we have begun the transformative process of restoring dignity to the working class and promoting decent work. After 20 years, this government has brought the first comprehensive amendment to any piece of labor legislation with the introduction of the Retrenchment and Severance Benefit Amendment Bill, which was laid in the Honorable Senate on April 14, 2026, and passed on April 24, 2026. This landmark bill ensures that we modernize the statutory framework governing termination on account of redundancy, strengthen consultation and notice requirements, and provide for payment of wages in lieu of notice, revise severance benefit rates, and replace obsolete retrenchment terminology with redundancy terminology. Following closely on the heels of the RSBA was the amendment to the Maternity Protection Act, Chapter 4557, which was laid in the Parliament in May 2026. This bill seeks to reinforce maternity protection as a fundamental pillar of a fair and progressive working environment, particularly as women continue to play an increasingly vital role in the economic and social development of our nation. It is revolutionary for us as it considers the important role that fathers play in the upbringing of their children and in supporting mothers throughout pregnancy, childbirth, and the early stages of parenthood. These bills are the first among a long list of labor legislation that we are committed to bringing to Parliament in keeping with our commitment to modernize all labor legislation, including the Industrial Relations Act, the Occupational Safety and Health Act, and the Employment Standards legislation. The Ministry of Labour Small Micro Enterprise Development continues to champion policies and programs that promote inclusion, participation, and empowerment, such as a pilot entrepreneurship training program held from April 27 to May 1st, 2026, in collaboration with the Trinidad and Tobago Blind Welfare Association. This initiative was the first of many, where we delivered specialized training on micro and small enterprise development, tailored, in this instance, to blind and visually impaired persons. Participants of this cohort were equipped with the knowledge, skills, and confidence to pursue entrepreneurial opportunities, establish sustainable businesses, and achieve greater economic independence with continued support available through the National Entrepreneurship Development Company Limited. The ministry remains committed to promoting decent work for all sustainable economic development, and therefore continues to advance initiatives aimed at strengthening productivity, competitiveness, and sustainable economic growth. One ambitious initiative we have obtained approval from Cabinet to pursue in collaboration with the International Labour Organization is the development of a productivity ecosystem for decent work. This groundbreaking initiative is designed to foster higher levels of productivity while promoting decent work practices and improve workplace outcomes throughout Trinidad and Tobago. The ministry has already commenced its work to ensure productivity enhancement is aligned with the principles of social dialogue, worker well-being, and sustainable economic development. Mr. President, other initiatives we are pursuing aimed at promoting decent work in Trinidad and Tobago include drafting a child labor policy, which is being finalized, continued enforcement of labor laws through the Labor Inspectorate and Occupational Safety and Health Agency, and research into the establishment of a living wage and the establishment of an econometric determination model for the minimum wage. Mr. President, in conclusion, the matters before this Honorable Senate reflect a clear and ongoing commitment to strengthening the protection, dignity, and well-being of all workers in Trinidad and Tobago, with the intention of building a fairer and more responsive labor environment and encourage sustainable development. As we move forward, it is essential that we reaffirm a simple but fundamental principle. Workers are the foundation of our economy and the strength of our society, who must continue to be recognized and respected in every aspect of national development. Labor is by no means a commodity or simply a factor of production. We are dealing with real people, real lives, real dreams, and real aspirations. As such, this government is about real change. I congratulate my comrades in the trade union movement on the occasion of Labor Day 2026. I also salute every worker who gets up every day and makes a conscious decision to get dressed, go to work, and add to the productive capacity of our economy. You are the real drivers of our growth and development as a nation. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, I wish everyone a happy Labor Day. And may God continue to bless our workers, and may God bless our nation. As is said in the trade union movement, forward ever, backward never, I thank you.
Senator Foster Cummings.
Mr. President, on behalf of the opposition bench and the People's National Movement, I join with my colleagues in expressing Labor Day greetings to all members of the labor movement and to citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, it was Martin Luther King Jr. who said, and I quote, "All labor that uplifts humanity has dignity and importance and should be undertaken with painstaking excellence." Labor Day in Trinidad and Tobago, as we know it, is deeply rooted in the historic disturbances of 1937, almost 9 decades ago, when workers across the oil fields, sugar estates, and wider society stood together against injustice. Their collective action and advocacy called for fair wages, dignity for workers, and proper representation, principles that continue to guide our nation today. Today, Mr. President, we honor the contributions of labor champions, such as Chief Servant Tubal Uriah Buzz Butler, whose courage ignited a movement of change, Adrian Colarenzi, who advocated tirelessly for the rights of workers across ethnic and social lines, Captain Arthur Andrew Cipriani, whose efforts advanced the cause of the working people, Basdev Pandey, who fought for and improved working conditions for workers within the sugar industry, and George Hilton Weeks, who served as President General of the OWTU from 1962 to 1987, and who championed working class rights, particularly within the oilfield sector. He was recognized as a champion for workers and as a fierce anti-imperialist advocate, Mr. President. The People's National Movement in and out of government has long upheld the principle that national development must be people and worker-centered. Over the years, the PNM has played a pivotal role in shaping modern Trinidad and Tobago and strengthening protection for workers and citizens alike, including the rights to engage in peaceful public protests, one of the fundamental freedoms enjoyed in a modern democratic society. Today, citizens of Trinidad and Tobago and members of the trade union movement have been robbed of this right by the current government. We recall, as PNM policy, the enactment of the Industrial Relations Act in 1972, which repealed and replaced the Industrial Stabilization Act and established the framework for collective bargaining, trade union recognition, and the Industrial Court, which continues to govern labor relations in Trinidad and Tobago today. We strengthened social protection through the National Insurance System, Mr. President, providing workers with access to retirement pension, sickness benefits, and maternity benefits through the establishment of the National Insurance Board of Trinidad and Tobago, which was established by Act 35 of 1971. Operations and benefits under the NIS officially commenced on April 10, 1972, Mr. President. Our policies over time have been focused on producing generations of skilled workers and professionals, and created social mobility through free secondary and tertiary education, thanks to the foundation laid by the father of the nation, and our first Prime Minister, Dr. Eric Williams. I should add, Mr. President, that the sustainable and structured increase in the minimum wage to $20.50, aimed at improving economic security for workers, was affected during our tenure in office. Notwithstanding these developments, Mr. President, across successive administrations, we as legislators have supported and will continue to support policies aimed at national development, social protections, and economic modernization. While political perspectives will differ from time to time, there is no denying that we must all hold an enduring contribution to nation building and the creation of opportunities for all our citizens. Mr. President, while it is important to honor the achievements of the past, nostalgia by itself cannot give hope and inspiration to members of the Labour movement and to our citizens whom we serve. We have a duty to look directly at the severe hardships burdening our workforce today as a result of a government action to terminate the employment of so many of our citizens, over 60,000 of them, relegating them to poverty and an inability to take care of themselves and their family, unable to provide the basic human needs of food, clothing, shelter, and education. No progressive workers' agenda supports that kind of inhumane conduct, Mr. President. Today, we are witnessing a growing loss of human capital as many talented young Trinbagonians who are branded as non-supporters of the government are being pushed into the background. The gutting and discontinuation of targeted investments in technical vocational development and apprenticeship programs for our young people stands as one of the most regressive policy positions of any modern state. Additionally, Mr. President, the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence and automation is transforming labor markets globally. Trinidad and Tobago must be proactive in introducing legislation that will support advancing technology, but that will also protect workers from the risk of displacement. On this side, Mr. President, we will continue to advocate responsibly and persistently for statutes that protect true collective bargaining and that establishes an equitable, diversified, and sustainable financial future for our republic, giving priority to the real day-to-day economic position and the survival and advancement of the working class in our country. As we move towards Labor Day celebrations on June 19th in a few days, I express our best wishes to the labor movement and those involved in the struggle for better conditions for workers. May God bless the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and may the spirit of Labor Day and those who laid the foundation for us continue to inspire unity, justice, and national progress for all. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Courtney Matish.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to bring tribute on behalf of Labor Day, representing the independent bench. Mr. President, before there was an industrial court and collective agreements, before there was maternity leave, severance pay, vacation leave, occupational safety protection, or the legal right of workers to sit across the table from employers and negotiate as equals, there were men and women whose labor built this country, but whose voices carried very little weight. They drilled the oil, they harvested the sugar, they loaded the ships, they laid the roads, they staffed the factories, they powered the industries upon which this economy depended. Yet many worked long hours for meager wages, under harsh conditions, with few protections and little hope that their circumstances would improve. They were ordinary men and women of this great country. The man of straw. People whose names may never appear in history books, but whose sacrifices helped shape the nation we know today. Then in June 1937, ordinary people did something extraordinary. They stood together. They raised their voices. They demanded dignity, fairness, and justice. And in doing so, they changed the course of this nation's history. Today we observe Labor Day on June the 19th, and this was first declared in 1973. And we do so more than commemorate a date on the calendar. We honor the courage of those who went before us. We honor their sacrifice. We honor their determination to secure a better life, not only for themselves, but for the generations that they would never live to meet. Labor Day is therefore not merely a public holiday. It's a reminder. It's a reminder that many of the rights and protections we now regard as ordinary were once extraordinary demands. A reminder that the progress was neither automatic or inevitable. A reminder that the dignity enjoyed by workers today was secured through struggle, solidarity, and perseverance. And a reminder that every generation bears a responsibility to preserve and strengthen the gains inherited from those who went before. Mr. President, the labor movement of 1937 did more than expose injustice. It awakened a national consciousness. It gave rise to the modern trade union movement. It altered the relationship between labor, capital, and government. It helped establish the principle that workers were not merely instruments of production, but human beings entitled to dignity, respect, a meaningful voice in determining their conditions of employment and social justice issues. Mr. President, rights endure only when they are valued. Protections survive only when they are defended. And justice advances only when there are those willing to stand in pursuit of it. That is why Labor Day remains as relevant today as it was 89 years ago. Somewhere in Trinidad and Tobago today, a mother is able to spend precious time with her newborn child because of maternity protections. Somewhere, workers facing retrenchment receive severance benefit that helps support their family during periods of uncertainty. Somewhere, an employee can challenge an unfair treatment because there are laws and an industrial court prepared to hear their grievance. Mr. President, perhaps one of the most enduring legacies of the labor movement is that the voices of ordinary people no longer stand outside the halls of power seeking to be heard. Today, those voices help shape the very labor laws of this country. The labor movement did not simply improve conditions in the workplace, it helped secure the concerns workers found in representation within the institution of national decision-making, including this very parliament in which we sit. As we celebrate those achievements, Mr. President, we must also recognize that the work of protecting workers is never truly completed. The world of work continues to evolve. Technology is reshaping industries. Artificial intelligence is transforming the nature of employment. New forms of work continue to emerge, and new challenges continue to confront workers and employers alike. Mr. President, as we honor the pioneers of 1937, Butler, Cipriani, Rienzi, and all those who carry their legacy forward, let us never forget the rights we enjoy today were acquired at a cost. They were acquired through courage, sacrifice, and solidarity. Through an unwavering belief that every worker possesses inherent worth and dignity, the greatest tribute we can pay to those that went before us is to not simply to remember their struggles. It is to ensure that future generations inherit workplaces that are fairer, safer, and more just than those we ourselves inherited. I wish, therefore, to extend best wishes to all workers and their trade union representatives on the celebration of Labor Day 2026. I wish all a happy and a successful Labor Day celebration. I thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable Senators, allow me to join my senatorial colleagues in bringing greetings on the occasion of Labor Day, which is being observed on Friday, June the 19th, 2026. For many, Labor Day is simply another public holiday on the calendar. But in truth, Labor Day represents one of the great turning points in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. The 2026 observance marks the 89th anniversary of the historic 1937 Butler Uprising or Revolution, which ignited the modern trade union movement and the fight for workers' rights in our country. It is a day that ought to remind each of us of the courage, sacrifice, and determination of ordinary men and women who refused to accept injustice and who embarked on an epic struggle to secure dignity and a better life for themselves, their families, and future generations. The rights and protections that many workers enjoy today, including fair wages, safer working conditions, reasonable hours of work, pensions, paid leave, and collective bargaining were not freely given. They were earned through struggle, sacrifice, solidarity, and an unwavering belief in human dignity. These rights should never be taken for granted. Labor's struggle was never confined to the workplace alone. It was also a struggle for social justice, for equal opportunity, for education, for decent housing, for political representation, and for the recognition that every citizen deserves to be treated with dignity and respect. In today's world, there still exists numerous threats to the economic security of the working people, and too many instances in which the bargaining power of organized labor is being undermined. There still exists those who are prepared to reduce workers to second-class citizens. In this global marketplace, fueled by the ever-advancing march of artificial intelligence and other technologies, there are those who still believe that labor is an expendable commodity. However, honorable senators, any attempt to weaken organized labor institutions or roll back workers' gains must be viewed as an attack on the fundamental rights and dignity of not only working people, but every law-abiding citizen of our democratic republic. As someone whose own professional journey was shaped by the trade union movement, I have seen firsthand the transformative power of organized labor. I have witnessed the difference that equal education, collective bargaining, and collective agreements can make in improving lives in our nation. Those experiences have reinforced my belief that a strong labor movement remains a powerful cornerstone of accountability, an essential pillar of any democratic society, and a key element to institutional strengthening, economic advancement, and social progress. Today, as we honor those national heroes who came before us, like the chief servant Uriah Buzz Butler, Captain Arthur Andrew Cipriani, George Weeks, Adrian Cola Rienzi, CLR James, Elmer Francois, Clotilde Walcott, Joe Young, Bastio Pandey, Michael Alls, and a host of other powerful figures, we must forever remember that the pursuit of justice and economic security remains as relevant now as it was then. The responsibility entrusted to each generation is not merely to preserve the gains that were won through sacrifice and struggle, but to continue striving for a society in which all people have the opportunity to work, prosper, and live with dignity and a sense of human security. Honorable Senators, on behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, my family, may I extend warm greetings, Labor Day greetings 2026, to the staff of the Office of the Parliament, the hundreds of thousands of workers of our nation, and to all those whose efforts continue to contribute daily to the advancement of our beloved republic. May we always honor the great men and women of the labor movement for their enduring contribution to working people of our nation as they continue to strive towards a more just, fair, and equitable society for one and all. Today, we salute the labor movement. We congratulate the labor movement. And we say to all and sundry, Happy Labor Day 2026. Honorable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.